Rebirth, my daily life cultivating immortality. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 376 Punishment. Near dusk, the number 4 middle school campus was bathed in the last rays of sunset. Along the winding cobblestone path, solar street lights lit up. Yang Sheng strolled along the path, holding a red banknote between her fingers. Chen Xiao and her sister were incredulous. The huge surprise hit the two girls. The joy of regaining what they had lost made them suspicious. You mean, you changed the money in advance? Yang Sheng snapped his fingers. I found that something was wrong with her, so I made preparations in advance and exchanged my real money for the fake money in your hands. So the banknote you took to question her was not fake money, but real money. She explained the reason to the two of them. Chen Xiao finally understood. So the money you gave her later was actually a fake bill? Chen Xiqing was suspicious. What if she took the fake money we gave her? Yang Sheng walked forward and said calmly, "Don't worry, I will take action." Chen Xiao stared at her handsome back and suddenly felt that she was extremely handsome. Outside the school, after the middle-aged woman cheated 100 yuan, she was very satisfied. She quickly moved to another place, laughing as she walked, and took out the 100 yuan bill to examine it. Gradually, she found that the bill felt wrong. She picked it up and looked at it in the west sun, her mind buzzing. Fake money. Fake money. Her kind face was full of astonishment. The student later compensated her with a fake bill. She repeatedly identified it and finally found out to her horror that it was really a fake bill. The middle-aged woman was so angry that she had been hunting geese all her life, but today she was blinded by a goose. At this time, she wanted to rush into the campus, pull those girls out, and scratch their faces. However, she could not enter the campus. If she dared to go in and make trouble, she would definitely not be able to bear the consequences. The middle-aged woman held the fake money, her face changed, and the 100 yuan she got flew away. She was very unwilling to end it. Emotions are a terrible thing. The middle-aged woman was overwhelmed by the sense of gap, so she walked a little further and found a Feng Shui treasure land to wait. On the street, Pang Jiao and Wang Yan'an had just finished dinner. Yan'an, this braised pork rice is really delicious. I accidentally ate half of your bowl of rice. Haha. Pang Jiao is fat, strong, and has a terrible appetite. A normal meal is not enough for her. Wang Yan'an is very thin and can't eat a bowl of rice, so Pang Jiao likes to eat with her to complement each other and not waste food. Yan'an, I'll treat you to milk tea later. Pang Jiao took the initiative. Milk tea can easily make people fat. If she drinks milk tea alone, she will definitely feel guilty, but if Wang Yan'an is with her, Pang Jiao will be psychologically balanced. There is both friendship and exchange of interests, which makes their relationship particularly good, better than that with Zhang Yifei and Li Shengnan. Wang Yan'an, oh, Jiao, you are so nice. With you around, I don't have to worry about not being able to finish my meal. She remembered what the old people at home said when they lived in the village before. The leftovers that could not be finished were poured into the pig pen, and they would always be spoiled by the old sows. Pang Jiao covered her mouth and laughed, but the huge movement always revealed her big gorgeous lips. When Pang Jiao was about to buy milk tea, the middle-aged woman standing next to her came over, and her kind face showed a pleading look. Little girl, can you be kind and buy me a bottle of water? Pang Jiao stopped. In the 8th class classroom, there were still more than 10 minutes before the class. Chen Xiao told Bai Yuxia and Jiang Ning about her experience outside the school, saying how thrilling she was just now, and how she was almost cheated of 100. At the end, Chen Xiao sighed. What about trust between people? If she thought that those who helped the elderly were cheated only existed in the news, today's experience really made her understand that bad people are around. If I encounter this kind of thing again in the future, I don't even know if I dare to help others again. Chen Xiao said that this blow made her extremely disappointed and gradually began to understand why some people would be numb. Bai Yuxia, be vigilant. At this stage, these things cannot be changed. Fortunately, Yang Sheng reacted quickly and avoided the loss. Zhu Yuantang was equally shocked and couldn't help asking, Jiang Ning, if you encounter such a thing, would you be willing to help? Jiang Ning put down the block of wood and the carving knife in his hand and answered quickly, I wouldn't help before, but I probably will now. Bei Yuxia was puzzled, why has it changed? Jiang Ning, you can do as much as you can. Now he has much more social power than ordinary people. Even if he is blackmailed, he can just cripple the other party within his ability to ensure that he avoids losses. Bei Yuxia didn't quite understand what he said. The connection between the two sentences seemed to indicate that Jiang Ning's ability has increased, but he is just a high school student. Is it because his parents have become better? Bei Yuxia guessed. After Jiang Ning finished speaking, he moved his fingers and continued to carve the wood with the carving knife. This attracted Chen Xiao's attention. Jiang Ning was very brave. He not only played with wood after class, but also dared to play in class. He didn't take the teacher seriously at all. Chen Xiao looked at Zhu Yuantang again. Well, neither of them took the teacher seriously. The class is very lively now, discussing about the cafeteria of number 4 middle school. Some students said that they saw the cafeteria owner leave today, which means that the cafeteria will have a new owner in the future. Many students discussed the 8-person dining table system in the cafeteria and considered whether to participate. Jiang Ning, the plan for the 8-person dining table in the cafeteria seems to have been approved. Are you going to participate? Chen Xiao asked. He was about to answer, but saw a beautiful figure appear at the front door of the classroom. The figure was nearly 180 centimeters tall and had terrifyingly long legs. Yu Wen, who was standing next to her, was much shorter than her. This attracted the attention of students from class 8. Wang Lanlan was the first to judge. Isn't this Tang Fu from class 7? She is the sports committee member. When Shan Keikun heard the other party's position, he immediately said, I guess she is here to look for our class monitor again. The school is probably holding some activities. Jiuo Kunan saw the other party's tall and graceful figure, and his heart suddenly hurt. Why are you looking for the class monitor again? Everyone only saw that Tang Fu's eyes were searching in the classroom, as if looking for someone. The next moment, Tang Fu found Jiang Ning's seat. She walked into class 8 with her long legs, and finally stopped beside Zhu Yuantang's seat. Zhu Yuantang looked up at her in confusion. Tang Fu smiled. Jiang Ning, thank you for the money. I'm here to pay you back. She put a 10 yuan note and 3 coins on the desk and took out a few small bags of Oreo cookies. After that, she turned around and left, leaving behind a free and easy bag. Bei Yuxia showed a probing look, as if asking, how do you know her? Chen Xiao was also puzzled. She remembered that Jiang Ning didn't like to mess around with other girls. Jiang Ning explained, I went to UK store to buy water in the afternoon. I saw her forget to bring money to pay the bill, so I paid for her. Chen Xiao, she's very nice. She even gave you an Oreo. There were 4 individually wrapped Oreo cookies on the desk. Jiang Ning stretched out her hand and pushed the 4 cookies to the 4 directions, corresponding to the people. Let's eat together. Bei Yuxia declined. She had just gone home for lunch in the afternoon. Chen Xiao and Zhu Yuantang took a pack. There were 2 packs left, so Jiang Ning turned around and put one on Zheng Lu's desk. As for the last piece, Jiang Ning looked at Shan Keikun on the other side of the river. He shouted and threw it. In order to show off, Shan Keikun grabbed the Oreo with one hand and held it firmly in his palm. It was a pity that Bei Yuxia didn't even look at him. Oreo is a little more high-end than ordinary snacks, not to mention that this is Tang Fu's Oreo from class 7, which has a different meaning. Shan Keikun went to the back row to show off. See, Tang Fu's. It was like digging up a treasure. I have it and you don't. This is the greatest pleasure. Jiuo Kunan was so jealous, but Shan Keikun was his brother, and after tearing the Oreo open, he split it into 2. Jiuo Kunan had never eaten Oreo before, and this Oreo was quite special to him. He picked up a piece of Oreo and scraped the cream sandwich with his tongue like a pug. Front row. Zhu Yuantang tore open the Oreo and imitated the words in the advertisement. Twist it, lick it, and soak it. I saw on TV that it tastes good when soaked in milk. Chen Xiao said so. Zhu Yuantang's face was regretful. There is no milk. Jiang Ning turned his palm and a box of milk appeared. I have it. As he spoke, he urged his magic power, and a stream of cold air seeped into the milk, cooling it down. Zhu Yuantang was extremely surprised. How come Jiang Ning could always take it out whenever she needed it? Jiang Ning poured the milk into Zhu Yuantang and Chen Xiao's cups. They dipped the milk in the milk and ate the Oreo. Bai Yuxia was curious, is there any difference? Zhu Yuantang closed his eyes and tasted it, and said, no. Chen Xiao, except that it's a little wet, there is no difference. After soaking the Oreo, she drank the milk in one gulp, and said in surprise, Jiang Ning, your milk is delicious. Bai Yuxia noticed the logo on the milk box. It was imported, and a box cost more than 20 yuan. Her family had bought it before. As for the taste, it was much better than the domestic cheap brands. Jiuo Kunan licked the cream and ate the Oreo carefully. I don't know if it was because of Tang Fu or the Oreo itself. Jiuo Kunan praised, it's delicious. He picked up the cup and rinsed his mouth. A figure suddenly jumped out from the back door. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Cuiu shouted. He was out of breath with laughter. His facial features twisted. He couldn't straighten his back. Anyone could see how happy he was. Wang Long Long, brother Cui, what's the good news? Hu Jun joked. Give birth. Cuiu simply sat on the ground, clapping his hands with joy. Ha ha ha, I saw our classmate Pang Zhao outside the school. Hu Jun was puzzled. Brother Cui, not really. Pang Zhao can be seen every day. Wang Long Long, can she still transform outside the school? Cuiu laughed. Pang Zhao was arrested by the police. Everyone was shocked, and their expressions were different. The police, this is not a small fight in the school, it is definitely a big deal, so they will be dispatched. Wang Long Long asked, what's wrong with brother Cui? Jiuo Kunan, hurry up and tell me. Cuiu was still laughing wildly, panting, and couldn't speak at all. Wang Long Long, Cuiu, I know you are very happy, but please calm down. Wu Zhaoqi came in with the ball and saw a group of people in the back row. He asked, what happened to you? Shan Kaikun said without turning his head. Pang Zhao was taken away by the police. Bang! Wu Zhaoqi's basketball fell off. He jumped 3 feet high in excitement and jumped up like a monkey. Great revenge must be avenged. Great revenge must be avenged. After Duan Shigen came back, he heard about this and couldn't suppress his excitement. He chanted scriptures and prayed, hoping that Pang Zhao would never be released again. What a pity. In the second class of evening self-study, Pang Zhao returned to class 8. Everyone finally understood what happened. It turned out that Pang Zhao was cheated of money by a swindler outside the school. She broke out of temper and beat up the middle-aged woman. The other party screamed in pain, and finally a passerby called the police and arrested the two. The other party was wrong first, but Pang Zhao was also wrong to beat people. After negotiation, Pang Zhao paid 200 yuan for medical expenses, and the matter was left unresolved. Afterwards, Chen Xiao found Yang Sheng and quietly asked, was she beating someone who cheated us out of money? Yang Sheng, no need to think, it must be. Chen Xiao, this is really. She couldn't say it out loud. Yang Sheng, it's really good. After the evening self-study, Jiuo Kunan and his friends went out of school to find food. When they arrived at the school gate, Hu Jun said, what are you eating today? Shan Kaikun, buy a cake, and I'll buy a cup of fruit tea today. Jiuo Kunan said, I want to buy Oreos. Eating Tang Fu's Oreos made him miss the taste. He felt that from now on, whenever he ate Oreos, he would always remember Tang Fu's face today. The boys' dormitory was very lively, and the lights in each dormitory were bright. Some were eating supper, some were playing with their mobile phones, some were bragging and playing, or taking basins to the water room to take a bath. Jiuo Kunan ate Oreos in the dormitory. He spent a huge amount of money and bought a big bag, intending to eat it slowly. Shan Kaikun said, Brother Nan, your Oreo won't survive tonight. Hu Jun, indeed. There are too many freeloaders in the boys' dormitory. Before, Hu Jun bought instant noodles to eat. Halfway through the meal, Yan Xianpeng came to get some. Yan Xianpeng was okay, he still had a bottom line, but Zhang Kai was outrageous. Once Jun finished his instant noodles, Zhang Kai took 2 steamed buns and finished the 2 steamed buns with the soup from the instant noodles. Jiao Kanan thought again that having his Oreo eaten by others was like his beloved woman marrying someone else and having a stain, so he felt uncomfortable. It's really disgusting to have freeloaders every day, Shan Kaikwan said, especially since Brother Nan was a good person and rarely refused others. The money he lent to Zhang Kai has not been repaid yet, Shan Kaikwan suddenly said. I have a way to punish him. What is it? The two asked. Shan Kaikwan took an Oreo, separated it, scraped off the cream filling inside, and then found toothpaste and applied it as a filling. Shan Kaikwan covered the Oreo and it looked very real. Hu Jun said, that's great. He definitely doesn't want to eat a second piece after eating one. Not long after, Zhang Kai came to visit. He saw it and said with a smile, hey, Nan bought Oreos. I'll treat you to plum candy this afternoon. As he said that, he took an Oreo as a matter of course and put it in his mouth. Zhang Kai finished it with a crunch. He didn't notice anything wrong at all. Instead, he praised, this Oreo is good. It has a mint flavor and tastes cool and refreshing. Chapter 377 I choose C. As June approaches, the temperature in Anhu province rises. The windows of the classroom are fully opened, and the ceiling fans rotate whoosh whoosh, blowing out cool air and blowing away the stuffy air. Wednesday, the first class of evening self-study. Yuen picked up a delicate iron box on the desk, looked at it for a few times, and said in surprise, Yanan, something strange happened today. Zhang Kai actually gave you a gift. The sun really rose from the west. Zhang Kai was a stingy person. In the previous school sports meeting, he was even unwilling to pay for custom-made group clothes, which seriously affected everyone's collective spirit. The classmates in the class have never seen him generous. Jiang Yanan explained. He gave it to someone else. I asked him who it was, but he didn't say. Thanks to Zhang Kai's personal qualities, Yuen believed it, and she looked envious. Someone has a crush on you again. Now on the surface, there are boys from class 5 pursuing Jiang Yanan, and now there is a mysterious boy hiding in the dark. She couldn't help but imagine the bloody drama of 2 boys competing for 1 girl. Yuen opened the box, and there were several cookies inside. Unlike ordinary cookies, these cookies were heart-shaped. So thoughtful. Yuen liked these little things. Jiang Yanan thought so too, and she said generously, when, try it. Yuen subconsciously picked up a piece, but when she was about to bite it, she suddenly caught a glimpse of the class monitor Huang Zhongfei. She hesitated. The heart-shaped cookies represent love. If she ate the cookies, wouldn't it be equivalent to accepting the love of others? Doesn't that mean that she betrayed the class monitor? No, Yuen, I'm definitely not that kind of superficial girl. I will be loyal to love and take care of my husband and children. She put down the iron box and said solemnly, Yanan, forget it, I shouldn't eat it. Jiang Yanan was confused, but she didn't think much about it. She asked Shen Kinj again, and she didn't eat it either. She had to put away the box and decided to keep it as a treasure. After all, heart-shaped cookies are still relatively rare. Duan Shigen behind him noticed it, and a triumphant smile appeared on his face. South side of the classroom. Zaya, the Dragon Boat Festival is coming soon. Chen Xiao was a little happy. Yeah, 3 days off. Bei Yuxia answered her while writing the test paper. The Dragon Boat Festival happens to be on Monday, and with a 2-day weekend, you can have fun for 3 days at a time. Chen Xiao, not only is it a holiday, I heard that number 4 middle school will also hold Dragon Boat Festival activities. Now it was Bei Yuxia's turn to be confused. What activities can be held on the Dragon Boat Festival? For students, being able to give out a zangzi is already pretty good. Chen Xiao was mysterious. It is said that there will be fun activities on Friday afternoon, but I don't know the details. The two of them were talking in private, while Jiang Ning was carving wood in his seat. He held a carving knife, which seemed to be made of steel, and there was nothing surprising about it. In fact, this was a magic weapon that Jiang Ning specially searched for materials and refined. This knife can transmit spiritual power and can even be used as a flying sword. However, because the inside was refined by Jiang Ning alone, The speed of transmitting spiritual power was extremely low, and he deliberately designed it this way. In this way, he can activate his spiritual power and use this knife to carve wood, which can exercise his control over his own spiritual power. The effect is better than nothing. While he was carving, Zhu Yuantang was tired of playing with her phone, and lay down to rest her eyes. After a while, Jiang Ning found that she was staring at him. Looking sideways, Zhu Yuantang saw it, and did not avoid her eyes at all. She rested her head on her arm, and turned her little face towards him. Jiang Ning. Zhu Yuantang called softly. Yeah. Jiang Ning. She called again. Jiang Ning. Yeah. Zhu Yuantang called several times in a row, without saying anything, just looking at him with clear eyes. One of the two people called the name and the other answered. After 7 or 8 cycles, Jiang Ning uttered a few words. Stupid you. Zhu Yuantang was very happy, and his childish face was full of smiles. You lose. Jiang Ning, what's there to compare? You don't understand. She said stupidly. During the leisurely chat, several figures appeared at the front door of the classroom. Wang Lang quickly patted Ma Shichen, and in an instant, Ma Shichen completed the process of collecting the mobile phones. The classmates looked over and saw several familiar faces coming, including Director Wang of the security department, Director Yan, the grade leader, and Gao Hishuari. Jiuo Kunan was scared to death and couldn't help but worry. Fuck, they won't collect the mobile phones? Hujun, Lukaki and others were also extremely worried. This raid was more sudden than the last time, and there was no time to prepare. Once the mobile phone is taken away, don't even think about getting it back this semester. Such a tragic situation is unbearable for high school students. Ma Shichen said calmly, it shouldn't be. Jiuo Kunan, how do you know? Ma Shichen glanced at several people and said, they didn't bring metal detectors. After the voice fell, Director Wang shouted in a full voice, all students, pay attention. If you carry knives, turn them in. Including the telescopic utility knives you use, you are not allowed to carry them privately. Hand them in now, otherwise I will find you with knives and punish you. Director Yan also gave a few warnings. After their threats, the students realized the seriousness of the situation and quickly handed in their knives, especially Huang Yazhu, who handed in 3 knives. This attracted Director Wang's attention, and he was given a special label. After collecting the knives, Director Wang went to the back row to randomly check the students. He checked several people in a row, but found no knives, so he led everyone away from class 8. The students breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they were not collecting mobile phones, otherwise it would have been a disaster today, and I don't know how many people would have suffered. Chen Xiaoyu turned around and asked in confusion, why put away the knives? Some knives are obviously for cutting paper. Bayuxia, they are afraid of accidents. If there is a conflict between classmates and they get emotional, they may use knives. Jiang Ning, using knives can easily cause big problems. There were many such incidents in the past. Bayuxia understood. That's good. The school is thinking about our safety. Chen Xiaoyu asked, Jiang Ning, when you were in school, did you encounter anyone using knives? Jiang Ning thought about it. I didn't see it at that time. I saw it a few years ago. He entered junior high school in 2011. Although the town middle school was relatively chaotic and there were many students fighting, they all used bench legs, bricks, and iron rods. It was still rare to use knives. Jiang Ning said, I don't know why the 4th middle school checked knives, but I also checked them in junior high school at that time, so I know the reason. Chen Xiaoyu was interested. Why? Bayuxia looked at it together, curious about the reason. Jiang Ning narrated, there was a student in our school before. He was a bad boy and liked to bully others. He sat in the front row. There was a boy at the back table who was often bullied by him. Later, one evening during self-study, the boy at the back table used a utility knife to play with his neck. Jiang Ning picked up the carving knife and demonstrated the action of cutting his throat. Bayuxia was secretly shocked by the skillful action. For some reason, she felt that the knife was very suitable for Jiang Ning's hand. At first, he was just playing with it. When the classmates around saw it, they all laughed. The student in the front row heard it. He turned his head suddenly, and his neck was cut. He briefly talked about the blood spraying and the death. After being sent to the hospital, the 3 girls who heard it changed their faces and felt a little scared. Chen Xiaoyu thought of that scene and felt her body softened and she had no strength. Jiang Ning naturally put away the carving knife. I guess the school confiscated the knives for this reason. Bei Yuxia turned around and Jiang Ning's performance just now emerged in her mind. She discovered a detail. When Jiang Ning was telling the story, whether he was gesturing with a knife or accidentally cutting his throat at the end, or the blood gushing out, Jiang Ning just narrated calmly from beginning to end, and his expression never changed. The reaction is too flat. It shouldn't be like this, right? Bei Yuxia was confused. If anyone else told this story, there would always be emotional changes. Jiang Ning gave her the feeling that he was used to such scenes, and it was difficult for him to fluctuate. Too skilled during the break between evening self-study classes. The weather was too hot, and Shan Kaikun went to the back row to relax. He gave up the habit of exercising during the break. Since the failure of his confession, his spirit has dissipated, and the motivation to work hard has been relaxed by half. He can only barely maintain his state of mind. Zhang Kai ran to the back row. Brother Nan, where did you buy your mint Oreo? Jiuo Kunan had a headache. Damn, he thought the Oreo with toothpaste in it tasted good. Go to the UK supermarket at the door. 13 yuan for a big bag. Shan Kaikun answered for him. Hearing the huge sum of 13 yuan, Zhang Kai was speechless. This was his daily living expenses. Brother Nan, are you going to buy it tonight? I'll bring you plum candies next time. Zhang Kai asked. Shan Kaikun was drunk. How could he have the nerve to do that? A plum candy was not worth a dime. Jiuo Kunan, I'll see next time. Zhang Kai started talking about sex and discussed business experience with several people. He spoke with an extremely experienced attitude. Several people in the back row listened to his nonsense. Zhang Kai recently chatted with a strong woman he met on questions every day to discuss business experience. As long as he can put those experiences to good use, there will be no problem in achieving Oreo freedom in the future. Zhang Kai said confidently, according to me, if I graduate in the future, I will definitely not work and will go straight into business. Wang Lang glanced at him and said, business is not good these days. Look at the small shops in front of the school, how many have closed down? Zhang Kai looked disdainful and said in a condescending tone, that's because they are incompetent and don't know how to adapt. What era is it now, and they are still using traditional methods to open a shop? Shan Kaikun said like a monkey, what do you think, Brother Kai? Zhang Kai, we can't learn from the small cities. Those are outdated and eliminated, just like smartphones now, which have eliminated keypad phones. To do business, we should learn from big cities. For example, we have thoroughly understood the things that are popular in big cities, and we have figured out how to operate them. We move them to small places and copy their successful methods. Do you understand what I'm saying? He talked eloquently, like a well-spoken project manager, with a tone of instruction. Wang Lang was particularly annoyed to see him like that, so he deliberately made up a reason. That's not right. My second uncle opened a milk tea shop in the village, and his parents didn't recognize him because of the loss. Shan Kaikun used his brain and made a nonsense. Last year, my cousin opened a haunted house in the village and scared 3 old men to death in a row. I had a feast for several days. Hu Jun followed up and said, my uncle opened an unmanned vending machine in the village, and the vending machine was gone the next day. Thursday, the 3rd class in the morning. Gao Hishui on the podium spoke eloquently and saliva flew. The students in the first row suffered a lot, but the students in the last row were very happy. Wu Zhaoqi put a bottle of iced cola on his desk, and many small water droplets condensed on the bottle, sliding down from time to time. There was a pile of strange smelling broad beans on his right hand. He held the comic book of Slam Dunk in his left hand, and he felt yearning after reading it, especially the sentence coach, I want to play basketball. The excited Wu Zhaoqi wanted to perform a big dribbling trick in class. Gao Hishui had noticed Wu Zhaoqi a long time ago. When he was teaching, his sinister eyes would shoot from time to time. The classmates in the class felt that something was wrong. The next moment, Gao Hishui dropped the chalk and walked towards the back row step by step. Wu Zhaoqi didn't notice it at all until a dark shadow blocked his sight. Geo Hishuari snatched the comic book away, but because of his violent movements, it was scattered by Wuzaoka's strange smelling broad beans. Geo Hishuari scolded loudly, "I've taken the book away. Come to me for it during the holidays." Wuzaoki waved his hands and said calmly, "No, I'll buy another one after school." Hearing this, Geo Hishuari was furious and shouted, "Go stand in the back." After punishing Wuzaoki, Geo Hishuari continued to teach. Geo Hishuari didn't look like a teacher, but like an experienced detective. He soon found the students who were making small movements again. "Duan Shigen, you answer this question," he asked. Duan Shigen was shocked. He was distracted just now and didn't listen to the class at all. How could he do it? He was about to say no, but according to his observation, students who answered questions incorrectly would be punished to stand in place for a whole class if they were unlucky, but if they were lucky, they might only have to stand for a few minutes. Duan Shigen was about to say no when he suddenly saw that his deskmate Pang Jiao was actually offering him help. Pang Jiao forced a shabby smile on her huge face, and her short, thick, hairy fingers wrote a C. Duan Shigen felt a sense of warmth in his astonishment. He originally thought that he had a fight with Pang Jiao, and the other party must have hated him. Who would have thought that she would come to his aid? She is a nice person. Duan Shigen couldn't help but be moved. Duan Shigen raised his head, looking confident, and said, "I choose C. Geo Hishuari, get out of here and stand at the back." Duan Shigen was stunned. Geo Hishuari's eyes widened, and he said angrily, "You choose C for a fill-in-the-blank question?" Duan Shigen and Wuzaoki successfully joined forces. Geo Hishuari stopped teaching. He stood on the podium and mocked, "Some students don't come to school to study, they come to play. Tell me, what do these people do in school? It's a waste of money." This was unpleasant to hear. Duan Shigen's face turned black, but he couldn't refute it, and could only let Geo Hishuari mock him. Wuzaoki was used to it. He just closed his eyes and went to sleep, ignoring the troubles of the world. Geo Hishuari mocked, "Come to school and don't study. Tell me what you want to do." At this time, Cuiu below shouted, "Some people don't like to study. No matter how good their grades are, they don't like to study." Geo Hishuari, "Are your grades good?" Cuiu, "Not good. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 378, Selling. It was Friday morning. During the break, the students were resting in the classroom, but when class was about to start, they were shocked by a piece of news from the class monitor Huang Zhangfei. Dragon Boat Festival is coming, so 2 classes this afternoon will be temporarily cancelled, Huang Zhangfei announced from the podium. Fuck, doesn't this mean that after class in the morning, we will go home directly? Jiuo Kunan was surprised. It was a holiday in advance, how cool. Huang Zhangfei quickly explained, No, our school will hold a dragon boat race in the afternoon. When everyone heard this, there was an uproar, and the whole classroom was filled with cheers and excitement. Of course, they had heard of dragon boat races on Dragon Boat Festival, but such things only existed in imagination or on TV. As for real dragon boat races, they had never seen them. Unexpectedly, the school actually held one today. At this moment, the students were moved by the conscience of number 4 middle school. They had scolded the school countless times and hated it for not fighting. Who would have thought that number 4 middle school would endure humiliation and rise up? Chen Xiao was pleasantly surprised. Class monitor, where are we going to race dragon boats? Jiang Ning, I guess it's the Hushu River. The river is wide and close to the school. It's a natural place for dragon boat racing. The classmates were discussing it all, full of interest in the dragon boat race. Zhu Yuantang stayed in her seat. She said, Jiang Ning, if we race dragon boats in the Hushu River, can we go home directly after the race? Immediately, she became worried, but in that case, Jiang Ning, your bicycle will still be left at school? Chen Xiao interrupted, you can take your bicycle with you. Good idea. In this way, it was seamless. Jiang Ning, how about listening to the monitor's words first? Huang Zhangfei seemed to be hesitant to speak, and his voice was completely drowned out by the noise of the classmates. After a while, everyone's minds became clearer, and they all looked at the monitor. Huang Zhangfei said in embarrassment, "The school has decided to hold the dragon boat race on the playground. CUIU, hahaha, the principal is quite considerate. He let us gather first." Huang Zhangfei, "No, I mean, the dragon boat race will be held on the playground." Meng Jiui jumped out and said, "Nonsense. In order to hold the dragon boat race, the school actually wants to fill the playground with water. This is a big project." Huang Zhangfei, "The dragon boat race held this time is also called land boating." After he explained it clearly, the classmates were disappointed. "Land boating? I'm still looking for swords on the boat. Wang Long Long, let's go. It's boring. Let's go." Duan Shigen was also bored. Huang Zhangfei was embarrassed and blamed him for not explaining it clearly from the beginning, which led to the classmates' expectations being too high. Land sailing is actually quite interesting. You will find out when you get to the playground this afternoon. And the principal said that in order to celebrate the Dragon Boat Festival, every student in the school was given a rice dumpling coupon. With this coupon, you can go to the cafeteria to get rice dumplings. There are candied dates, red beans, salted egg yolks, and meat dumplings. Hearing that rice dumplings were free, Zhu Yuantang shouted happily, Jiang Ning, I want the red bean ones. Chen Xiaoyu, I haven't tried the salted egg yolk ones yet." The other students were also quite satisfied. They didn't expect that number 4 middle school would be so courageous. You know, from the first to the third year of high school, including the repeater class, there are nearly 2,000 students in the school. Huang Zhangfei continued to reveal. In addition, the land boating event will hold competitions, with prizes ranging from third prize to special prize. The prizes are fine rice dumplings, pork ribs and egg yolk rice dumplings, fruit rice dumplings, 8 treasure rice dumplings, chestnut rice dumplings, and a champion water cup with rice dumplings printed on it. CUIU shouted, "Are there any more like this?" Jiang Yanan, "I want a cup." Shen Qinj suddenly said, 8 treasure rice dumplings, sounds good. After hearing this, Deng Qingfeng silently remembered it in his heart. In the afternoon, he will show his skills on the playground to let all the students in the school see what a land fairy is. Hearing about such prizes, the students' sense of gap disappeared, and they began to sharpen their knives, aiming for the championship. "Brother Quan, what do you think of the championship?" Jiuo Kanan asked. Shan Kaikwan didn't care. "I'm least afraid of competition." Thinking of his journey, studying, fitness, surpassing countless predecessors along the way, and becoming a dragon among men. Jiang Ning, have you ever eaten fruit dumplings? No. Do you want to eat them? Zhu Yuantang's watery eyes blinked and blinked, trying to hint. No, Jiang Ning said. Zhu Yuantang's little face was innocent. But I want to eat. Jiang Ning, then think about it. Afternoon. As soon as Jiang Ning's mountain bike entered the school, he felt a festive atmosphere. Although the sun was strong and the temperature was high, the students' faces showed a strong joy that could not be concealed no matter what. Jiang Ning was moved. The happiness of student days was so simple. He didn't have to go to class, but participated in an activity, and he was very happy. He arrived at school late, and the head teacher Shan Qingran was speaking at the podium. All the instructions were unimportant, until the last student in the class, Wu Zhaoqi, arrived with a ball. Shan Qingran waved his hand. Let's go. Zhu Yuantang immediately followed Jiang Ning. The weather outside was hot. Jiang Ning urged his magic power and arranged a cool formation around his body, so Zhu Yuantang got closer. The corridor was packed with students, forming a long line. Class 9, led by Gao Hishui, followed closely behind Class 8. Yan Xianpeng wore a pair of sunglasses and walked like a dragon and a tiger, looking like a big shot in society. Shenzhou stepped forward quickly. Xianpeng, you are the trump card of our class. This time it depends on you. Shiqianjin, please, Xianpeng, you must take first place this time. He sincerely hoped that Class 9 could take first place, so that Yan Xianpeng could win the Zhangzi Cup, and would not have to use his cup to drink water in the future. Yan Xianpeng clenched his fists. Champion, I must win. The campus was full of lineups composed of classes, and everyone's destination was the playground. A huge flow of people followed the entrance and merged into the playground. It was a time when the sun was the strongest, and the hot sun filled the playground and baked everything. Even the dense trees around seemed listless, but the students who stepped into the playground were excited, because there were many colorful dragon-shaped objects on the green grass, and when I looked closer, I found that they were inflatable dragons. "Is this a dragon boat?" Chen Xiaoyu said. "Bayuxia, it's quite unique." Zhu Yuantong, "It seems like I can ride on it." Chen Xiaoyu guessed. "Look at the back of the dragon, there are many black handles." Someone began to count the number of handles on the back of the dragon, a total of 10, which seemed to mean that the dragon could hold 10 people. From the first to the second year of high school, more than 20 classes formed square formations around the center of the playground. The third year of high school will not participate in this Dragon Boat Festival event because the college entrance examination is coming soon. Director Yan held the microphone and explained the rules of this competition. Each class, 10 people each time, rode a dragon. The students grabbed the handles on the dragon's spine with both hands, lifted the air-cushioned dragon, and then walked with their legs to drive the dragon forward. The race is 80 meters long and accommodates 3 dragons each time. After understanding the rules, cheers came from the lineup of class 7 of the first year of high school. The strong Zhao Jinliang laughed out loud. "Isn't this just a game of cooperation? Think of his class 7. Under his leadership, they are united." In the last sports meeting, in the 3-legged race, their class 7 was the undisputed first in the school. Zhao Jinliang's tanned face showed his wantonness. "Brothers, listen carefully, this time, follow me to win the championship." Bohan responded, "Are you going to class 8 this time?" Zhao Jinliang looked at the long-legged Tang Fu and the class, feeling indignant. He already knew that Tang Fu went to class 8 to pay back the money. For him, this was no less than betrayal. For Tang Fu, for the glory of class 7, this time, Zhao Jinliang looked serious and uttered 4 words, "Bloodbath class 8. At the same time, Meng Xian from class 5 said in an expectant tone, "It would be great if I could win the prize. I will definitely post the prize on questions space." The tall and thin flower protector next to him, Kao-kun, immediately said, "Xian, your question space is set. Class 1 and Class 2 are all mobilizing for the game." Huang Zhangfei came back from the draw with 3 labels in his hands. "One of our class is number 1, the other is number 12, and number 24. Each class has 3 chances to compete, and the competition is non-repetitive, and the champion is determined by the time of each game. Who wants the 3 labels? Let's make it clear that whoever takes the label will be responsible for recruiting the 10 members of the competition." Zhang Kai, the sports committee member, was the first to step out. "I'll do it." Although there was no cash reward for this competition, Zhang Kai contacted Shenzhou from class 9 in advance, and the other party said that, if he was willing to give the prize to him to sell, he could make money. That's why Zhang Kai was so active. Huang Zhangfei gave one to Jiang Ning, and he held the last label in his hand. "Is there one last one? Jiang Yanan, you are the class monitor, you should take the lead." Yuan, "Yes, yes, yes." After confirming it with Director Yan's speech, Dragon Boat Race to welcome the Dragon Boat Festival, the competition entered the preparation stage. Huang Zhangfei was team number 1. He took the lead in a long dragon, and was the head of the dragon. Jiang Yanan followed, then Dong Qingfeng, Duan Shigang, and soon, the long dragon was almost full. Yuan chose the tail of the dragon, because it could echo the head of the dragon. Before the game started, Class 1 shouted, "Set sail, cut through the waves, Class 1 Dragon Boat, who can compete with us?" And the second grade students shouted, "In this bright and clear world, we are the only ones who can rule. Class 6 will be undefeated for thousands of years." Huang Zhangfei in the middle was a little nervous, as they had not prepared any slogans. The physical education teacher kept time, and Director Yan acted as the referee. His deep and powerful voice echoed throughout the playground. "Are you ready?" 3 teams shouted, "Ready." Huang Zhangfei firmly grasped the dragon boat handle, and the students from class 8 behind him, just like his posture, the cute dragon took off into the air, and everyone looked solemn. All the students in the school watched, and Director Yan said, "Everyone, get ready." He waved a small flag in his hand. 3 long dragons started instantly and crawled on the green grass. Countless cheers rang out around. The crowd was excited, and laughter came one after another. Deng Jiai from class 1 excitedly ran to the finish line to greet her classmates. Wei Ziyuan saw it, as if he had taken medicine. At this moment, he felt like he was controlling the Dragon King of the East China Sea. He slapped the dragon head and strode forward. Linzada, fuck, slow down. The already unstable formation was instantly messed up. Du Chuan stumbled, lost his balance, and rolled off the long dragon. Linzada bumped into him, and also lost his balance. The students behind him fell down in a bunch like dominoes, and the long dragon of class 1 came to a halt. Deng Jiai stood there with her mouth wide open. The long dragon of class 8 passed leisurely, and Yuan, who was in the last place, laughed sweetly. The group of people in class 1 were so funny. I thought the top students performed well, but they were so funny. They were driving the dragon boat and laughing from ear to ear. Yuan subconsciously covered her mouth with her hand, but as soon as she stretched out her hand, she was pulled to the side by the long dragon boat. Yuan cried out "Ah!" and fell from the dragon boat. No, is this the end? Time slowed down, and Yuan's vision blurred. She looked at the monitor in front of her. He was struggling forward, and his back was still handsome. I don't want to leave him. Yuan, who was lying on the ground, used her remaining hand to hold the dragon boat tightly and fight against fate. She screamed in her heart, "Even if the sky and the earth are united, I dare not break up with you." Yuan directly transformed into a tractor trailer and was dragged to the finish line. The competition was in full swing. In the second round of Class 8, Zhang Kai led Shan Keiquan, Cuiyu and others to the stage. The results were pretty good, but compared with the real strong classes, they were still a lot worse. With good luck, maybe we can win the third prize. Zhao Jinliang from Class 7 said calmly. The class in the second year of high school is currently leading. Tangfu, are you confident that you can win the championship? Zhao Jinliang's tough face showed unparalleled confidence. It's easy. Because I haven't played yet. In the next game, he will be the leader and break the record in one fell swoop. Class 11. Class Monitor Zhu Yan observed the battle situation. She studied it for a long time and told her classmates, "We must have tacit understanding. As long as we cooperate well, the championship will definitely be ours." She encouraged them. "Do you remember when the first year of high school started? At that time, during the military training performance, our class 11 won the glory by cooperating." The black evil of the black and white evil said, "Class Monitor, don't worry, our class 11 has unlimited potential." Soon, it was the 24th game. The students of class 8 looked at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning's face did not change, and he walked towards the stadium calmly. "Brother Nan, what do you think?" Shan Keiquan asked. Jiuo Kunan pondered for a moment and said, "Our class may win." There was no other reason, because Jiang Ning had created too many miracles. Zhu Yuantong, "Jiang Ning, wait for me." After that, she ran towards Jiang Ning's back. Shan Keiquan, "What about now?" Jiuo Kunan's expression changed. "I'm not sure." Surprisingly, Chen Xiaohu ran up, and then Zheng Lu covered her chest and also went to participate in the competition. Jiuo Kunan was silent. It's not that he looked down on women. How could he win? Fortunately, the people behind were more normal. Yang Sheng, Wang Yanglian, Pang Jiao, Huang Yasu, Shan Zhao, Mao Zhe. The long dragon on the left is from class 7, and Zhao Jinliang is the leader. He looked at the Linup of class 8. He was happy at that time. What a crooked melon and rotten date. He was not bragging. In this game, he let the opponent run halfway first, and he could easily win. Unfortunately, their goal is to win the championship. Zhao Jinliang said, "Remember our plan." Bohan responded, "Don't worry, Boss Zhao." The long dragon on the right is from class 11. Luo Jun glanced at Pang Jiao, his legs shaking with fear. "Oh my god, Gute, my fighting power has been reduced by half." "Gute, brother, overcome. Luo Jun, I can't overcome myself." Director Yan began to give orders. Everyone. Jiang Ning was the head of the dragon. followed by Zheng Lu, and then Zhu Yuantang. Charge. Director Yan waved the flag. 3 long dragons rushed out in an instant, and Zhu Yuantang sat on the dragon's body, confused, helpless, and desperate. My legs can't touch the ground. Chapter 379. In the afternoon, the sun filled the playground, and the golden glow was everywhere. In the past, only a few students had physical education classes, but now the playground is bustling with people, cheering, and shouting. 3 inflatable dragons ran straight to the finish line. Zhao Jinliang from class 7 seemed to be driving a flying dragon. This was his 3rd race, and his performance was better each time. He grabbed the dragon with both hands, and used all his strength with his legs. His face was ferocious, and he roared, left. Then, he stepped out with his left leg. Right. He roared again. At the same time, a group of tough guys in class 7 responded immediately, shouting in unison, right. Then 10 boys stepped out with their right feet together. Left, right, left. The boys in class 7 shouted slogans, and moved their legs regularly. This is a game of cooperation. The students in class 7 played the cooperation to the extreme they could reach. The movements were uniform, and the cute inflatable dragon, driven by them, instantly increased its speed. In a flash, they left their class behind, a full 5 or 6 meters away, the best in the entire arena. Wang Lang was anxious. Oh no, brother Ma, our class 8 has been overtaken. Duan Shigang, no. Zhang Kai watched coldly and said sarcastically, I should have let me play earlier. Yuan next to him looked at him, feeling very uncomfortable, and retorted, haven't you played before? The class monitor should play. Zhang Kai sneered, disdaining to argue with a woman, which would only lower his style. Jiuo Kunan shook his head regretfully, it's over, class 7 cooperated too well, we can't win. Shan Kaikun, they are quite good at cooperative games. Nearby, Tang Fu from class 7 stood in front of the team, with her arms folded, standing proudly. Her height standing out from the crowd made her aura amazing, especially the confidence in her expression, which was unmatched. Cuiu was furious. He jumped out of the Linoop and shouted, class 7 relies on slogans. We just need to disrupt their slogans. Wang Lang asked humbly, what do you think, brother Cui? Cuiu learned how to use the opponent's force to his advantage, and asked, where is Yazhu? Yazhu is in the competition, said Wang Lang. Cuiu's voice was choked, and he was stunned. Ma Shicheng said, although Yazhu is not here, his backpack is still there. Cuiu saw that the long line of class 7 was about to run halfway. He moved quickly, took Huang Yazhu's school bag, and took out a loudspeaker from it. He had played with this loudspeaker before. Cuiu pressed the switch, and rushed forward in front of his classmates. Holding the loudspeaker high, Cuiu immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding classmates. Yan Xianpeng from class 9 was stunned when he saw the loudspeaker, and the reactions of other classmates were the same. Cuiu was full of energy. He shouted in front of everyone, follow me quickly, left foot, right foot, slow motion right foot, left foot, slow motion oh, did you see me? Cuiu smiled charmingly, and stretched out his right hand elegantly. Most of the playground noticed him, not to mention Zhao Jinliang and others who were in the stadium. Zhao Jinliang shouted angrily, right. Beihan and others from class 7 blurted out, left foot, slow motion. He subconsciously slowed down his left foot, and the inflatable dragon slowed down as well. The frequency of the cute dragon head swinging slowed down accordingly. Cuiu continued to copy the long voice and shouted, right foot, slow motion. Beihan, and others slowed down again. Zhao Jinliang was furious. Tang Fu, the sports committee member of class 7, walked over with a pair of long legs, with a fierce and coquettish look. Cuiu saw that the situation was not right, and he quickly slipped away with the trumpet. Gute, the dark-faced student from class 11, saw the chance to win and urged, Luo Jun, speed up. Just as Luo Jun was about to speed up, he glanced sideways, and saw Pang Jiao, the girl in the long dragon next door, winking at him. Luo Jun was so scared that his legs went limp and all his strength was gone. The long dragon of class 8 was moving forward steadily, but slowly. Chen Xiaoyu felt bad. No, the distance is still too far. Although CUIU's interference had worked, the advantage of class 7 next door was too great, and they could not catch up in a short time. Moreover, after CUIU ran away, the other party had already adjusted their rhythm. No, we have to cheer up. Chen Xiaoyu held the inflatable dragon, moved her slender legs, and took 2 steps forward. As long as the 10 of us work together, we will definitely win. Just as she finished cheering herself up, she saw Zhu Yuantang in front of her cross-legged and sitting on the dragon's back, looking very peaceful. Chen Xiaoyu couldn't hold it in. One less person, one more burden. Jiang Ning was behind Jiang Ning. She leaned forward as much as possible to get closer to him. Although the weather was hot, she was tired, and her hair was wet on her forehead. She was still very happy. Unfortunately, the design of the inflatable dragon was relatively standard, and the distance between each seat was insurmountable. Just when her mind was empty, she suddenly heard Jiang Ning's low voice. It's going to speed up. Jiang Lu couldn't help but clamp her legs together. Yeah. Zhu Yuantang also heard Jiang Ning's voice. She held the handle on the dragon's back tightly to keep her balance, as if she was sitting on a dragon car. Jiang Ning took a step forward, and the speed of the dragon increased by 1 point. The people behind him subconsciously held the handle. 1 point, 3 points, 5 points, 7 points, and a few seconds later, the speed of the inflatable dragon of class 8 doubled. The students watching saw this scene. Where's Yuan? Why is it so fast? Deng Jiai wondered. It was obviously very slow just now. The dragon was still accelerating, as fast as if it had a thruster installed. It seemed that it was not the same creature as the dragons of students in other classes. Wang Lang shouted, "It's done, it's done." Jiuo Kunan rushed to the front and shouted, take off for me, punch class 11 and kick class 7. His shout was loud, and Zhu Yan, who was not far away, glanced at him. Jiuo Kunan seemed to be blessed by the gods. He turned his head to face Zhu Yan. The dog he was happily barking at in the countryside was suddenly kicked by his owner and stopped abruptly. Damn, what was I doing just now? Zhu Yan is the monitor of class 11. Jiuo Kunan returned to the class 8 Linup in shame. Zhu Yuantang was riding a long dragon, so fast, she seemed to be flying. The movement of the whole audience attracted Zhao Jinliang. He turned around and saw that the long dragon of class 8 seemed to have opened a seal and was taking off towards this side. Zhao Jinliang was very anxious. He wanted to win the championship as soon as possible and could not help shouting angrily, right, left, a slow motion. Tang Fu at the finish line had a face full of questions. The long dragon of class 8 soon surpassed the long dragon of class 11 and continued to run forward. Class 7 did not hold on for long. In despair, Zhao Jinliang watched the long dragon that was far ahead of the others rush to the finish line. As everyone let go, the inflatable dragon fell to the ground. Zhu Yuantang regretted that she had not sat on it enough. Bai Yuxia handed wet wipes to several girls. Chen Xiaoyu wiped the fine beads of sweat from her forehead. She fanned herself with her hand and complained, "I'm so tired. I didn't expect it to be so tiring." After hearing this, Bai Yuxia deliberately asked, "Are you very tired, Tang Tang?" Zhu Yuantang's face flushed, and she said shyly, "Yeah, I'm so tired." At the end of the game, the long dragon headed by Jiang Ning from class 8 took the shortest time and won the championship. Class 7 protested strongly, and Zhao Jinliang ran to Director Yan and asked for a rematch. This was because they were interfered with by CUIU from class 8, otherwise, they would be the team with the shortest time. Director Yan was hesitant, and Du Chuan, a freshman in the college entrance examination, said, "Even in a normal competition, you can't be the opponent of class 8. Zhao Jinliang was furious on the spot. "What do you know?" So Du Chuan listed the speed formula on the spot, based on the game data, restored the game between class 8 and class 7, and used rigorous physics and mathematics to prove who was right and who was wrong. Zhao Jinliang, you know better than me. After looking at the formula, Gao Hishuai said, "You know better than me." So class 8 still won the special prize. Class 7 won the first prize. Jiang Ning's dragon boat team of 10 people won a beautifully carved rice dumpling water cup. CUIU deliberately borrowed a water cup and showed it off to everyone in class 7. If the head teacher of class 7 was not still there, CUIU probably would not have left class 7. Zhu Yuantang got 3 Zhangzi coupons, one of which was a regular coupon, which every student in the school had. The other 2 were premium coupons, which were special prizes. Each of their classmates got 1, and the winning dragon boat racers got 2, which could be exchanged for premium Zhangzi such as pork ribs, and egg yolk Zhangzi, fruit Zhangzi, etc. Jiang Ning, should we go back to the classroom, or go to the cafeteria to exchange Zhangzi? Zhu Yuantang let him decide. Chen Xiaoyu looked at the terrifying crowds gathering towards the cafeteria, and she was worried. There must be a lot of people exchanging Zhangzi now. The dragon boat race was over, and the first grade of high school was on holiday. Many students were thinking of taking Zhangzi home. Although the second grade of high school was not on holiday until after the evening self-study, many students also exchanged Zhangzi. Jiang Ning held the 2 coupons. There is a separate window for premium coupons. Let's go directly to exchange them and avoid queuing. Zhu Yuantang, how do you know? Jiang Ning, I can see the cafeteria. Huh, you lied to me. Zhu Yuantang didn't believe it, but still followed him honestly. Arriving at the canteen, the spacious hall was packed with people. The 3 windows formed a long queue, which was many times longer than the inflatable long queue just now. As for the other boutique window, there were fewer people, only a dozen or so people lined up. When Chen Xiaoyu changed the boutique Zhangzi, she smeared honey on her mouth and asked the aunt to help her change the ordinary coupon. After changing the Zhangzi, everyone went back to the class together. At this time, CUIU's voice resounded in the class. Is it awesome? Is it awesome? Jiuo Kunan, awesome. CUIU looked proud. Zhu Yuantang changed the fruit Zhangzi. This was a frozen Zhangzi. After peeling off the Zhangzi leaves, the Zhangzi was crystal clear and very unique. Chen Xiaoyu looked at the Zhangzi and was a little shocked. Why is this a transparent Zhangzi? Is it made of jelly? Bei Yuxia is knowledgeable. She said calmly, this is a Zhangzi steamed with sago. Their conversation attracted other classmates, and they were all amazed. Zhu Yuantang took a bite and found it soft, chewy, and sweet. How does it taste? Chen Xiaoyu asked. Delicious. Zhu Yuantang took another bite and drank some water. Pineapple filling, she said. After hearing this, Yu Wen and the others went to the cafeteria to exchange for fruit dumplings. When they arrived, the limited fruit dumplings had already been exchanged. 4 o'clock in the afternoon, outside the school. Hujun, aren't you going home today? Shan Kaikun, it's too troublesome. We have to go to the station to take a bus first, and then change buses in the middle. It's too late. Okay, let's take a walk. Jiuo Kunan suggested. Hujun said, I'm going to wash my hair. As he said that, he strode towards the barber shop run by the young woman. The remaining 2 continued to stroll. Suddenly, Jiuo Kunan touched him. Look. Across the street, Bei Yuxia from the class was waiting on the side of the road. She had a beautiful figure, delicate eyebrows and eyes, and outstanding temperament. Just standing on the side of the road, she was a beautiful scenery, attracting passers-by around to cast amazing eyes. Shan Kaikun had a complicated expression. That was the person he once loved, but now, they had no intersection. He hadn't spoken to Bei Yuxia for many days. When Jiuo Kunan saw his good brother's expression, he knew that he hadn't let it go. He patted his good brother on the shoulder and comforted him. Brother Quan, let's go. I'll treat you to some fried food. Ask the boss to make 2 large chicken strips, coat them with chili peppers, and sprinkle some cumin powder. Shan Kaikun didn't move. He was still stunned in the same place, looking at the silhouette of Bei Yuxia. At this moment, there were only him and Bei Yuxia in the world. The more Shan Kaikun looked, the more monologues he had in his heart. Why is she staying on my way home? Is she waiting for me? Immediately, he shook his head and denied, impossible. Shan Kaikun sighed in his heart and said, Brother Nan, I should return to my life in the future. Jiuo Kunan, that's right, Kaikun, you finally figured it out. Shan Kaikun walked forward. He was on this side of the road and Bei Yuxia was on the other side of the road. A road, like a river in the sky, separated him and Bei Yuxia. Although it was the Dragon Boat Festival, he was thinking of the Chinese Valentine's Day. The cowherd and the weaver girl were also separated by a river in the sky. Shan Kaikwan did not stop and kept moving forward until he was parallel to Bayuksha, and he still did not stop. The more he walked, the more relieved he felt, and his mood suddenly became lighter, and even the sun in the sky was no longer dazzling. Let go of all the past today. At this moment, a car drove over from a distance. The large air intake grille with the logo made Shan Kaikwan recognize the brand of the car, BMW. The BMW car stuck to the side of the road and drove straight towards Bayuksha, as if it wanted to hit her. Shan Kaikwan suddenly remembered the news he had read before, that the owner of the BMW was drunk driving, ramming into the car recklessly, and causing pedestrians to be injured. His heart tightened, his eyes became dazed, and his brain cells were running fast. In his fantasy, the BMW car suddenly accelerated, and Bayuksha on the side of the road didn't notice it at all. Seeing that he was about to be hit by the fierce BMW, at the critical moment, he rushed out resolutely, and his speed instantly exceeded the human limit. He leaped forward and pushed Bayuksha away, but he was hit by the BMW and flew more than 10 meters away, flipping 720 degrees to the ground. He heard Bayuksha's distressed cry. Shan Kaikwan was lying on the ground, dying. Bayuksha held his head and cried, "Don't die, don't die." Shan Kaikwan laughed miserably, for you thousands of times. After leaving this sentence, Shan Kaikwan's life withered. For the next 100 years, Bayuksha never married. Brother Kwan, what are you laughing at? Jiao Kanan shook him. Shan Kaikwan's smile froze, and his vision gradually became clear. Looking at Bayuksha again, he saw that the white BMW was parked on the side of the road, and the driver was a middle-aged man with an elegant appearance. Bayuksha shouted, "Dad, recommend a book. Don't confiscate my human citizenship. This author lives in a mental hospital, and this is a novel in which the protagonist is not a human being." Chapter 380 I Have Knowledge. 2014. It was late at night. The deep blue sky was dotted with stars. The bright moon was hanging high in the sky. The bright silver light covered everything with a mysterious veil. The river dam far away from the city was extremely quiet. There was no one on the country road. It was as if the whole world had fallen asleep. The bedroom door was closed. Only pieces of moonlight shone through the window, falling on the desk, on Zhu Yuantang's hands and face. Jiang Ning didn't read on the sofa today. He rarely moved a high stool, and sat next to Zhu Yuantang to play computer with her. Every weekend, Zhu Yuantang always stayed up late. She would never go to bed before 12 o'clock. The fan in the bedroom was turned on, but only at the lowest gear. A slight breeze blew and curled Zhu Yuantang's hair. The room was not hot at all, but had the coolness of spring. Jiang Ning usually arranged a formation in the room. This formation was much better than air conditioning. Being in it, it felt like being in nature. There were flower pots in front of the window. Jiang Ning would inject some wood spirits into them every morning to make them full of vitality. Zhu Yuantang had seen that the flowers were growing well before, and she often showed off in front of Jiang Ning, claiming that it was all thanks to her good care. Zhu Yuantang quit the LOL game. If Jiang Ning hadn't come to her, she would definitely continue playing. Now that Jiang Ning was here, she wanted to play something else with Jiang Ning. "Jiang Ning, let's play a two-player game." "What two-player game?" he asked in confusion. Zhu Yuantang sat cross-legged in the chair, grinning. "It's that kind of game." As she spoke, she entered the $43.99 website in the search box of the browser. After entering the game website, Zhu Yuantang clicked on the two-player game label and searched for a suitable game. She was not in a hurry. While looking for a game, she even had the leisure to pick up a piece of watermelon with a bamboo stick. It wasn't as delicious as Jiang Ning's watermelon, but it was also sweet and juicy. Zhu Yuantang was not picky about food. After eating a bite of watermelon, she used 2 bamboo sticks to form chopsticks to pick up a potato chip. Anyone could see how happy she was. This is the game. 2 people can play together. Zhu Yuantang pressed the left mouse button to enter the game loading page. Hearing this, Jiang Ning looked over. The name of the game on the screen was Double Blade Warrior. He was stunned. He had played this game before. It was a horizontal scrolling game with a screen similar to Dungeon and Warrior, but it was a very cartoony and mini game. However, He had played all single player modes before. There was no other way. The highest configuration of the game was not a high-end 8090 graphics card, but a partner. He moved the high stool and moved closer to Zhu Yuantang. The two squeezed in front of the table and were almost sticking together. Zhu Yuantang turned his head and looked closely, his dark eyes reflecting his shadow. "Pull me over there." Zhu Yuantang took the initiative to say. "For the sake of dignity," she explained, "it's better to play games if we are close." Jiang Ning saw through her plan, but still did it. This time, they were really close together, and she could feel the warmth of Jiang Ning's arm. There was more warmth in Zhu Yuantang's eyes, and joy lingered in her heart, and bloomed brightly on her sweet face, as if to dispel all the haze. "You are a red-haired soldier, and I'm a black-haired soldier. Remember?" Zhu Yuantang pointed at the two soldiers on the screen and reminded him. After confirming, she tapped the keyboard. "Let's go to the battlefield." She occupied the left half of the keyboard, and Jiang Ning occupied the right half. The two hacked and killed all the way, and Jiang Ning threw away the knife in his hand, picked up a chicken, and used it as a weapon, waving it with a click. Zhu Yuantang found it interesting, so he controlled the black-haired soldier, ran behind Jiang Ning's red-haired soldier, and chopped him with a knife. The red-haired soldier fell down, and Zhu Yuantang said hypocritically, "Oh, Jiang Ning, I hit you by mistake just now." As she spoke, she picked up the chicken, and couldn't hide her smile. In the game Double Blade Warrior, in the two-player mode, you can hurt each other, so she can do this. Jiang Ning didn't know what to say. Later, when she was breaking through the level, Zhu Yuantang caught a big tiger and used it as a vehicle. She was so happy that she rushed around and killed it. Jiang Ning's red-haired soldier raised a big stone and hit the tiger. Zhu Yuantang's black-haired soldier fell down immediately. "Oh, I didn't pay attention." Jiang Ning apologized, but his hands kept moving, riding on the big tiger and moving around. Zhu Yuantang was angry. "You obviously did it on purpose." Jiang Ning, "Nonsense, I just hit the wrong one." In the following games, Zhu Yuantang often disturbed Jiang Ning and plotted to get his good weapon. Jiang Ning had excellent reaction speed and rarely made mistakes in operation. Whether it was positioning or attacking, he was very skilled. Later, his character's health was not taken away by the monsters and the boss, but by Zhu Yuantang. Even so, they beat the final boss together with laughter and joy, killed the Cyclops like cutting melons and vegetables, and met the princess. Zhu Yuantang and Jiang Ning ignored the princess. "Jiang Ning, I have tolerated you for a long time. Let's duel." The black-haired soldier held the long sword. "Come on." The two game characters started fighting each other, and in the end, Jiang Ning defeated Zhu Yuantang with a slight advantage. "I can still play." Zhu Yuantang was unwilling to give up. She was just a little bit away from winning Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning ate a melon, no more. Zhu Yuantang was so angry that he wanted to bite him like a melon. He cheated after winning, which was too abominable. "If you play again, you have to play again. Let's play again tomorrow," Jiang Ning said seriously. "I'll spare you tonight." Zhu Yuantang was generous and didn't argue with him. After the game time was over, it was 11:30 and Zhu Yuantang could still stay awake. She ate potato chips and clicked on the video website to log into Jiang Ning's account. Jiang Ning's account had a membership, but he rarely used it. Zhu Yuantang felt that it was a loss to spend money on a membership and not use it, so she watched the videos desperately to try to make back the money. Unfortunately, there were too many, and she couldn't finish watching them. The TV series was playing, and a melodious song came from the desktop speakers. Zhu Yuantang crossed her legs and held the potato chips in her arms. She bit the potato chips. "Jiang Ning, I shared this song with you yesterday. Did you listen to it? Is the prelude super delicious?" Jiang Ning was sure that he heard it right, and he replied, "It's not delicious." "What? It's not delicious?" Zhu Yuantang couldn't imagine it. She thought that her music taste was at the same level as Jiang Ning. "This is a song. Of course it's not delicious." Jiang Ning looked at her like a fool. Zhu Yuantang was half angry and suddenly realized that it was her fault. She was so embarrassed that she didn't know how to reprimand Jiang Ning. "I have to think of a reason first, and then I can openly make trouble for him." Zhu Yuantang muttered to herself while calculating what Jiang Ning had done wrong recently. At this time, there was a knock on the door, and Aunt Gu pushed it open. She looked at her daughter and said helplessly, "I don't even go home after school." Zhu Yuantang, "Mom, have you forgotten? Isn't this our home?" Aunt Gu thought about it carefully, and it was true. Zhu Yuantang smiled proudly. Aunt Gu's attack was easily resolved by her daughter, and the mother's authority was reduced by 1. So she asked, "Tang Tang, did you brush your teeth?" Zhu Yuantang continued to smile. "Of course I did." She knew that her mother would make trouble for her, so she brushed her teeth specially before coming to play with Jiang Ning. "Then do you know that you can't eat after brushing your teeth at night? Otherwise it's like brushing your teeth in vain." Aunt Gu taught her daughter. Jiang Ning took a bite of melon, looking like he was watching a good show. If it was before, Zhu Yuantang would have definitely shown weakness and been bullied by Jiang Ning. Now she is intimidated by her mother. How can she remain in this family? Especially since Jiang Ning dares to watch the show. It's time for him to see how powerful I am. Aunt Gu, go brush your teeth quickly, and remember not to eat next time. Zhu Yuantang suddenly said. There was a big tiger with 5 sheep in front of it. "Do you know why it ate the second sheep, Mom?" Aunt Gu didn't have time to answer. Zhu Yuantang stood up from the chair and said domineeringly, "Because it can eat whatever it wants." 5 minutes later, Jiang Ning closed the webpage that Zhu Yuantang had not closed in time and turned off the computer. The gorgeous lights in the computer case went out. Zhu Yuantang was only arrogant for a few seconds, and Aunt Gu twisted her ears and took her home. Now she went to brush her teeth obediently. After she brushed her teeth and took a shower, it was almost 12 o'clock. She wanted to play more, but it was time to go to bed. If she stayed up too late, it would affect her development and she would not grow taller. She also wanted to be taller than Jiang Ning. Zhu Yuantang lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling stupidly. After a while, she turned over and faced Jiang Ning's bedroom. She sent a message to Jiang Ning, "Are you asleep?" Jiang Ning was cultivating his spiritual consciousness and did not reply. She wanted to call Jiang Ning on questions, but finally decided to forget it. He should probably go to bed. So she sent a message, "Humph, I'm the one who won in the end." She lost her phone and thought about what her mother had just said to her, that Chachu's family was going to buy the neighbor's house. Zhu Yuantang said at the time, "Mom, if Chachu's family wants to come, they can live in our house." Then she saw a stupid expression on her mother's face. Yes, if the house next door is given to Chachu's family, what will happen to Jiang Ning? Thinking of the life with Jiang Ning in the past year, Zhu Yuantang had all good memories, and she didn't want Jiang Ning to leave. But Chachu is equally important. Zhu Yuantang's mind was full of random thoughts. She was imagining a possibility. If something happened, and the house next door to her family was gone, she would definitely not let Jiang Ning leave. At that time, let Jiang Ning live in her small house. Thinking of that possibility, Zhu Yuantang shyly hugged the soft pillow and rolled around on the bed. She thought of many things again. Jiang Ning is so big. If he comes, I will definitely feel uncomfortable. After all, her bed is not big. If she is squeezed out of the bed, she will have to climb up again. Zhu Yuantang's head was filled with all kinds of strange ideas until late at night, when she closed her eyes and fell asleep. Next door. At this time, a faint smell of smoke lingered in Jiang Ning's room. After learning that Zhu Yuantang was asleep, he sent out a spiritual power to provide operating power for the temperature array in her room. Saturday morning, 7:30. Jiang Ning pushed open the door and was greeted by the freshness of nature. The neighbor's dog chased another dog and ran around happily on the flat ground. The branches and leaves of the official poplar tree were dense, and a few sparrows flapped their wings and flew around, presenting a leisurely rural scene. He swept his spiritual sense and saw Aunt Gu busy cooking in the kitchen. During the 3-day Dragon Boat Festival holiday, Aunt Gu did not go to work in the company and planned to have a good rest for a few days. Entering the courtyard, Zhu Yuantang held a pink plastic cup and brushed her teeth honestly. Judging from her appearance, she probably had forgotten what happened last night. Zhu Yuantang only remembered her glorious moments and rarely remembered the frustration and depression. During breakfast, Aunt Gu said, "Chachu's family will come here for lunch. I'll go to the city to buy some vegetables." What do you two want to eat? Zhu Yuantang drank the pumpkin soup in the bowl and responded, I want to eat seafood. Seafood is not cheap. In the past, Zhu Yuantang's family could only eat it once during the New Year and other festivals. Now that her mother has a good job, she has the confidence to say so. There is another reason. She wants to compensate Jiang Ning and make him something delicious to eat. She can't always take advantage of him. Aunt Gu's face is gentle. Okay, I'll buy some. Her spirit is completely different from last year. When Jiang Ning first met Aunt Gu, he just felt that she was not very healthy. He could see the deep fatigue that was caused by doing low-paid physical work for a long time and bearing the heavy pressure of life. Now she has changed to a new job, which is decent, with high salary, many holidays, no intrigue, and a happy mood every day. When she was hospitalized for a fracture before, Jiang Ning also sent Lingsu liquid, and she recovered naturally. Jiang Ning heard the conversation between the mother and daughter, and considered his tone. Maybe we don't need to buy seafood. Zhu Yuantang was puzzled. Why, Jiang Ning? Do you still remember the relatives who went fishing with you last time? He asked. Of course I remember. The tomato fish fillet that day was super delicious. Zhu Yuantang was full of aftertaste. In order to prevent Jiang Ning from seeing her swallowing saliva, she hurriedly drank a mouthful of pumpkin soup to cover it up. Jiang Ning said, well, my cousin and Kinch thought your cooking was particularly delicious after eating. When they got home, they praised you very much with my uncle and aunt. Zhu Yuantang was originally very arrogant, but after hearing this, she felt a little embarrassed. She lowered her eyebrows and eyes and couldn't speak. Aunt Gu looked at her daughter, who was very useless. My uncle's family runs a restaurant. He got some small blue dragons and asked me to get them today, just in time for lunch. Jiang Ning explained the reason. Little blue dragon, this is lobster. Aunt Gu, as the back kitchen of Changqing Liquid, knows all kinds of ingredients like the back of her hand. Aunt Gu advised, you don't have to bring it back at noon. Just eat it at your uncle's house. Xiaoqing Long is not cheap. It can even be called expensive. She was afraid that her family would take advantage of it, and it would be bad to the other uncle. Jiang Ning praised, Aunt's cooking is still delicious. Besides, my uncle bought a lot. He didn't think it was a big deal. He sent watermelons to his uncle's house twice. His uncle, who was in the catering industry, had a little vision and could see how unusual the watermelon was. It must be worth a lot. Besides, relatives, don't they just give and take? When Zhu Yuantang heard that Jiang Ning had confirmed the Xiaoqing Lang for lunch, she secretly took out her mobile phone and searched what kind of Xiaoqing Lang it was, in case she didn't recognize it when she saw it at noon, and was laughed at by him for being ignorant. She secretly prepared it in advance and explained it to Chachu, which shocked Chachu. Chapter 381 Early Delivery. At 9:30 in the morning, Jiang Ning was alone at home. Zhu Yuantang didn't want to go to the city at first and wanted to play with Jiang Ning at home. Then Aunt Gu claimed to go to the supermarket. When she thought of the big supermarket full of snacks, Zhu Yuantang couldn't resist the temptation. She abandoned Jiang Ning and set off in her mother's electric car. Jiang Ning read a book for a while and left the bedroom. The weather was still hot. He walked to the main room and put the mountain bike into the storage ring. He ejected the spirit boat, opened the hidden magic circle, and flew towards Yuki Mountain. In the northwest corner of Lingshan, the sunlight penetrated the fog and formed a faint rainbow light. The small vegetable garden was full of various vegetables and fruits, peach trees, melon fields, tomatoes, pumpkins, eggplants, beans, peppers, some standing on the branches, and some lying on the ground. Various colors were intertwined, but in order. Jiang Ning stood by the opened canal, flicked his fingers, and 3 round tomatoes fell. He hooked his hand lightly again, and the tomatoes flew over. The 3 tomatoes were ripe, like the sun at noon, with a bright red color and an attractive fragrance. You can tell at a glance that they are of excellent quality. These are tomatoes grown in the spiritual field. They are the best in appearance, taste, and nutrition. They are the best in this world and surpass the top supplements. Jiang Ning took out a black plastic bag and put it directly into the bag. He took it on the spiritual boat. He drove the spiritual boat and flew to the city. Along the way, Jiang Ning looked down from a high place and overlooked the entire city. Because of the holiday, there were many more people in the city than usual. On the bridge across the river, a long dragon of cars squeezed together, and the sound of car horns continued to be heard. In the traffic, a Mercedes-Benz S-Series stretch sedan. In the spacious backseat of the car, Qianheng put down the tablet and looked impatient. What's going on? The driver in front said carefully, there's a traffic jam. Qianheng was even more unhappy. This broken city is always jammed during holidays. He reached out to take a bottle of iced Coke from the refrigerator, unscrewed the lid, and took a sip, and finally felt much better. Thinking of going to Nanxi for a big meal at noon, his mood improved a little. Jiang Ning's spiritual sense captured everything below. He tapped his toes lightly. The spirit boat accelerated again, and flew over the bridge in an instant. In less than a minute, Jiang Ning flew to the neighborhood where his uncle lived. He found a remote alley to land, and then rode his bicycle to his uncle's house. He planned to give the tomatoes he brought to his uncle's house. In fact, he had thought of giving some elixirs before, but later gave up. It was just right to use these fruits to make up for it. His uncle's family treated him well. The mountain bike he was riding now was given to him by his cousin Jiang Junlong, who provided him with a lot of help. After entering the community, Shen Qinj was waiting for him downstairs. Jiang Ning's spiritual sense scanned her. In the last few times he came to his uncle's house, she was the one who greeted him with the elevator card. Shen Qinj wore a pair of white sandals and a white skirt, which was fresh and pleasant, with a summer atmosphere. Compared with last year, Shen Qinj's skin has become much whiter, probably because her nutrition has kept up. Let's go, Jiang Ning said. In Shen Qinj's eyes, Jiang Ning didn't even look at her. She felt ignored. She had spent a long time online choosing these clothes, before choosing to order them. Unexpectedly, there was no words along the way. Upstairs, her aunt came to the door as before, and then came the loud voice of her uncle Jiang Qishan. Ning Ning is here. The situation in the room merged into Jiang Ning's eyes. There was a strange middle-aged man and a girl with the temperament of a little princess. Isn't uncle doing business today? He asked. Today is a holiday, and the customer flow is good. If he didn't open, he would probably lose thousands of dollars a day. Jiang Qishan said, your cousin is busy in the store, I'll take a day off. He did this for his own considerations. His eldest son was not good at studying. He dropped out of school after high school, and got married early. If he went out to find a job, he would probably only do hard labor. He simply taught him how to do business, how to behave, and then told him how to open a restaurant. He made connections by himself. When the time came, he would help him choose a location, and give him money to open a restaurant. After Jiang Ning greeted him, he took the black plastic bag in his hand and said, I brought a few tomatoes, uncle, please try them. Jiang Qishan's expectations were instantly dashed after hearing this. He had seen his nephew carrying a bag before, and subconsciously thought it was a big watermelon, but the size of the bag was not right. Now that he heard that it was not a big watermelon, Jiang Qishan was not worried. He smiled and said, since you are here, what else are you bringing? Don't bring it next time. Jiang Junlong, who was sitting by the sofa, heard about tomatoes and rushed over. He took the bag first, took a look at it, and was almost ecstatic. Brother Ning, are these the tomatoes I ate at your house last time? He missed the taste of tomato fish fillet so much that he couldn't sleep in the middle of the night because of his greed. He even asked his mother to cook for him, but the taste was 100 times worse. Jiang Ning listened and said, well, it's the tomatoes that we used to cook fish last time. Shen Qinj's eyes lit up, and she showed anticipation. She couldn't resist the taste of delicious food. It was just because she had a conflict with Jiang Ning and was still in a cold war, so she naturally wouldn't show it. However, she was also eager in her heart. When Jiang Junlan heard it, he said directly, fuck, that's so good. The aunt looked at him sinisterly, and Jiang Junlan smiled awkwardly. He would be criticized for swearing at home. The uncle didn't think it was a big deal at first, but when he picked up the tomato, he immediately smelled the fragrance, and his expression became serious. This tomato is not ordinary. The middle-aged man Uncle Yao came over. Is there anything different? Yao didn't think so. It's not much different from the one sold in the supermarket. The uncle runs a restaurant. For a long time, he personally purchased and controlled the ingredients of the restaurant. Naturally, his vision is impeccable. Now on the market, many tomatoes are ripened artificially, and they don't have the flavor of tomatoes. Take a look at this. As he said this, the uncle rubbed the tomatoes with his hands and opened his mouth to taste them. Jiang Long's expression changed. Dad, shut up. Jiang Ning stayed at his uncle's house for half an hour. Before leaving, the uncle repeatedly asked Jiang Ning to stay and finally gave Jiang Ning a bucket with 4 small green dragons in it. When Jiang Ning returned to the house in Heba, Zhu Yuantang was already waiting at home. In addition, there was a black electric car parked at the door. It was the electric car of Zhu Chachu's family. He saw Zhu Chachu's back. She had long hair draped over her shoulders, a white t-shirt and slim jeans, a slender waist, and soft curves on her legs. Jiang Ning, you are finally back. Zhu Yuantang trotted to greet him. I bought a lot of snacks, enough for us to eat for a week. Come and see. As she said this, she pulled Jiang Ning and let him look at the pile of snacks. Then she noticed the bucket in Jiang Ning's hand. Jiang Ning, why are you carrying the bucket? I got the little green dragon from my uncle. Jiang Ning replied. As he spoke, he carried the bucket and walked to the shade of the yard and poured the little green dragons in the bucket into the big basin. Suddenly, 4 blue-brown little green dragons appeared. The little green dragons were very big. One weighed half a pound, strong and burly, with dark armor and 2 long whiskers on the top of the head. They looked majestic and domineering. Zhu Yuantang was shocked, even though she searched for knowledge on the internet yesterday in order not to show her fear. However, when she saw it with her own eyes, the little green dragon was really big. The lobster's body was almost as thick as her wrist. Zhu Chachu also came over to take a look. This kind of big lobster was really eye-catching. Zhu Yuantang squatted and watched for a while, then suddenly asked, Chachu, can you beat them? Zhu Chachu was puzzled at first, then studied it carefully, and then she said softly, they don't have pincers. Zhu Yuantang then noticed that the little blue dragon actually didn't have pincers. She was a little happy at first, which meant that the opponent's martial arts value was not strong. Then, she regretted it and said angrily, why doesn't it have pincers? Without pincers, it loses a lot of meat. She stretched out her finger and knocked the little blue dragon with hatred. Jiang Ning, 6. Zhu Chachu looked at Tang Tong and didn't know what to say. Aunt Gu came over and saw it and was surprised. So many. These blue dragons are definitely not cheap. Aunt Gu estimated that they are worth at least more than 300 yuan, which is quite expensive. Jiang Ning said, let's cook them all for lunch. There were 5 people, including Zhu Chachu and her mother, so there was no need to worry about not being able to finish the food. Aunt Gu knew that Jiang Ning was always opinionated, so she didn't refuse. Okay, auntie will cook today. How do you want to eat it? Steamed, garlic, or sashimi? Jiang Ning looked at Zhu Yuantang and let her decide. Zhu Yuantang thought about it and said, Mom, 2 garlic and 2 dry fried. So the way the crayfish died was decided. The lunch table was placed in the main room. Chachu's mother Hua Fengmei felt the breeze and looked at the beautiful fields. This place is better than our home. Aunt Gu ate the vegetarian dishes and said with a smile, after we finish the meal, let's go to Aunt Pan's next door. Hua Fengmei nodded. In the past, I actually thought that when Chachu was admitted to university, I would go to the city where she went to university to take care of her, but now it's different. She now works at Yacheng Changqingai, and the treatment is ridiculous. Not to mention a middle-aged woman like her who doesn't have much education. Even students from key universities find it difficult to get in. Hua Fengmei's current salary, after deducting 5 insurances and 1 housing fund every month, is as much as 5,500. But this salary level is still at the bottom of Changqingai, and there is a lot of room for improvement in the future. Aunt Gu said, you definitely can't leave. If you leave, you won't have a chance to come back. Hua Fengmei, so I want to settle down here. When Chachu graduates from university, if I can find a way, I'll let her enter Changqing Liquid. At this time, she looked at her daughter, Chachu. Changqing Liquid is amazing. It's our own brand. We make money from foreigners in US dollars. She looked proud. Our company has acquired a piece of land, several hundred acres, and we will build a park when the time comes. It's amazing. Changqing Liquid Company's cultural publicity is very good. It has its own brand and makes money from foreigners. In addition, foreigners are rushing to buy it. The superposition of several elements has caused a word-of-mouth effect that is really far-reaching. Zhu Chuchu silently ate the small blue dragon meat in the bowl, keeping her mother's words in mind and thinking at the same time, the shrimp meat is really delicious. Hua Fengmei calculated in her mind that it was time to put the matter of buying a house on the agenda. First, the city's rental house is about to expire, and second, the rental house doesn't even have an air conditioner. The top floor of the 7th floor has no air conditioning. It is like a steamer in the summer. Chuchu is very hot, but she doesn't say it usually. She has the conditions and doesn't want her daughter to suffer. Let's take a look together later. It's better to decide early. Do you have enough money? Aunt Gu asked with concern. I'll get you some. She said it directly at the dinner table. The two have a good relationship and there is no need to hide such things. Hua Fengmei, no, I have enough money. In fact, the money is not enough, but the better the relationship, the less she wants to borrow money from Sister Gu. Now she has a good job that everyone envies. It is not difficult to borrow money from relatives to buy a house, because her family can afford it. While the two adults were talking, Zhu Yuantang was eating Xiaokinglang. After eating a lot, she stopped to rest. Jiang Ning drank a sip of orange juice and browsed his phone leisurely. In the questions group, Yuan was complaining to her classmates. I give up. I bought clothes online, but they didn't arrive until today. I had to go to school to pick them up. Jiuo Kunan, isn't that the case with online shopping? Just buy something and wait 3 days. Then a bunch of classmates complained, saying that you must not send a certain courier. It's so slow. Yuan said again, I'm confused. Since the courier takes 3 days to arrive, why not send all the couriers 3 days in advance? If you do this, if I place an order today, won't it arrive today? Zhang Kai jumped out and retorted, couriers can't be sent 3 days in advance. Yuan, why can't it be sent 3 days in advance? Zhang Kai explained, because some couriers can arrive in 2 days. If it's 3 days in advance, this courier will arrive yesterday. Wouldn't I not be able to get it today? Yuan thought carefully, it seems to be right. The two of them actually started discussing in the class group how to send couriers, and finally they even quarreled. No one was convinced by the other. Classmates watched him chatting. Duan Shigen couldn't stand it anymore. In order to show that he was educated and had leadership, he proposed, it is recommended that the industry formulate norms and stipulate that express delivery must arrive in 3 days and then send it 3 days in advance, right? Yuan, with so many express delivery companies, how to make rules, who to listen to? Duan Shigen said domineeringly, one day, someone who makes rules will appear. Yang Sheng, who had just finished her meal, finally couldn't stand her classmate's IQ. She said, it's still sent 3 days in advance, and you didn't place an order 3 days in advance. I ask you, can express delivery companies predict the future? A word awakened the dreamer. The class group fell into silence. Several people finally realized something. Their IQ was exposed, and the atmosphere in the group gradually became weird. In order to break the awkwardness, the class monitor Huang Zhangfei sent a photo of lunch. What did everyone eat on the first day of the holiday? Jiuo Kunan followed and sent a photo. There were fish, meat and crabs on the table, which was extremely rich. Wang Long Long, brother Nan's food is good. Jiuo Kunan, haha, my sister is back, let's eat well. The next second, Hu Jun showed up. Brother Nan, can I go to your house for a meal? Sure, come on. Jiuo Kunan said generously. Hu Jun replied immediately, I'll go there on my motorcycle tonight. Chapter 382. It turns out she's not wearing anything. 8 group. After Jiuo Kunan posted the pictures, other students shared their lunches. Lukaki posted a picture of her lunch. The background of the picture is a restaurant, which looks very crowded and has a wide variety of dishes. Buffet, 88 per person. Shancake one side, it's so expensive. The last time I had a barbecue buffet, it was only 39 per person. After receiving the amazement of her classmates, Lukaki was overjoyed. This is one of the best buffets in the city, with a lot of seafood. Then she posted 2 pictures of crabs, which slightly satisfied her vanity. This was the crab she invited her to eat after she and her boyfriend reconciled. Lukaki not only posted seafood, but also exquisite small cakes and drinks. At this time, Shen Qinj was having lunch. After Jiang Ning left, he left 3 tomatoes. After his uncle confirmed the quality of the tomatoes, he cooked them himself and made them into the base of the tomato pot. His aunt cooked a few more dishes. When the tomato pot base was served, the fragrant aroma came to his face and filled the room. Just smelling it made people salivate. The uncle placed the tomato pot base on the induction cooker and praised with a smile. Ning Ning is not bad with tomatoes, and you don't need to put sauce in the tomato pot. Shen Qinj helped to serve the side dishes, took the bowls and chopsticks, and then sat down to eat. He didn't stop eating for 10 minutes. She realized that it was not good and stopped with perseverance. Uncle Yao gave a thumbs up. Brother Jiang, your cooking skills are amazing. This tomato pot is definitely the best in Yazhou. As he said, he scooped up another piece of beef and swallowed it without caring about the heat. He enjoyed the hot pot very much. If you use this pot in the restaurant, I'm not bragging, you will be too busy in the future. Jiang Qishan took a sip of wine. The good taste of the tomato pot is not only because of my cooking skills, but also because of the tomatoes. He naturally knew better than others. Uncle Yao said nonchalantly, why don't you ask your nephew to get more tomatoes? Jiang Qishan said carelessly, I'm afraid he won't be happy. He guessed that his nephew must have known someone to get these watermelons and tomatoes, but he was afraid that the production was not large, otherwise he wouldn't send only a little bit each time. He was not very interested in any restaurant that had tomato pot. As an old man, how could he go after the things of the younger generation? Yao picked up a piece of tender tofu, and the hot air made her face blush. When she took a bite of the delicious tofu, she felt so comfortable. She listened to the adults' conversation and said, the restaurant can make a lot of money by adding tomato pot. Why wouldn't he be happy? She really wanted Uncle Jiang's restaurant to add tomato pot, so that she could eat it every day in the future. Otherwise she would have to come to his house. In fact, Yao didn't want to come today, but thinking of the watermelon last time, she tried it, and ended up meeting an unexpected surprise. After hearing this, Jiang Junlang said, my cousin is not short of money. Now that his cousin's parents are rich, he went to rent a house from his cousin. The computers are all of the highest configuration, and the key is that even the table can be raised and lowered. Yao said as a matter of course, why not make money if you have money? Jiang Junlang and her didn't get along well, so he didn't say much. After all, she was a guest. But Shen Qinj sent the photo of the little blue dragon she had taken before to the group. This majestic shape immediately attracted the attention of classmates. Jiang Yanan, is this a lobster? Shen Qinj, yes, a little blue dragon. Bayuxia replied, how does it taste? I have only eaten lobster, and I haven't tried the little blue dragon yet. Seeing Bayuxia bubbling, many boys in the class became restless. Her appearance is unique in class 8, and many boys have a good impression of her. Dan Keiquan's silent heart behind the screen fluctuated again. Every time he thought he had let it go, Bayuxia's appearance always aroused his emotions. He wanted to explain the difference between the 2 lobsters to Bayuxia, but he had already lost the qualification. Shan Keiquan suddenly had an idea, and chose to privately chat with his good brother. Is brother Nan here? What's the matter? Shan Keiquan thought for a while and typed, Brother Nan, please post it in the class group. What is the difference between Xiaoqinglang and Balam? Is there any big brother who can come out to answer the doubts, and I will answer it later. In this way, it is equivalent to Jiuo Kanan asking a question, and he is answering Jiuo Kanan's question, not Bayuxia. It can avoid appearing that he is trying to please Bayuxia, and at the same time, let Bayuxia get the answer. This is called sneaking into the night with the wind, moistening things silently. Shan Keiquan quickly searched Baidu for the difference between Balong and Xiaoqinglang, and began to collect information. On the other side, Jiuo Kanan immediately understood what his good brother meant when he heard it. He clicked to copy all, and clicked send casually. After sending it, Jiuo Kanan found that he forgot to delete it and was stunned on the spot. Fuck. Jiuo Kanan hurriedly chatted privately. Brother Quan, I made a mistake. Shan Kaikwan Beidou was very fast and had already found a lot of information. He was smug about his wit. Brother Quan, look at the group. Shan Kaikwan switched back to the group chat and saw that the sentence he asked Jiuo Kanan to send was still intact in the group. Damn. After Jiuo Kanan sent it, a bunch of question marks appeared in the class group. Dunking Feng. Jiang Yanan. Yuan, Jiuo Kanan, who asked you to send it? Lukiki, it's so funny. Shan Kaikwan's scalp was numb with embarrassment. He went to Jiuo Kanan. Damn it, you're hurting me. Jiuo Kanan was annoyed. He had let his brother down. I was too quick. The class group was full of discussions. CUIU, let me guess, who sent it to Jiuo Kanan? Dunking Feng analyzed clearly. In our class, whoever likes to call back quote brother Nan the most is the mastermind. I'm curious, why did he let Jiuo Kanan send this sentence? Shan Kaikwan wanted to close the group. Seeing that the truth was about to be revealed, he was afraid that his little thoughts would be found out. He couldn't bear to watch it anymore and even wanted to quit the group. At this time, the class monitor Huang Zhangfei came out to inform the school cafeteria is expected to be ready next week. I told you before the holiday that the school plans to run a small dining table model. If you want to participate, remember to bring living expenses to register at the beginning of the school. Bring 200 yuan, and the excess will be refunded, and the shortage will be supplemented. After that, he sent a dining table menu. Yuan was the first to respond. Class monitor, will you participate? Huang Zhangfei, I will definitely participate. The school is currently vigorously promoting this plan. As the class monitor, Huang Zhangfei must set a good example. Yuan, then I will participate too. Jiang Yanan said, class monitor, you are too anxious to notify. I will discuss it with my mother. Hujun, fortunately, I checked the group, otherwise I might have missed it. Huang Zhangfei replied, I asked the class teacher for a list of classmates' phone numbers. When the time comes, I will call one by one to notify everyone and ensure that everyone is reached. Yuan said, then who will pay for your phone bills? After asking, Yuan was happy. She was really a family-oriented woman. She was thoughtful for the class monitor and did not let him lose a penny. What is love? Love is made up of details. After listening to this, Zhang Kai said, can it be paid from the class fund? Let me make it clear first. I didn't let the monitor notify you. Yuan, Zhang Kai, you are really a person with no manners. Zhang Kai, you are the only one with manners. Why don't you pay? Huang Zhangfei said, okay, don't quarrel. My mobile phone package gives 100 minutes of free calls every month. Just enough for making calls. Yuan mocked. This is the pattern. The 3-day happy vacation passed in a flash, and it was time to go back to school. Monday afternoon, June 2nd. Jiang Ning brought Zhu Yuantang to class 8. Chen Xiao at the front desk was discussing the small dining table plan. Zia, my sister and I have decided. We will go to the cafeteria to pay and sign up during the break. Do you want to join us? She and her sister are boarding students. They usually have 3 meals a day at school. Now there is a small dining table plan that is vigorously promoted. I heard that it is clean and hygienic, so of course she wants to participate. Bayuksha, count me in, but I don't know if I can share a table with you. What about you, Jiang Ning? Bayuksha turned around and asked. Zhu Yuantang certainly wouldn't miss out on eating together. I'll eat with Jiang Ning. She wanted to try something new. Her mother had to work in the company in the afternoon recently and couldn't make dinner for them. Jiang Ning, I want to sit at the same table with you. Zhu Yuantang lay on the desk, not wanting to separate from Jiang Ning. Chen Xiao said pessimistically, I'm afraid that's not possible. The school randomly assigns students from each class. If there are extra people in a class, they have to share a table with students from other classes. Chen Xiao was extremely resistant when she thought of that situation. She didn't want to eat with someone she didn't know. Zhu Yuantang thought of that possibility, and a cloud of worry appeared on her face. What should I do? I just want to sit at the same table with Jiang Ning. Bayuxia looked at her and said seriously, if you want, you can. Zhu Yuantong. Ah. Jiang Ning added, use your identity to talk to the class teacher. Hearing this, Zhu Yuantong was stunned for a moment. She asked uncertainly, is it really possible? Of course it is possible. Bayuxia was very sure. Zhu Yuantong hesitated for a few seconds. She didn't want to trouble the teacher before, always feeling that it would be bad, but this time, in order to sit at the same table with Jiang Ning, she decided to give it a try. I'll talk to the head teacher when the evening self-study comes. She made up her mind secretly. Chen Xiaoyu seized the opportunity and introduced herself. Tong Tong, my sister and I don't eat much, let's sit at the same table. Bayuxia said, add me. I guess Tong Tong you don't want to be assigned to a classmate who can eat at the small dining table? Zhu Yuantong agreed very righteously. Anyway, she would definitely find the head teacher, so it doesn't matter if she mentions a few more classmates. Chen Xiaoyu and Yang Sheng, choose her, choose her. If there are spicy dishes in the cafeteria, she dare not pick up her chopsticks, all of them are ours. In this way, the small dining table with 8 people has now gathered 6 people. Brother Nan, small dining table? Shan Keikwon said. Jiuo Kunan brought money for the meal, but he was still hesitant. I don't know what the food is like at the small dining table. Shan Keikwon was not thinking about the food. He chatted with Huang Zhangfei privately. He heard that the small dining table was randomly assigned, which meant that there might be a surprise on their dining table. In case he and Bayuxia were assigned to the same table, Shan Keikwon took a gamble for that glimmer of hope. He told Jiuo Kunan the allocation model and said, Brother Nan, if a beautiful girl comes to our table. Jiuo Kunan agreed immediately, it doesn't matter if she is a girl or not. I just want to experience the feeling of a big family. We will pay together tomorrow. Brother Ma, what about you? He asked. Ma Shichen was playing games. I'll join. It's been a year. I'm tired of eating outside meals. Wang Lang Lang responded. Brother Ma, there's me. The classmates in the class were talking about the small dining table. Yu Wen, Deng Qingfeng, Jiang Yanan and others were all discussing it. Kinch, do you want to join? Shen Kinch, okay. She planned to give it a try. Duan Shigang, who was not far away, intended to join the small circle. He shouted, take me with you. Yu Wen turned her head and glanced at him. You can just sign up directly. Do you still need to take me? After that, she continued to talk to Deng Qingfeng. Duan Shigan failed to join the circle. He smiled awkwardly and didn't care. During the time he was transferred to class 8, he had some understanding of the class and even the 4th middle school. He knew that others had been classmates for a year and had deep friendships with their classmates, so it was difficult for him to fit in. But it doesn't matter. When he is promoted to the 2nd year of high school, the class will be reshuffled. By then, he, Duan Shigang, will be the biggest dealer at the table. After a while, Duan Shigang was surrounded by several golden flowers, Pang Jiao, Zhang Yifei, Li Shengnan, and Wang Yanan. The weather was hot, and he was still hot, but after a few people arrived, his heart immediately cooled down. It's great, it can also cool down. Duan Shigang thought bitterly. Duan Shigan's endurance is not bad. He has worked in a dark factory for several months in a row, which is enough to prove that he is more mature than ordinary high school students. The mature Duan Shigang has learned to adapt to the environment and to find joy in adversity. If you are in darkness, then grope your way forward and look for that beam of light. Duan Shigang picked up the can of Coke, took a sip, and pondered his situation. Pang Jiao, Zhang Yifei, and Li Shengnan are all nearly 200 pounds, heavier than two ordinary female high school students. But Wang Yanan is different. Although her mouth is crooked and her eyes are far apart, her weight is similar to that of an ordinary first-year high school girl. Pang Jiao put on makeup today, and she exchanged seats with Wang Yanan before class. So, Wang Yanan and Duan Shigang sat at the same table for a short time. Wang Yanan wore a light blue dress today, wrapped tightly. If you put aside her head, she was slightly pleasing to the eye. This reminded Duan Shigang of a sentence. It's the same when the lights are turned off. Pang Jiao said to Wang Yanan, Yan Yan, I suddenly realized a truth today. I want to marry a rich second generation in the future. Wang Yanan, Jiao Jiao, what's wrong? Pang Jiao held a small mirror in her rough hands and looked at her big face covered with acne, because only by marrying a rich second generation can I live the life I want, and my life will not be wasted. As she spoke, she put on lipstick, and Duan Shigen felt nauseous. Wang Yanan's eyes rolled, and she became more and more weird. Yes, I heard that women will spend tens of thousands a month just on beauty treatments in the future. Pang Jiao thought it made a lot of sense, and she howled in a rough voice. So if I don't marry a rich second generation, my beauty, my figure, and my soul will be ruined. Roar, roar. She slammed the table and laughed. Duan Shigen suddenly felt nauseous. He couldn't hold it back, and a big mouthful of coke spurted out of his mouth, and vomited all over Wang Yanan. Wang Yanan screamed ah, and the whole class heard it. Deng Qingfeng and others who were chatting over there quickly looked over. Cuiu jumped up, and jumped onto a stool to watch. Wang Lang quickly patted Ma Shichen. Brother Ma, stop fighting, the fun is coming. The entire class 8 was quickly mobilized. Wang Yanan's light blue dress was all coke, and she was terrified. Wang Yanan pointed at Duan Shigen, as if she was pointing at a murderer, and complained aggrievedly, he made my skirt dirty. How could Pang Jiao stand idly by, when her little sister was bullied? She widened her eyes and shouted, Duan Shigen, do you want to die? Want to die? Zhang Yifei, die. Die. For a while, Duan Shigen's ears were full of such roars. As a member of the Golden Flower, Wang Yanan is also the think tank of the Golden Flower. Her viciousness is no less than that of several people. Wang Yanan lifted her skirt, her face full of anger. Don't you have eyes? My skirt is dirty, I want you to lick it clean. Pang Jiao yelled, did you hear me? Li Shengnan, did you hear me? Duan Shigen looked down Wang Yanan's skirt and was surprised to find that her legs in her light blue skirt were actually wearing black stockings. Damn, the skirt is so tightly wrapped. I thought she was very conservative, but it turns out she is also a stuffy girl. I really underestimated you. Pang Jiao, lick it clean. Did you hear me? Li Shengnan, are you deaf? The deafening howl resounded in his ears, and it made his brain hurt. Duan Shigen looked around. All the students watched coldly, and no one was willing to stand up for him. Facing him was Wang Yanan's murderous eyes. Duan Shigen's voice trembled, his fingers trembled, and his eyes were determined. Okay. In fact, putting aside the head, Wang Yanan is at the level of a high school girl, and she is wearing seductive black stockings. He was furious and shouted, lick it. The whole class was shocked. Cuiu couldn't stand it anymore and blurted out, fuck, you are worthy of being my brother. Deng Qingfeng was stunned. What a ruthless person. In full view of everyone, Duan Shigen fell to the ground with a flexible move. At this time, he was only 20 centimeters away from Wang Yanan's legs. Duan Shigen was about to lick her, but he found that she was not wearing black stockings, and that was leg hair. Chapter 383 Go do the laundry. 8. Duan Shigen's brave move shocked everyone. Even Cuiu felt incredible. He had to admit that Brother Gang was the most amazing person he had ever seen in his life. Meng Jiui was also excited. What kind of classroom plot play was this? He came to school not to watch this kind of plot, so Meng Jiui shouted expectantly, move your mouth. Wang Lang, lick quickly, I want to see. Jiuo Kanan excitedly, speed up. Hujun, lick quickly. Wu Zhaoqi in the back row was holding a basketball, standing on the desk, standing proudly. What he couldn't do at the beginning, Duan Shigen did it for him. The booing sounded one after another in all parts of the classroom, and everyone was waiting and looking forward to it. No one came out to stop the fight. The world is going downhill, and morality is declining. In the south of the classroom, Chen Xiaoyu blushed and secretly spit. Too obscene, in broad daylight. She quietly looked at her deskmate, and found that she was also watching. Bei Yuxia criticized, indeed. The classroom is a place for learning, sacred and glorious, not a scene for doing such things. The two of them despised in their hearts, but they did not look away at all, and they tiptoed slightly, waiting for the drama to begin. And Duan Shigen now can be said to have fallen from heaven to hell. He was cold all over, and felt that this world and this class were really too demonic. If you don't look at the head, Wang Yanan's black silk is quite tempting. With the idea of taking advantage, Duan Shigen was very brave just now. Until he lay beside Wang Yan'an's legs, he took a look and found that the dense and layered leg hair was immediately like seeing a ghost and was stunned. The next moment, Duan Shigen exclaimed in horror, "My mother." He shrank back and quickly got up, his face full of horror, and he was scared that biology did not exist. Cuiu was disappointed. What happened? Brother Gang is not strong enough. A disappointed tone came from the classroom. Wang Yan'an, you dare to run. You have to compensate me for my skirt. Pang Jiao threatened. Do you want to die? Dare to bully her sisters, not apologize, and dare to play tricks on them, as well as the accumulation of new and old grudges from last time. Pang Jiao's anger has accumulated to the peak. She stretched her huge head forward across the desk, her mouth opened wide and erupted like a volcano, and her saliva exploded like magma. Duan Shigen's fighting instinct was still there. He slid in space and moved his body backward to avoid the attack. Wu Zhaoqi in the back row saw this scene and couldn't help showing a painful expression. He had been splashed by Pang Jiao's acid water. Those memories came to his mind. Wu Zhaoqi wiped his face, feeling that he was not clean. Duan Shigen's slight retreat hurt Pang Jiao, and she roared, "You dare to hide." She was blinded by hatred. Her thick fingers clasped the desk and threw it away, and her burly body rushed towards Duan Shigen. The desk with books on it flew into the air. Pang Jiao was so strong that she smashed the desk towards the students on the north side. There were exclamations from the north side. The students on the north side were just bystanders, but who could have imagined that they would be implicated? Seeing that an accident was about to happen, Yang Sheng suddenly lifted his leg in sweet pants and lifted it up, and it actually banged and stopped the desk. The students around were stunned by the straight and extremely resilient leg. Are they okay? With the sound of bang bang bang, the books and the whole of the desk fell to the ground, and the desk fell to the ground. Yang Sheng coolly retracted his legs. His short-haired side face was expressionless, and he didn't say a word, but his heroic appearance amazed many students. Meng Jiui was watching Pang Jiao beat Duan Shigen, and was fanning the flames. Suddenly he noticed this scene, and murmured in amazement. He used to love Jiang Yanan, but after seeing Jiang Yanan's best friend Muaying, he fell in love with Muaying again. Seeing Yang Sheng now, Meng Jiui's love almost shifted again. Pang Jiao and Duan Shigen were about to fight, and the class monitor Huang Zhengfei walked into the classroom quickly. He saw the familiar scene again. Huang Zhengfei was numb. It's only the first class now. Why are you fighting? Then, he skillfully cleaned up the mess. Stop fighting. I just came back from the office. The head teacher will have a class meeting in the first class. You guys hurry up and clean up. Even though Pang Jiao was lawless, she couldn't face the head teacher head on. She shook her strong arms and said fiercely, "If you don't give me an explanation before school is over today, don't even think about going home tonight." After that, she went to clean up the table. At this time, Cuiu jumped out to play the role of a good guy. Pang Jiao, you can fight, but it is wrong to accidentally hurt a classmate. Look at the table you just threw. Cuiu stirred up everyone's emotions. Pang Jiao, you went too far. Pang Jiao said disdainfully, "What does it have to do with you?" Cuiu, it's none of my business, but I want to give an explanation to my classmates. You did it wrong. A group of classmates, led by Cuiu, immediately reprimanded Pang Jiao. Huang Zhengfei gestured, "Everyone, don't quarrel first, otherwise the class teacher will definitely say something if it really gets out of hand." Cuiu occupied the moral high ground, and he was eager to make trouble to the class teacher. Pang Jiao, if you don't give us an explanation, I will show the video just now to the class teacher. He shook his mobile phone. In order to trick Pang Jiao, Cuiu did not record the video without martial ethics this time. Pang Jiao's expression finally changed. Last time, she beat up a woman who cheated her out of money and was sent to the police station. There, Pang Jiao was educated and knew what an iron fist was. Her attitude towards authority changed. Just when Pang Jiao was in a dilemma, Wang Yan'an suddenly screamed ah. She accused, "Cuiu, you are shameless. You took advantage of me to lift my skirt and secretly took pictures of me." She accused Cuiu crazily and made herself a victim. CUIU had never suffered such a big injustice in his life. Fuck you, your legs. My brother gang didn't even want to lick them, and you took pictures secretly. You have some self-awareness. Wang Yanan seized this point and attacked desperately. Finally, CUIU reluctantly agreed not to let Pang Zhao apologize in order to calm the conflict. Afterwards, CUIU thought insidiously, you wait for Wang Yanan. I will make you regret offending me to the end of the world. A few minutes later, class teacher Shan Qingrong entered class 8 and felt an unusual atmosphere, which seemed a bit weird. After a careful search, he found no other problems. Shan Qingrong noticed that Zhu Yuantang and Jiang Ning were still there, and he felt much more relieved. There is no problem with the two top students, and nothing serious will happen to the others. On the surface, Huang Zhongfei helps him manage the class, and behind the scenes, Wang Longlong makes reports. This class cannot escape his control. Shan Qingrong, wearing a white shirt and trousers, stood on the podium and said, let's have a class meeting. First of all, the dining tables in the cafeteria. Zhongfei has told you about it before. Let me add a few points. The principal said that the cafeteria will be rectified, so you can rest assured about the taste. We have hired experienced chefs. Also, in terms of hygiene, you often eat outside the school. You know better than me how dirty the oil of fried foods is. If you eat in the cafeteria, there is not much else to do, but you can rest assured about the food safety. Shan Qingrong found that Zhu Yuantang was listening carefully, and he couldn't help but feel excited. After talking about the cafeteria, he talked about learning as usual, such as the division of classes in the next semester, etc. The overall atmosphere of the class meeting was relaxed. Everyone didn't have to use their brains, just listen. It was a rare time to relax. 5 minutes before the end of the get out of class, Shan Qingrong finished his speech and went to the corridor outside to chat with Gao Hishui, the head teacher of class 9. Chen Xiaoyu, Bei Yuxia and the others all looked at Zhu Yuantang with a hint of meaning. Zhu Yuantang mustered up his courage and went out to talk to Shan Qingrong about the cafeteria. During the break, in the back row, the weather was getting hotter and hotter, and Jiuo Kunan and the others had completely given up the habit of running and exercising in the playground. Jiuo Kunan was playing with his phone in his seat. Since he lost love in his life, his whole spirit was completely different, calm, happy, and independent. He has recently become addicted to simulator games and often plays GBA games. Brother Ma, GBA games are fun, especially Pokemon. I found that catching Pokemon is quite interesting and very playable. I have now passed the second gym, he said excitedly. These old games are much more fun than the Krypton Guild games now. Ever since Jiuo Kunan was defeated by a rich man in the arena while playing Space Hunter, he vowed not to play those rubbish games again. Ma Shichen was playing Mario, jumping and hitting bricks, and the gold coins kept bouncing, which made people feel inexplicably happy. Nowadays, all games are cards, the routines are repetitive, and they are boring. Jiuo Kunan agreed very much. He also asked Hu Jun to play GBA games together, to be a nostalgic party. Wang Longlong was in the middle of the 4 big seats, watching all directions. Hu Jun rubbed the screen hard. He was playing Castlevania Dawn Walls, and Mao Zhe stood behind him. When passing a level, Mao Zhe pointed and said, you jump back here, and then press and hold to fly directly over. Hu Jun tried it once and said, no. So Mao Zhe took the phone and showed him the operation. Hu Jun, wow, it's really good. Mao Zhe smiled and said that he had played the game through the level, and also said that rubbing the screen was not easy to operate, so he bought a game console to play. What game console? Hu Jun asked. Mao Zhe, the PSP game consoles in the video game stores outside are only over 100 yuan. Ma Shicheng, a PSP sells for over 100 yuan. Mao Zhe said, the domestic PSP. These games are not in Chinese, so we can only play pirated ones. He explained that the experience of genuine games is not as good as that of pirated ones. Shan Zhao came over and smiled. There are people in our school who play genuine games. Jiuo Kunan asked, who? Are you playing Pokemon? It's a good opportunity to exchange ideas. Games are more interesting when many people play together and exchange experiences. Shan Zhao replied, Lin's at next door, playing a third game console. It seems to be some Pokemon Zai. When Jiuo Kanan heard this name, he was speechless. If it was someone else, he might be able to discuss it, but if it was a student in the experimental class, he didn't know why. He always felt a sense of alienation. Forget it, I'll just play mine. Jiuo Kanan didn't make himself uncomfortable. Shan Zhao said, Jiang Ning seems to play too. Last time I saw him and Lin are discussing it. Jiuo Kanan looked at Jiang Ning in the front row again, feeling melancholy. Jiang Ning used to be in the back row and occasionally played games with them. Now that he has moved to the front row, he feels distant. Lukaki was holding a cup of double skim milk and eating delicately. She glanced at the boys. Games are so fun. You guys are playing all day long. Jiuo Kanan, what else can you play if not games? Lukaki, fall in love. How nice it would be to have a relationship in middle school. Jiuo Kanan was disheartened. No girl likes me at all. After several ups and downs, he finally understood. He had liked Manman and Zuyan, but unfortunately, in the end, he was only exhausted. He was tired and didn't want to love anymore. As a girl, Lukaki said with experience, if you want to fall in love, you have to take the initiative to pursue her. Take her to eat delicious food, play fun games with her, buy her things she likes, and don't be afraid to pay. Ma Shicheng, I'll play Mario to save the princess, and I can get some gold coins on the way. After the evening self-study, Zhu Yuantang stayed in the back seat and spoke a little tougher. Jiang Ning, it's arranged. After she found the class teacher, she told him who she wanted to have a small table with, and asked the class teacher to help arrange it. Shan Qingrong was flattered at the time. It had been almost a year, and Zhu Yuantang had never taken the initiative to find him before. Shan Qingrong always felt unreal that this seedling who ranked first in the city and the top scholar in the province was in his class, and he was afraid that the other party would fly away one day. Now that the class division is approaching, Hu Hao, the class teacher of the next door class 1, is so arrogant that Shan Qingrong is anxious. If Zhu Yuantang is assigned to class 1, Shan Qingrong will not be willing. He has recently been discussing with Director Yan whether class 8 can be turned into an experimental class 985 is a key university, so what's wrong with their class 8 being a key class? However, Director Yan has never responded positively. Now Zhu Yuantang is looking for him for help, and Shan Qingrong wishes she would come to him every day, so that she might stay in class 8. He promised to help Zhu Yuantang arrange everything, so that she can eat well and study well. Zhu Yuantang was blowing in the night breeze and said, is my contribution great? Jiang Ning, great. Humph, when I go to the cafeteria, I will eat well, and grow taller than you sooner or later. Jiang Ning, oh, have you grown recently? Zhu Yuantang deliberately said higher. I grew 2 centimeters. I'm 155 now. Jiang Ning, I don't believe it. You question me? Jiang Ning, yes. Zhu Yuantang said stubbornly, I'll measure you when I get home. Jiang Ning pedaled, and the mountain bike crossed the night sky, accompanied by the stars and the moon, and drove quickly towards the bungalow. After arriving home, when measuring height, Zhu Yuantang cheated and hung on Jiang Ning's legs like a little bear. In the end, the measurement was not successful. After taking a shower, Zhu Yuantang let her ponytail down, turning it into long straight black hair. She put on a pair of slippers, ran to Jiang Ning's room, and turned on the computer. She has been addicted to games recently. She plays games in Jiang Ning's room every night, and doesn't go home to sleep until 11:30. Zhu Yuantang invited, do you want to play games? 2-player games? Although playing games with Jiang Ning is prone to a little friction, it is generally very pleasant. She really wants to play with Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning was reading a book. No. Zhu Yuantang turned around and quickly started a game. She suddenly said, oh Jiang Ning, I forgot to wash my socks. What should I do? She was secretly happy in her heart. In fact, she did it on purpose, so that she had an excuse to ask Jiang Ning to help her wash her socks. Zhu Yuantang was complacent about her genius plan. She was really a little genius. What should I do? Jiang Ning put down the book and said, you go wash your socks. I'll help you play this game. Chapter 384 I like walking backwards. Tuesday morning, during the break, Wang Lang Long, Ma Shicheng, Jiuo Kunan, Hu Jun and others were eating in the cafeteria. In the hall, the ceiling was 7 or 8 meters high, and the fan was whirring, blowing cool breezes, and dispelling the heat. At the long table, Ma Shicheng's hair was moving in the wind, and he turned the meal card in his hand. This meal card could no longer be used. In the future, the cafeteria of number 4 middle school will adopt the 8-person dining table system, and will no longer sell to the outside. If you want to eat in the cafeteria, you must participate in the small dining table system. Wang Lang Lang drank 2 sips of oil tea and sighed. If you want to drink oil tea at this time in the future, you won't be able to drink it. CUIU, a new era has arrived. Jiuo Kunan was excited. In the future, it will be the era of big dining tables. The words of the two instantly dispersed the atmosphere of nostalgia. Jiuo Kunan pointed to the students queuing to pay over there. I feel that there are many students participating in the small dining table. Jiuo Kunan ignored the male students queuing in front of the window. He focused all his attention on the beautiful female students. Thinking that those students might be assigned to the same class as him in the future, Jiuo Kunan felt that life was full of hope. He said with longing, "Brother Quan, this time there are not only freshmen, but also sophomores." Shan Keikwon said, "All freshmen and sophomores are participating." CUIU, what about seniors? Wang Lang Long, senior 3 students are about to take the college entrance examination, so there is no time. CUIU, Brother Long, you don't understand. I mean the repeater class for senior 3 students. Although some people are going to take the college entrance examination, some are already repeating. Wang Lang Lang said, the repeater class hasn't started yet. The two were talking nonsense over there, and Jiuo Kunan suddenly asked, how do you think the tables are arranged? Can we sit together? He has been looking forward to it for a long time. Although the brothers have a deep affection, if Jiuo Kunan is asked to choose, he still wants to eat with the beautiful girl. Brothers, of course, are sold. Wang Lang Lang put down his chopsticks and explained, according to my understanding, we will first arrange the students within the class. It is said that in order to prevent one table from having insufficient food, the school requires an equal number of male and female students on each table. After these words came out, Jiuo Kunan was so happy that he couldn't hold his chopsticks steadily. He silently said in his heart, Principal Yu, Director Yan, I was blind before, and I will never scold you in my heart again. What if the class arrangement is not good? For example, someone is redundant? Jiuo Kunan asked. Wang Lang Long, then arrange with the students in the next class. For example, our class 8 should be arranged with classes 7 and 9. Jiuo Kunan first recalled class 7, and the first amazing scene that emerged in his mind was a picture of Tang Fu's long legs jumping into the air in the long jump competition. That jump not only jumped into the sandpit, but also jumped into the hearts of countless boys in number 4 middle school. There was also a girl with long hair, not tall or short, not fat or thin, and a very rustic and traditional appearance, but she was quite pretty. After all, the girls in this class are pretty, but Jiuo Kunan thinks that the girls in other classes are also pretty. After taking stock of the outstanding girls in class 7, Jiuo Kunan thought about class 9 and asked his brothers for advice. By the way, brothers, are there any pretty girls in class 9? CUIU, no. In comparison, the overall appearance quality of the girls in class 9 is not high. Wang Lang Lang said, there is a girl named Tang Meiling, the prettiest in their class. CUIU, the name is too rustic, it doesn't sound good. While talking, a beautiful girl walked in at the cafeteria entrance. She was wearing makeup and dressed in a trendy style. Her fancy dress was slightly short, revealing a thin waist. She wore a belt with wide-leg denim shorts, and the silver iron ring was clearly visible. Wang Lang Lang said, she is Tang Meiling from class 9. Jiuo Kunan, fuck, she is so pretty, why didn't I notice her before? Shan Keikwon didn't like this kind of dress, she didn't look like a good person. He said, give up, Nan brother, she looks wild, you can't hold her. CUIU, it's so funny, if she's not wild, I can't hold her either. Jiuo Kunan's face darkened. He proposed a feasibility. Do you think the order of payment will affect the probability of being assigned to the same table to eat? Wang Lang Lang. I think it does. After getting an ambiguous answer, Jiuo Kanan finished the fried dough sticks in 2 bites and drank the oil tea in 1 gulp. Brothers, I'm going to pay the fee. Wait for me to come back. After that, Jiuo Kanan followed Tan Mealing with a thief's heart but no courage. When the distance was far, he still had the courage to look at her waist, but when he got closer, he acted like a gentleman. Cuiu and others who stayed where they were speechless, too damn wretched. After a while, Jiuo Kanan finished queuing up to pay the fee. He came back staggeringly. Shan Keikwon and the others had already finished eating. Brothers, let's go home, he shouted. Shan Keikwon and Cuiu followed them. After Tan Mealing paid the fee alone, she walked back. They were all students in building 3, so they were on the way. Several people walked beside Tan Mealing. Ma Shicheng held his mobile phone and played while walking. Wang Lang Lang served on both sides to prevent the security department from checking. Shan Keikwon had a serious face and looked at the wretched Cuiu and the wretched but serious Jiuo Kanan next to him from time to time. Shan Keikwon smiled bitterly and shook his head, unwilling to associate with them. Jiuo and Cuiu walked on the road, secretly glancing at Tan Mealing's slender waist. As a beautiful girl, Tan Mealing had noticed that others were looking at her. When she went out to pay the fee, there were at least 50 boys staring at her on the road. Many ordinary boys will never experience this kind of treatment in their lifetime, but for Tan Mealing, she has long been accustomed to it. She enjoyed these looks, otherwise she wouldn't have deliberately exposed her waist. After all, wearing such clothes in high school often requires pressure. But Tan Mealing did it anyway. She was very confident. Her natural beauty made her the center of the crowd. Many times, boys asked her for her questions number, but Tan Mealing rarely gave it to her. Occasionally, she was willing to give it to her, but it was also a gift. There was nothing she could do. Who made her beautiful? There were many boys who approached her and tried to please her. When a person is in this atmosphere for a long time, it is inevitable that they will have a self-identification of I'm very different. If there is no matching mind, it is easy to drift. Therefore, Tan Mealing developed a proud and even arrogant mentality. She twisted her waist slightly, and her body became more charming, with an unskilled temptation. Jiuo and Cui, like dogs seeing meat, their eyes were straight. Damn little goblin. Jiuo Kanan gritted his teeth, and his heart was shaking. Cuiu suddenly pulled him, and walked quickly to the front. After a few steps, they looked back together. Jiuo Kanan looked at the other person's waist for a few seconds, and felt embarrassed, so he greeted Shan Keikwon to cover up. Brother Quan, let's go first. Cuiu, the weather is really good today. The sky is blue and there are white clouds. Hey, why are the white clouds shaking? The two of them used this excuse to start walking backwards. Shan Keikwon was convinced, and he pretended not to know him. Tan Mealing had already seen through their plan. Walking backwards, wasn't it to peek at her? Tan Mealing looked at the two of them with a smile. Her smile was playful and charming, and her smile became a beautiful landscape. Jiuo Kanan, she smiled at me. Does she like me? Thinking of this, his backward steps became a little more handsome. The next second, Tan Mealing's smiling face suddenly changed to stern, and she scolded. Look at it, have you never seen a woman? If you look again, I'll dig your eyeballs out. Jiuo Kanan panicked. Being scolded by a beautiful girl was more serious than the sky falling. He looked flustered and at a loss, wanting to get into the ground. Tan Mealing liked this reaction very much. She liked the feeling of wantonly controlling others, and she felt happy. Cuiu restrained his smile, and he said, who looked at you? Tan Mealing was stunned, and she met a tough guy. She scolded, you walked backwards, didn't you just want to see my waist? Shameless. The classmates on the road heard the voice and looked over. Jiuo Kanan was instantly in the middle of the crowd. He was embarrassed to death. Cuiu sneered, your stomach is so dirty, all dusty, I won't look at it, even if you ask me to. Tan Mealing couldn't hold it back at that time, and was so ashamed and angry that she wanted to die. Class roommate. Jiang Ning, did you buy a lunchbox? Chen Xiao asked. The school's small dining table model requires you to bring your own lunchbox to get rice or soup. Zhu Yuantang answered for him. I bought it for him. Zhu Yuantang has always been well prepared for such a big event as eating. What did you buy? Chen Xiao asked again. Zhu Yuantang took out his mobile phone and clicked on Taobao to show her. Online shopping is very developed and cheap. Zhu Yuantang, who is good at saving money, is now completely devoted to online shopping. Yours is still good looking. I saw other classmates bought stainless steel iron pots at UK supermarket outside. They are so ugly. Chen Xiao complained. As she said that, she pointed to a classmate's rice bowl in the class. Myro Zhe knocked on the rice bowl. The rice bowl was very large. The plate in the middle could be taken off. The iron lid on it turned upside down was a bowl, which was very practical. Shan Keikwon said, this pot is good. How much did you buy it for? 10 yuan. I'll buy one later. Shan Keikwon said. Zhang Kai cursed. Why do you have to buy a rice bowl after paying for the meal? Cuiu, Kaizi, you cannot buy it and eat handheld rice. Shan Keikwon teased. Don't, then I won't sit at the same table with Kaizi. Zhang Kai wanted to make unfair remarks and let everyone denounce the school, but no one paid attention to him. He speculated the worst. The school must have cooperated with UK Store to cheat us of our money. Jiuo Kunan, hey, when I think of UK Store, I think of Boss Wen's son Wenizio. It seems that he hasn't caught up with Deng Jiayi yet. Thinking back to the beginning, everyone in the back row hated Wenizio. Cuiu, when the chickens have eaten the rice and the dogs have licked the noodles, Wu Zhaoqi will enter the NBA, and he will be able to catch up. Holding the basketball, Wu Zhaoqi glanced at Cuiu. If it were before, he would definitely teach Cuiu a lesson. His ideals cannot be insulted. However, Wu Zhaoqi has experienced a lot these days, and has matured a lot. He knows that on the road to greatness, gossip is inevitable. Zhang Kai is still talking about conspiracy theories. Wang Lang said something fair. Our school is good. There are no disgusting school rules. I used to carry a school badge all day in junior high school. If I didn't carry it, I would be recorded. If I lost it, I had to apply for a new plastic badge. It cost 5 yuan for a small plastic badge. I don't know how much I made. Cuiu, my school also has it. I call it a dog tag. Wu Zhaoqi seized the opportunity to fight back. Then will you carry it? Cuiu subconsciously answered, yes. Class 2, grade 1. Northwest corner of the classroom. Brother Shan, do you want to join the small dining table? Zhao Xiaofeng asked. Qi Xianheng sneered, with a contemptuous attitude. Do you think I need to join the small dining table? On weekdays, he has a driver who specially delivers meals. If he wants to eat anything, he just needs a word. Zhao Xiaofeng said in a flattering way. Indeed, it will only lower the level of our brother Shan. Although he said this, Zhao Xiaofeng had another idea in his heart. He usually ran errands for Qi Xianheng. Although brother Shan often invited him to dinner, it could not completely cover 3 meals a day. If he joined the small dining table, it would be different. At least he could get a guarantee. Zhao Xiaofeng thought. Brother Shan, I wonder if you have ever thought about whether it would be a different experience if you had a special meal in the cafeteria? When he said this, Qi Xianheng immediately understood. To be honest, he now feels that the class stage is too small. It's always the same group of classmates, and he is tired of pretending to be cool. When he thought about eating with others in the cafeteria, although they were at the same table, he was eating delicacies from land and sea. In contrast, he instantly felt involved. Qi Xianheng smiled faintly. Xiaofeng, but you are thoughtful. After that, he took out 4 banknotes. Go and pay for our meal. Zhao Xiaofeng smiled. Brother Shan, I promise to do it for you. He ran to the cafeteria to pay the fee. Class 9 of grade 1. Xinli, a small dining table? Shi Qianjin patted his shoulder. Shen Xinli, well, I'll join. Shi Qianjin was pleased. We'll sit at the same table then. Yan Xianpeng, together. Add me. Shi Qianjin was a little unhappy. Yan Xianpeng was big and ate a lot. He was fed up with Yan Xianpeng. At this time, Tan Meeling came in angrily. Shenzhou, the general manager of number 4 middle school mobile phone rental, said happily, Sister Meeling, who is so blind that has offended you? Tan Mealing hated her to death. Shenzhou, can you find someone to help me teach someone a lesson? Shenzhou was at ease. I can definitely find someone, if I want to, with my connections. Okay, I'll take you to class 8 to find someone. Tan Mealing said. Shenzhou thought of class 8 and suddenly remembered many bad memories. He said embarrassedly, class 8, it's not easy to deal with. He hadn't gotten back the place he lost in class 8 before. The last class of the evening self-study, Chen Xiaoyu wanted to change seats with Zhu Yuantang because she planned to ask Jiang Ning for help with math problems. Zhu Yuantang agreed very loyally. After all, it was just a change of seats to play. After changing seats, Zhu Yuantang said to Bayuxia, do you want to watch a movie? Bayuxia held the pen and refused sternly, no, I'm studying. Zhu Yuantang had to watch the movie alone. She placed her mobile phone behind the book, horizontally. She had watched all the movies downloaded on her mobile phone last time, and only the horror movie she made a bet with Jiang Ning was left. She boldly chose to play it. This movie is a ghost movie, which is very scary. When watching it, Zhu Yuantang stayed far away. Only in this way could she find a trace of security. Then came the most terrifying scene. When the ghost came out, she quickly turned the screen of her mobile phone to the side and dared not watch it. Bayuxia complained, what are you doing? It's so exciting. It's the end of the month. Please give me a monthly ticket. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 385 Unstoppable Tears. Wednesday. In the morning self-study, there were sounds of reading in the classroom and outside the classroom. It turned out that Gao Hishui, the head teacher of class 9, called the students in their class to the corridor to recite the text. Chen Xiaoyu was surprised. Isn't he a math teacher? Why does he want people to recite Chinese? Bayuxia, I remember that after an exam, he was drunk and still talked about the Chinese test paper. Chen Xiaoyu recalled that class and couldn't help saying, Teacher Gao is quite talented. However, his personality was too extreme and his methods were extremely cruel. Once she was distracted in class and answered a question incorrectly, Gao Hishui punished her to stand at her seat for half a class. The reason why she had to stand at her seat for half a class was because Zhu Yuantang came to her rescue and told Gao Hishui that Chen Xiaoyu was blocking her from seeing the blackboard. So Chen Xiaoyu was moved to the back of the classroom and stood for the second half of the class. From then on, Chen Xiaoyu dared not to be distracted again. Zhu Yuantang was listless today. She lay on the desk, yawning with her hands covering her face. She had tears when she yawned, and her eyes were watery. Zhu Yuantang used her will to control her tears and prevent them from falling out of her eyes, so her eyes became more and more watery. Jiang Ning sneered, you are so timid, and you still have to watch a horror movie. Last night, after Zhu Yuantang returned home, she forced Jiang Ning to watch a movie. She insisted on watching it on the computer, claiming that the big screen would be exciting. Jiang Ning's persuasion was fruitless, and she was underestimated by her, saying that she was fearless. As a result, after watching the horror movie, she was scared and fell asleep at 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. Zhu Yuantang saw his contempt and was not convinced. Just watch it. Just watch it. Just watch it. When she spoke, her face was pulled and tears flowed down her white and smooth face. Chen Xiaoyu turned around, surprised. Jiang Ning, why did you make Tang Tang cry? How could Zhu Yuantang endure such a great humiliation? She immediately pouted and frowned, trying to clarify. The tears came from yawning. Chen Xiaoyu, 5 minutes before the end of the morning self-study, the sound of reading faded a lot, and some students stared at the alarm clock above the blackboard, waiting for the end of get out of class. Seeing this, the class monitor Huang Zhangfei stood up and went to the podium. As soon as he appeared, the students immediately quieted down, and everyone knew that there must be something to announce. Huang Zhangfei said, the registration for the small tables in the cafeteria ended yesterday. The school will arrange it quickly this time. Everyone remember to go to the cafeteria to eat tomorrow morning. His words were like a stone thrown into the water, causing a ripple. Jiang shouted, "Monitor, when will the list of students for the small dining table be announced?" "Cuiu, I'm concerned about this." Yuan whispered, "Monitor, you must know, right? Huang Zhangfei, I heard that the list of students for each table will be released in the evening. Don't worry, I will notify you as soon as the list is released." Yuan took the lead in shouting, "Thank you, Monitor, you have worked hard." Seeing her attentive look, Cuiu cursed in his heart. She smiles more happily than when she saw your father. The second class in the morning. Mathematics teacher Gao Hishuo's class. He carried the textbook and walked like a dragon and a tiger. First, he showed his signature sinister smile and scanned the whole class. In the last row, Wu Zhaoqi hugged the basketball and whispered, "I get annoyed when I see his smile." Myo Zhe said nothing and turned the math textbook to the page of today's class. He had prepared in advance. Although Myo Zhe was in the back row, he did not sink and still insisted on studying. Gao Hishuo was doing routine inspections and found Zhu Yuantang sleeping. His eyelids twitched. If he wasn't the best in the city, if it wasn't for Shan Qingrong, Director Yan, the principal and others' instructions, he would definitely let him stand at the back of the classroom to listen to the class. Gao Hishuo said in a loud voice, "Ahem. Today we continue to talk about trigonometric identity transformations. Turn to the place where we talked last time. These contents are difficult." Gao Hishuo tried to explain them in a simple way, but many students still didn't understand them smoothly. Some students were daydreaming. "Wu Zhaoqi, go to the back." Gao Hishuo shouted sternly. Wu Zhaoqi, who was sipping tea, slowly picked up the goblet and walked to the back row. "Wang Long Long, elegance will never go out of style." Gao Hishuo taught for 10 minutes and caught a student who was distracted. "Wang Yan'an, you answer the question." Wang Yan'an's grades were at the bottom of class 8, so she couldn't answer at all and could only stand to listen to the class. Cuiu looked at Wang Yan'an, feeling unhappy. He came up with an idea and immediately raised his hand. "Teacher Gao, Wang Yan'an is blocking my view of the blackboard." Then, Wang Yan'an was sent to stand at the back of the classroom. She wanted to kill him. Cuiu laughed wildly in his heart. "You messed with me." Before he had time to be happy, he heard Gao Hishuo say, "Cuiu, you answer this question." Cuiu reacted quickly. He answered quickly and whipped the corpse by the way. "Wang Yan'an blocked me just now, affecting my listening to the class." Gao Hishuo smiled sinisterly. "Okay, then I'll tell you again. 1 minute." Cuiu went to the back row and became a miserable couple with Wang Yan'an. The whole class couldn't help laughing. It was so funny. The originally lifeless class instantly came alive. The students were happy, but Gao Hishuo was not. He frowned and mocked again. "You still have the nerve to laugh. What are you laughing at?" He directly mocked everyone. "Do you know that your class is the worst class I have ever taught?" The classroom was silent. Wu Zhaoqi sneered. "Teacher, you can only teach the worst class. Aren't you ashamed?" Gao Hishuo was stunned, and the classmates' laughter could hardly be suppressed. He shouted angrily, "You bastard, get out. Get out." The class 9 next door heard his roar. Wu Zhaoqi finished the Assam milk tea in the goblet and went out with a basketball. He wanted to give himself a physical education class. Gao Hishuo was still angry. "What the hell?" During the morning break, Jiang said, "Zhaoqi is really fierce." "Hujun, indeed, most people wouldn't dare to do that." Wang Long said, "Brother Nan, you are also very fierce. Last time you asked Fatty Gao to give a lecture, you just called him Fatty Gao. A few people were chatting here, and you ran to the back row to throw away the garbage." She opened the big trash can. "The trash can is full. Did the students on duty forget to take out the garbage yesterday?" Hujun, the living committee member, took a look and said, "Zhangkai's group took out the garbage yesterday." "Zhangkai, I took it out yesterday." "Hujun, when did you take it out?" "Yesterday at noon." "Don't you take out the garbage at night?" "What did you take out at noon yesterday?" Hujun was puzzled. Zhangkai would definitely not say that there was less garbage at noon, so he would take it out early and feel relieved. He would wait until the garbage was full in the evening before taking it out. Wouldn't that be a complete fool? He said, the garbage was full at noon yesterday, and I took it out anyway. Jiang was unhappy, thinking that next time, when he was on duty, he would have to keep an eye on you. If you dare to fool around, he would punish you to take out the garbage for a week. This time Zankai got away with it. Jiang shouted helplessly, Jiang Ning, please help your group take out the trash. Zhu Yuantang was still sleeping. Chen Xiao and Bei Yuxia got up. Jiang Ning said, let me do it. Chen Xiao, together. No, I can do it myself. Jiang Ning carried the trash can and left the classroom. It was troublesome to take out the trash, especially the big green trash can. Jiang Ning used his magic power to imprison the trash can to prevent the smell from escaping. He took the trash can downstairs and came to the wide, crowded square below. It was rare to take out the trash at this point, which attracted the attention of many students. Jiang Ning didn't notice anything. He dragged the trash can and walked towards the garbage dump in the north of the school. There were two familiar figures in front of him, Zhenglu and Yiqingtang. There was still more than 20 meters away. Zhenglu found Jiang Ning. She dragged Yiqingtang and trotted. When she arrived in front of Jiang Ning, her chest was still beating. Jiang Ning, are you taking out the trash? Yes, it's my turn on duty. Then we'll go together. Zhenglu, Qingtang, you go back to the classroom first. Yiqingtang was speechless. She looked at Jiang Ning, said nothing, and left alone. So there was one more person in the team taking out the garbage. Zhenglu wanted to help, but Jiang Ning didn't let her. On the way to the garbage dump, there were students chasing and playing, and some were walking together. When everyone saw the garbage can, they avoided it on their own. Jiang Ning saw that she had an empty Wangzhe milk can in her hand, and he opened the lid of the garbage can. Throw it in. Zhenglu smiled. No need. She explained. Aunties often rummage through bottles at the garbage dump. I'll put them on the edge later, and she can take them away directly. After taking out the garbage, Jiang Ning hurried back with the empty bucket. Jiang Ning, the small dining table is confirmed today. Zhenglu said happily. Yes. Jiang Ning said, this had never happened in number 4 middle school before. Can we get a table? She asked. Jiang Ning, if you want, you can. Zhenglu smiled, with two pointed little canine teeth. Not only not aggressive, but also sweet. Of course I want to. If we are on the same table, I will bring you delicious food. She still remembers the last time Jiang Ning took her to touch shrimps and treated her to food. I'll think of a way. Jiang Ning said. He expanded his consciousness, and the campus within a few hundred meters was immediately reflected in his sea of consciousness, and countless information flowed in his mind. In the office of Building 1, a female teacher was using a WPS spreadsheet to count the distribution of small tables in the cafeteria. Jiang Ning left a trace of consciousness. Evening self-study. Chen Xiao planned to find Jiang Ning and ask him for help with the questions. It was almost the end of the semester, and Chen Xiao had been studying very hard recently. She was facing class division in the next semester, and she didn't know what would happen in the future. If she was still in the same class with Jiang Ning, she had to get good grades in order to be assigned to the same class as Bei Yuxia and Jiang Ning. However, she came at the wrong time, and Jiang Ning was explaining the questions to Zhenglu. Chen Xiao felt a little disappointed that her exclusive tutor was taken away. Chen Xiao and her deskmate complained, alas, now we have to make an appointment in advance to ask Jiang Ning to teach us. Bei Yuxia said meaningfully, scarce resources are always in high demand. Jiang Ning's teaching level is very high. They feel that her level is not inferior to Gao Hishui. This is a great compliment. Gao Hishui was born in Nanxi and is a young teacher hired by the principal himself. His teaching level is definitely top-notch in number 4 middle school. Moreover, when Jiang Ning teaches, her tone is gentle and her voice is pleasant, which makes people feel like spring breeze and enjoy it. Chen Xiao regretfully said, then I will do the chemistry questions first. Bei Yuxia said, you can ask Zhu Yuantang to try. Zhu Yuantang was playing games and had plenty of time. Chen Xiao whispered, no, I don't understand it at all. Not necessarily. Once she taught me a question, and I understood it. Bei Yuxia said. Zhu Yuantang's first place in the city was very tempting. Chen Xiao couldn't help but try to develop her teaching ability again. If Zhu Yuantang figured it out, she would definitely benefit a lot in the future. She picked up the test paper and turned around. Tang Tang, do you know how to do this math problem? Zhu Yuantang killed an enemy, and she glanced at it. Yes. Chen Xiao thought for a while, and summarized the failures she encountered when she asked Zhu Yuantang to explain the problem before. This time, she learned to be smart. Chen Xiao, then you help me explain this problem. I need the corresponding formula and the steps to solve the problem. Well, with the complete steps to solve the problem, no matter how Tang Tang teaches, there should be a minimum level. Chen Xiao thought she did it very perfectly. Zhu Yuantang said, do you need formulas and steps to solve the problem? I will teach you a method. You can see the final answer at a glance, and then find a few formulas at random and match them with this problem. Chen Xiao was stunned. See the final answer at a glance? Zhu Yuantang, yes, I do it this way. Chen Xiao's mind was a little confused. She didn't understand. How could she see the final answer at a glance? Zaya, how do you feel? Chen Xiao was in a daze. Bayuxia, it feels like a good idea, provided that you can see the answer. Chen Xiao's plan failed. Zhu Yuantang played some games and went back to sleep. She had made up for several hours of sleep during the day, and even in a noisy classroom, she still slept soundly. During the break, Zhang Kai ran to the fourth seat and asked, Ma Shiqing, do you have any way to make money? After paying for the canteen meals, Zhang Kai's wallet was completely empty, and he still owed 50. After being rubbed by reality, he lowered his requirements. I want an easy side job. I don't ask for more money. A dozen yuan a day is enough. Before Ma Shiqing answered, Wang Lang said, it's simple. You don't eat every day and sell the dining table to someone else, isn't it? In the last class of the evening self-study, everyone was anxiously waiting for the result of the small dining table allocation. But the result was delayed. Zhu Yuantang was sleeping, and Jiang Ning was explaining the questions to Bayuxia and Chen Xiao at the same time, and the two listened very seriously. In the middle of the classroom, Huang Zhongfei glanced at the screen of his iPhone 5s from time to time, waiting for news from the cafeteria. Although he was a little anxious inside, he still had a faint smile on his face. Yuan and Jiang Yanan got together and boldly took out their phones to play videos. They were watching a video of a Korean boy band, and when they saw the exciting parts, they screamed "Ah" from time to time. Songsheng, who was doing his homework, was particularly unhappy. Even Duan Shigan was annoyed. These star-chasing girls were really stupid. When Yuan saw the exciting parts, she raised her phone to Huang Zhongfei. Class monitor, look how handsome they are. Huang Zhongfei took the phone and watched the video carefully under the gaze of the two. Yeah, not bad. Yuan was very happy to hear that and continued to watch it with Jiang Yanan. Songsheng didn't understand, and after a while, he nudged the squad leader. Zhongfei, are you a fan? Huang Zhongfei, no, I actually don't know the people in those groups. Songsheng puzzled, then why do you think it's good? Huang Zhongfei smiled. After all, it's what they like. At least I should take it seriously. As he spoke, his cell phone vibrated, and he looked down and saw the list of table assignments in the cafeteria. Chapter 386. It's not fair. Since the last class in the evening, most of the students who participated in the small dining table plan in the class were waiting for the final assignment. Girls wanted to be assigned to the same table with their good sisters or handsome male classmates. At least they couldn't eat at the same table with people they disliked, which would be disgusting, and they couldn't eat. Boys were thinking about what kind of romantic encounter they would have. After all, if they ate at the same table with each other, they would take care of each other in daily life. If they were close to each other, they would get the moon first. Wouldn't they fall in love? Of course, not all boys wanted girls. For example, Wang Lang just wanted to be assigned to the same table with Brother Ma, so that they could become a big and strong combination of Langma. As for Shan Zhao, he was thinking about taking this opportunity to get some useful information. Some classmates even urged Huang Zhongfei several times for this. As he took on the responsibility of class monitor, his mood was a little turbulent. Until the school issued a notice, Huang Zhongfei no longer hesitated. He stood up smoothed the wrinkles on his clothes, and walked towards the podium step by step. Finally, he stood on the podium. In an instant, all the awake students, without exception, cast their eyes on him. Huang Zhangfei went straight to the point, smiling, and said, "It's quiet enough. Everyone, take out your paper and pen and read the list of the small dining tables in our class." At the same time, Wei Zhuoyan, the Life Committee member of Class 1, Fang Qiuyu, the monitor of Class 2, Chen Shuai, the monitor of Class 3, Kao Kun, the Life Committee member of Class 5, and Zhu Yan of Class 11 all stood on the podium of each class and read out the list. Jiao Kunan, who was in the back row, shook his deskmate. Brother Jun, here we come." Hu Jun was uncomfortable with his shaking, and the haircut of the young woman at the door was messed up by Jiao Kunan. "No, I'll ask her to wash my hair tomorrow," Hu Jun thought to himself. Jiao Kunan was extremely expectant, and his eyes didn't blink, for fear of missing any details. "Our class starts from table 26. Let me read it out." Lu Ye, the classmates in the class were confused, and Jiang Yanan was puzzled. "Class monitor, this is not from our class, right?" Cuiyu thought carefully, and felt that the name was a little familiar. "Zhao Gizi, what did you find?" he asked. "Meng Gui, you can tell it's a girl's name right away. Isn't that nonsense?" Huang Zhangfei explained. "The small dining table is not entirely a mix of classes. It may be mixed with neighboring classes." Lu Ye is a student in class 7 of senior 1. Oh. Everyone understood. Jiao Kunan slapped his thigh. "I remember who Lu Ye is. She is neither tall nor short, neither fat nor thin. Her skin is not outstanding, and she is a little rustic, but she is very beautiful, like a rural beauty in the 1980s. Jiao Kunan was quite satisfied, and inexplicably in a good mood. Lu Ye, Shan Keiquan, Ma Shiqing, Wang Langlang. Huang Zhangfei was reading out the names of dishes. Brother Ma, let's go together," Wang Langlang said. "Huang Yazhu, Lu Kiki, Tang Miling, she is from class 9. Huang Zhangfei added deliberately. Ma Shiqing said, "Yazhu is good." Wang Langlang nodded. "Yes, Yazhu is very capable. I heard that when eating, the dishes on the table are the best. The steamed buns and other things need to be taken by students with baskets. I feel relieved when Yazhu is here." The two praised Huang Yazhu. "His character is definitely the best in class 8. He is quiet and capable, like an old ox. Girls may not like this kind of person, but many boys are willing to make friends with him. Even bad guys like Songsheng, Zhang Kai, and Cuiyu. After all, bad guys also want to make friends with good people." Jiao Kunan was doing mental arithmetic. There are 8 people at a table, and now 7 of them have left. His good brothers and the girls he likes are all here. He must not be absent. There are me and I. There must be me. Jiao Kunan is willing to live 10 years less in exchange for eating at the same table. Huang Zhangfei said. "Jiao Kunan. Fuck." Jiao Kunan punched the bottom of the table with his fist, shaking with excitement. Sure enough, he was there. Huang Zhangfei read it and continued. "Next is table 27. The southwest corner of the classroom." At this point, Chen Xiao was worried. Zia, what do you think? If the teacher doesn't change a table for us, I'm afraid I can't eat with my sister. From childhood to adulthood, no matter what she did, she always ate with her sister, slept with her sister, and suddenly separated. She felt a little panic in her heart. It was as if she was suddenly facing the world alone. Bayuksha's voice was quiet and soft. "Don't think too much, believe in Tong's weight." Zhenglu poked Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning didn't look back, but reached behind her and made a reassurance gesture to her. Zhenglu received it, and then she put a mint candy in Jiang Ning's hand. Huang Zhangfei, table 27, Zhang Kai, Songsheng, Duan Shigang, Wang Yanglian, Li Shengnan had just smacked his lips. Why does this table give me the feeling of a battle between gods and demons? Wang Longlong, Longlong, agree very much. At the same time, Shenzhou from class 9 stood on the podium. Wang Yanglian, Li Shengnan, Yan Xianpeng, Shi Qianjin, and Shenzhen Li. Shenzhen Li's mouth twisted. He knew who Li Shengnan was. Shi Qianjin quickly patted him. "Brother Li, stand up. Think positively. At least Li Shengnan didn't do anything to you, right?" It was Jiao who gave brotherly artificial respiration. Besides, I have a brother here. What are you afraid of? Let's eat and not care about those shitty things. He comforted, fearing that the fragile brotherly would collapse. Qianjin was also puzzled. Brotherly used to be placed in class 9, a well-known figure, with good grades and good physical fitness. He often took the lead in bullying Liangsheng, and dared to go to class 8 to play with girls. What kind of person is he? Shenzhenli was relieved and relieved. Qianjin, you are right, it's just a meal. Class 8. Huang Zhangfei continued to read. Table 28 Dong Qingfeng, Yuan, Shenkinj, Jiang Yanan. Dong Qingfeng below was in a very good mood, smiling, finally able to be with the sisters he cared about. Hujun, Liangsheng, Zuona from class 9, Huang Zhangfei, Yuan, class leader, I will be at the same table with you. She was excited and shook her arms repeatedly, not to mention how happy she was. Dong Qingfeng was stunned. He had sent meals countless times, but he had never seen such a glow on Yuan's face. In an instant, Dong Qingfeng's mood fell, and he sighed in his heart. Since Fei was born, why is Feng born? But Dong Qingfeng was not a mediocre person. His mental firmness was far beyond that of ordinary students. It was just a Yuan, but he, Dong Qingfeng, owned the entire forest. Table 29, Beiyuxia. Shan Kaiquan and Dong Qingfeng's eyes lit up, then dimmed. Their tables had already been assigned. Next, Huang Zhangfei read, Su Yuantong, Chen Xiaoyu, Chen Saiking, Yang Sheng, Zheng Lu, Tang Fu from class 7. He read very quickly and finished in a flash. This gave Jiao Kunan an illusion. Oh my god, why are all the people at this table girls? Dong Qingfeng, I remember Chen Saiking, is from class 10, not from the neighboring class. Why are they assigned together? CUIU, this doesn't make sense, does it? Wang Lang replied, Brother Nan, they can't all be girls, there are only 7 of them. Jiao Kunan was stunned when he heard this. Then Huang Zhangfei said, Jiang Ning. As soon as this was said, the class fell into a brief silence. Duan Shigen was very sad that he was assigned to Wang Yanan. He had been looking for a reason to make trouble. Now that he saw how Jiang Ning was treated, how could he hold it back? He immediately stood up. Hey, let me say something fair. It's not fair. Why can there be 7 female students at table 29? Huang Zhangfei was about to explain. Yang Sheng's voice rang out. Because Zhu Yuantang is the first in the grade. Duan Shigen's eyes widened, and veins on his forehead bulged. Can the first in the grade do whatever he wants? Yang Sheng did not give in. If you can get the first in the grade, you can do it too. Duan Shigen, what's so great about being the first in the grade? Yang Sheng was too lazy to argue with him. She curled her lips with a playful smile. You are very dissatisfied? Ma Shicheng in the back row saw her smile from a distance, and his heart skipped a beat. Jiao Kunan next to him also recalled those bad years. Duan Shigen was not afraid of a woman. He looked arrogant. Yes, I'm dissatisfied. Yang Sheng, then let's make a bet. Shan Kaiquan, CUIU, Yuan, Jiang Yanan suddenly felt inexplicably painful. Duan Shigen was an old hand at the card game, and he immediately asked skillfully, how do we bet? What's the stake? It's rock paper scissors. If you win, I'll switch tables with you. If you lose, you'll take my place on duty for a semester. Yang Sheng crossed his legs. Duan Shigen laughed in his heart. Is there such a good thing? He said with great domineering attitude. Okay, let's bet. Yang Sheng looked around. Everyone, be a witness. CUIU's mouth twitched. Damn, he owed duty for 2 semesters, and he still hasn't paid it off. But he is happy to see Gangzi in trouble. Chen Xiaoyu, isn't the risk a bit high? She didn't want to sit at the same table with Duan Shigen, feeling that he was not a good person. Beiyuxia, based on my experience, 0 risk. With the whole class witnessing, the upright monitor acted as the referee, and the gambling began. Duan Shigen won the duty for 1 semester. Yang Sheng, do a good job. I'm optimistic about you. Duan Shigen's face changed. Damn, he lost so quickly. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He got angry and said, let's have another game. Yang Sheng, don't, you are worthless. Thursday morning. Zhu Yuantang entered class 8 with a small bag. The bag contained her and Jiang Ning's lunch boxes. Starting this morning, they would join the school's small dining table. Looking around, many classmates in the class had lunch boxes or lunch jars on their desks. Chen Xiao looked forward to it. What kind of food will the cafeteria cook in the morning? I wonder if it tastes as good as before. The school's mealtime is set after the morning self-study, which is more than enough for the long break. Jiang Ning's consciousness extended to the cafeteria. In the spacious and clean back kitchen, the vice principal and director Yan and other teachers were checking the situation there. Now that the small dining table plan has been opened, not only students are participating, but many teachers are also participating. Principal Yu has repeatedly reminded that the meals in the cafeteria must be strictly controlled for hygiene, the portions must be sufficient, and they must be delicious, and they cannot just focus on making money. But the teachers know the real reason. During the school celebration, Mr. Xiao of Changqing said that the cafeteria meals are still as unpalatable as before. If it were someone else, what would Principal Yu do? But Xiao Xuangshan donated 15 million, and this was just the first donation. Without waiting for the Education Bureau to give guidance, Principal Yu quickly drove away the small boss who had previously contracted the cafeteria. I really dare not be perfunctory. Principal Yu is well informed and knows how terrifying the size of Changqing Liquid is. Its revenue has reached more than 100 billion yuan. It is said that the profit is even higher than the terrifying level. Of course, he listened to the words of such alumni with an open mind. Director Yan checked in the back kitchen to see if the dishes of the day were fresh, and a teacher checked the financial aspects to confirm that there was no problem. Jiang Ning's consciousness took in all of this. He said, breakfast is not bad, much better than before the change. Chen Xiao just thought he was comforting. Jiang Ning didn't elaborate. It's good to leave a surprise. Zhu Yuantang read for a while and felt a little hungry. Usually at this time, she should have finished her breakfast, but today she went to the small dining table in the cafeteria and has been delayed until now. Don't study anymore, lie down for a while, Jiang Ning said. Zhu Yuantang obediently lay down. This can reduce consumption. The morning self-study ended quickly, and the bell rang. Jiuo Kanan turned into an arrow and rushed out of the classroom. Brother Ma, hurry up, Wang Lang urged. In a flash, the classroom became lively. Many students picked up their lunch boxes and walked towards the cafeteria. In the corridor outside, a group of people from class 9 passed by. Yan Shai and Peng knocked on the rice bowl with a bang bang sound, like a night watchman. Jiang Ning, it's time to eat, Zhu Yuantang said. Well, it's time to go. Jiang Ning took Zhu Yuantang out. On the way to the cafeteria, hundreds of students from the first to second year of high school joined the crowd from all directions. Jiuo Kanan ran in the front, with an absolute lead. He was eager to take a glimpse of Tang Miling and Lu Yao's faces. Shan Keiquan chased behind, but couldn't catch up at all. He was so angry that he said to Lang Long, damn, brother Nan didn't take the rice bowl, or he took it after seeing it. Jiang Ning walked neither fast nor slow. When he arrived at the cafeteria, he saw that the wide hall was full of students. Chen Xiao, we are table 29, let's find a table first. Jiang Ning kept walking, follow me. He scanned each position in advance and was already familiar with it. There were 3 dishes and a large plastic plate on the table at number 29. There were 8 egg pancakes and 8 boiled corns, about 1/3 of the size. It was probably not enough to eat these alone. The teachers around shouted, students from each table, go to the window to get steamed buns. Eat as many as you get. Don't waste. There are porridge buckets here. Students, come and get them. Teacher Jiuo Ran, who was dressed beautifully and had a pretty face like a college student, was guarding 2 huge stainless steel rice buckets. Her voice was very comfortable to hear. Milk oatmeal porridge and rice corn porridge. After listening to her, Jiang Ning arranged, you take the steamed buns, and I'll get the porridge. As he said that, he picked up Zhu Yuantang's lunchbox and walked towards the porridge bucket. There were 3 porridge buckets in the hall, and Jiuo Ran was closest to him. Wait, how many steamed buns do you want to eat? Zheng Lu asked. Zhu Yuantang, he eats 2. While talking, the last member, Tang Fu from class 7, found table 29. She had already known that she was assigned to the headquarters of Class 8. Tang Fu has long legs and a beautiful face, a generous personality, and is not afraid of strangers. Tang Fu saw Chen Xiaoyu first, and nodded to show her friendliness. Just as she was about to go get some porridge, she turned around and saw Chen Xiaoyu. She immediately looked like she had seen a ghost. She looked back again and finally confirmed that there were two girls who looked exactly the same. Tang Fu couldn't help asking, "Are you twins?" Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Xiaoyu. Yes, yes. Tang Fu, oh, how many years apart are you sisters? Please give me the monthly ticket for next month. Thank you. Chapter 387. Why do they have all of them? In the noisy cafeteria, students were coming and going with their bowls of rice. How old are you two sisters? Hearing this, Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Xiaoyu fell silent and looked at each other. Finally, elder sister Chen Xiaoyu said, "We'll tell you when we get our food." Tang Fu, oh, okay. They each picked up their lunch boxes and went to the porridge bucket to get food. Jiang Ning chose Jiuo Ran, and at the same time, she had the most students queuing up. There were too many people, so Jiuo Ran didn't see Jiang Ning. Instead, Shan Qingrong found Jiang Ning. He had a big soup spoon in his hand. Today was the first time the small cafeteria was opened, so it was inevitable that there would be emissions. The teachers found that, in order to improve efficiency, they could put 2 more big spoons in the porridge bucket. Shan Qingrong patted Jiang Ning on the shoulder and said, "Follow me." As he said that, he opened a new line with a soup spoon. The students queuing next to him were still waiting foolishly, but they saw Shan Qingrong pick up the soup spoon and serve 2 bowls of porridge to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning held one in each hand. Zhu Yuantang was holding Zhenglu's bowl, wandering around the table. There were too many people just now, and she lost Jiang Ning. Seeing him come back, Zhu Yuantang found her backbone. Bei Yuxia and Zhenglu have taken the steamed buns. Let's help them get food. Jiang Ning had no objection. He and Zhu Yuantang queued together, but this time they were not as lucky as before. The new queue opened by Shan Qingrong was already full. Under the watchful eyes of the public, Shan Qingrong couldn't let them cut in line. So Jiang Ning chose to queue from Jiuo Ran's side. Jiuo Ran was a young teacher who worked hard. She held a huge soup spoon and kept serving soup to the students. The handle of the soup spoon was very long, which was quite laborious. When it was Jiang Ning's turn, Jiuo Ran's arms were shaking slightly from exhaustion. She looked up and found that it was Jiang Ning. She smiled at the corners of her eyebrows. The smile broke the busy atmosphere and made people feel more cordial. "Jiang Ning, which one do you want?" As she said that, she raised the soup spoon and wanted to serve porridge to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning took the spoon from her hand like a magic trick. "Teacher, I'll do it myself." He served Bei Yuxia a bowl of corn porridge and asked Tang Tang to take this bowl away. He also served a bowl of milk oatmeal, which was for Zhenglu. After finishing, he returned the spoon to Jiuo Ran. When Jiang Ning returned to the small dining table, Bei Yuxia had already returned, and they went to the window to get a basket of steamed buns. "Thank you." Zhenglu's little tiger teeth burst out again. Everyone had a clear division of labor. Everything was ready, and it was time to eat. Not far away, at table 27, it was a different scene. "Gangzi, do you want to eat egg pancakes?" Zhang Kai picked up an egg pancake with his bare hands and handed it to his best friend Duan Shigen. A few days ago, Duan Shigen sent him breakfast every morning. Although he didn't have it later, Zhang Kai was not an ungrateful person. Now he returned the favor with an egg pancake. Duan Shigen took it without hesitation, took a big bite, and finished the biscuit in 3 bites. Zhang Kai pointed at the plate. "Brother Gang, eat, eat." Then the two reached out for the pancakes. Yan Shai and Peng said, "You are a bunch of country bumpkins. Let me show you how I eat." After that, he took a pancake, took out a small rice spoon, and reached for the dish in the middle of the 3 dishes. Fried small dried shrimps with sharp peppers. This is a dish that goes well with rice. Compared with the stir-fried sanzi with green bean sprouts and spicy and sour potato shreds next to it, this dish is obviously more noble. Yan Shai and Peng took out a spoonful of small dried shrimps accurately, but it was not enough. He scooped another spoonful, and a small piece of small dried shrimps on the plate was immediately missing. He used 2 egg pancakes to roll up the small dried shrimps and chewed them with big mouthfuls. He ate them happily. Song Sheng came back with a bowl, only to see that only 2 of the 8 pancakes on the plate were left. He pointed at the 3 people and said angrily, "This pancake is divided equally among everyone, 1 for each person." As he spoke, Zhang Kai took another piece and said nonchalantly, "I didn't know." He had no guilt at all. Song Sheng was very upset. Zhang Kai was a shameless person who refused to listen to any advice. His face was thicker than cowhide. He looked at the big guy Yan Qianpeng again. Seeing that Yan Qianpeng was almost done with the egg pancake in his hand, Song Sheng judged the situation and picked up the chopsticks to take his egg pancake. This was the last pancake. He moved his chopsticks again and took the corn that belonged to him in advance. Yan Qianpeng touched nothing, so he simply took another piece of corn. When Shi Qianjin came back with the steamed bun basket, he saw that the egg pancake and corn on the plate were all gone. The most outrageous thing was that the fried shrimps with hot peppers in the middle of his dish were all gone, leaving only the hot peppers. Shi Qianjin, fuck, Wang Yanan and Li Xingnan, 2 girls, came together, and then they found something wrong with the table. Someone dared to infringe on their interests. Li Shengnan was furious and roared, "Where is my pancake?" Table 26 looked different again. Jiuo Kunan wanted to serve porridge to Lu Ye from class 7, but was declined. However, he was not disappointed at all. There was still a long time to come, and there were plenty of opportunities to enhance their relationship. "Brother Nan, did you help me with the porridge?" Shan Kaikwun put the steamed bun basket on the dining table. Jiuo Kunan smiled and said generously, "Hey, you can trust me to do the job." Ma Shicheng, where is Yasu? Hu Jun, Wang Longlong, Lu Keki and Tang Mealing all sat down, leaving only Yasu. In a few seconds, Huang Yasu brought a basket of steamed buns. Ma Shicheng said, "Yasu, next time we will decide who gets the steamed buns, and don't always take them yourself. Be fair." Huang Yasu said honestly, "It's okay. Sit down, the porridge is ready for you." Ma Shicheng flicked his chopsticks. Huang Yasu said thank you awkwardly. Jiuo Kunan looked around the table. It was a 4x2 rectangular table with seats welded to the edge. He had a reason in mind and said, "Brothers, the table is a bit long and it's not easy to get food from the edge seats. Ladies first, let them sit in the back." Lu Keki smiled and responded, "I agree." Tan Mealing, who looked charming, didn't say anything because she was sitting in the center. As a beautiful girl, she was used to this kind of preferential treatment. There was silence at the table for a moment. Ma Shicheng said, "Okay, Lu Ye, let's change seats." After hearing this, Lu Ye smiled and refused. "No need to bother, I can get food." After she said this, Jiuo Kunan was speechless. He looked at Lu Ye next to him and thought, when it's cooked, he will get food for 30 tables. Zhao Jinliang from class 7 looked at Pang Zhao and Zhang Yifei, who were like gluttons at the table. His resolute face was full of anger, sadness, and despair. The expression of Bohan next to him was the same as his. They stared at the bowls in a daze, doubting their lives. "You picked up some egg pancakes for them, old Zhao, old Bei, your pancakes." Zhao Jinliang looked at the table 29 opposite, where there were 7 beautiful girls. They were fair-skinned, beautiful, bright-eyed, and heroic, and the little girls were dazzling. Then he looked at the 2 Cretaceous beasts at their table. "God, how unfair. Zhao Jinliang, is that table your class? What's going on? Is there no one to manage it? Is there still a law? I don't know." Zhao Jinliang was so angry that he couldn't eat. First, he felt that fate was unfair, and second, he was disgusted by Pang Zhao opposite. Zhao Jinliang was muscular, full of masculinity, a real man among real men. This kind of handsome man made Pang Zhao stare at him, and she kept peeking at him, and even disgusted with Zhang Yifei in private. He was so angry that his hair stood on end. Table 29. Just now, Chen Xiao and her sister answered Tang Fu's question about the birth time of the twins in front of the other 5 people. Tang Fu accidentally exposed her IQ, which made several people laugh. However, Tang Fu was straightforward and casual, so she didn't take it to heart. Chen Xiao tasted the dishes at the small dining table and praised, Sister, it tastes much better than I thought. Bayuksha was quite satisfied with the taste after tasting it. It's much better than the buns and fried dough sticks outside. Jiang gave her con to Jiang Ning. The school said that we should try to keep the food from being repeated in the future. Bayuksha, keep the taste. There should be more and more students participating in the small dining table in the future. Zhu Yuantang used chopsticks to pick up mung bean sprouts, revealing the white jade bunny on his wrist. Tang Fu noticed that the jade pendant was pure white, the jade quality was excellent, and the bunny shape was cute. It complemented Zhu Yuantang's white wrist. She was about to ask, but she saw another very beautiful girl who had a white jade tiger strung with a red rope on her wrist. Tang Fu vaguely remembered that her name was Bayuksha. Then there were the clouds and koi jade pendants of Chen Xiao and her sister. Tang Fu went from admiration to confusion. Is it a trend for girls to wear jade pendants now? Fortunately, the girl with a bulging chest didn't wear it, otherwise she would have really suspected it. At table 7, students from experimental class 1 and class 2 sat. Wei Xiaowen asked about her well-being. Jai, do you want more porridge? Dong Jai, thank you, no. Do you want a steamed bun? Thank you, no. I see you like shrimps, can I get you some? Dong Jai was annoyed and got angry. She frowned and said, why are you talking so much nonsense just for a meal? Wei Xiaowen shrank his neck and his momentum instantly waned. Qi Xianheng, who was at the same table, gave Zhao Xiaofeng a look. Zhao Xiaofeng immediately said in a flattering manner, brother, stop it. Wei Xiaowen was unhappy. What's it to you? His father opened a UK supermarket outside, and Wei Xiaowen didn't come to the cafeteria to eat at all, but for Dong Jai, 16 yuan a day for food. What was it? Fortunately, he and Dong Jai were assigned to the same table. Zhao Xiaofeng said in a bad tone, you disturbed my and brother Shan's dinner, do you understand? Wei Xiaowen, you are so awesome, why don't you eat in the private room? The two exchanged a few words. Qi Xianheng, Du Chuan, Fang Qiuiu, Yan Tingting, and Dong Jai's sister Li Yuzin watched while eating. When the two had almost finished arguing, Du Chuan came out and said, it's not easy for everyone to eat at the same table, what are you arguing about? Zhao Xiaofeng cursed. Originally, he was just following brother Shan's instructions to mock Wei Xiaowen, but after a few words, he got angry. Look at what kind of person you are. Zhao Xiaofeng said. Wei Xiaowen sneered. At this point, everyone continued to eat, and Zhao Xiaofeng lowered his voice. Brother Shan, serve the food. He wanted brother Shan to slap Wei Xiaowen in the face, and it would be best to snatch Dong Jai away to see if the other party would still be arrogant. Qi Xianheng said calmly, no hurry, no hurry. While speaking, he looked at table 29 in the distance, where Yang Sheng was sitting. However, to his surprise, there were 7 girls at that table. Qi Xianheng didn't understand. What good luck? Then, he thought to himself, it doesn't matter, wait until noon. He sent someone to deliver the meal, and then all the glory will belong to him. This breakfast made all the students happy. Of course, there were some minor incidents during the meal. There was a conflict at table 27, and the table was almost overturned. Later, Director Yan went to reprimand them, and the conflict was eased. Overall, the quality of the food at the small dining table was outstanding, which made everyone feel that the school was conscientious. Wash the dishes after the meal. Since students bring their own lunch boxes, they are responsible for washing the dishes. The school is happy to see this, and it can also cultivate students' sense of self-reliance. After all, many students probably have never washed dishes since they were young. Jiang Ning's bowl was taken away by Zhu Yuantang and washed cleanly. On the way back to the classroom, Jiuo Kunan kept talking. Have you noticed that Lu Ye is very suitable to be a wife? He recalled Lu Ye's performance at the dinner table today. She was wearing a floral dress, spoke softly, and was very polite. Shan Kaiquan said, her skin is not too white. Compared with Bayuksha, Lu Ye's appearance is much inferior. Jiuo Kunan, she's a perfect match for me. Didn't you notice? She looks a bit rustic, but she's actually pretty. Her eyes and nose are very distinctive, and the more you look at her, the prettier she becomes. She's very comfortable and down to earth. I think her personality is much better than Lukiki's. Jiuo Kunan had a scale in his heart. She's also prettier than Lukiki. And she looks like someone who can make a living. Jiuo Kunan, brothers, if I pursue her, will you support me? Wang Lang calculated the information and poured cold water on her. Brother Nan, let me tell you something. There are a lot of people pursuing Lu Yaya, much more than you think. Jiuo Kunan was stunned. Is it fake? She's not that good, is she? Ma Shiqing, Lu Yaya has a good temper, is pretty but not particularly pretty, and is not arrogant. There is no threshold to pursue her, so the boys who pursue her are often the most. Jiuo Kunan took a breath. I have a geographical advantage. On the way back, there was a road that could be taken a shortcut. It was blocked by a rope and several cars were parked next to it. Yuan and Jiang Yanan walked next to Huang Zhangfei. Yuan didn't want to take a detour. With her personality, she would definitely take the shortcut. The height of the rope was above her knees. Yuan had breakfast with the squad leader today. For the sense of ceremony, she wore a beautiful skirt. As a result, she was too excited during the meal and dripped vegetable juice, which made her laugh awkwardly. Yuan was about to lift her skirt and step over the rope like a princess in a wedding dress on TV. At this time, the squad leader Huang Zhangfei took 2 steps forward, raised his foot, and stepped on the rope to push it down. Yuan was confused and looked at the squad leader. The bright early sun shone on his handsome face, and he was so handsome that he almost glowed. Yuan mechanically raised her foot and stepped over the rope that blocked the road. Huang Zhangfei didn't let go until Jiang Yanan and Shen Qinsh passed through. Tang Fu, who was behind, noticed it and smiled. Your squad leader is very good. Soon, Tang Fu arrived in front of the rope. She pretended to step on the rope to let the girls pass first. Zhu Yuantang crossed her arms across her chest and said arrogantly, that's not necessary at all. Then in Jiang Ning's sight, she took a running start. Her slender and delicate calves tensed, her body bounced lightly, and she stepped over the rope. Chapter 388 A Short Combing. Zhu Yuantang jumped over the rope without tripping, which surprised Chen Xiao and the others. After all, they all saw Tang Tang's physical fitness. Bai Yuxia looked at Zhu Yuantang on the other side of the rope and said, I guess she practiced by riding a bicycle. She saw Zhu Yuantang jump onto the back seat of Jiang Ning's car several times. After Zhu Yuantang jumped over, he waited for them on the other side with a smile. Tang Fu took a step with her long legs and stepped over as if nothing happened. The bright smile on Zhu Yuantang's face disappeared in an instant. After breakfast, there were still 20 minutes before class, and many students who were eating in the cafeteria gathered together to chat. They talked about breakfast in the cafeteria, the people at the table, and the lunch. While Lukiki was talking to Yuan, she took out a tissue and wiped the water droplets on her lunchbox. Oh, there are so many people in the sink. I haven't even dried my clothes yet, and the boys behind me are urging me to wash them, she complained. After dinner, we lined up to wash the dishes. Some taps had very low water flow. Yuan, indeed. Kinch gave me her seat. As she was talking, Mengji Yui passed by from the back row and asked, hey, your lunchbox is pretty good looking? Where did you buy it? The lunchbox is made of white ceramic, rectangular, and looks quite good. It is countless times better looking than the iron pot they bought. I bought it on Taobao, 39 yuan. Lukiki said with a bit of boasting. Several boys nearby took a breath of cold air after hearing this. A lunchbox of 39 yuan is definitely expensive. Zankai said, with this money, you might as well buy more food. Why spend this money? Lukiki looked at her manicure. My boyfriend gave it to me. Zankai stopped talking. Seeing the reaction of the classmates nearby, Lukiki was very satisfied. Unconsciously, she felt a little superior because she had a boyfriend to spoil her. Mengji Yui was fine. Although 39 yuan was a huge sum of money, Mengji Yui did not lack 39 yuan. He said, Lukiki, send me the link of the lunchbox on questions later. I will keep it for my girlfriend. Lukiki asked back, why should I keep it for her? If you really want to buy it for her, just buy it directly. We girls don't like words like keeping it for her. Mengji Yui, I suggest you don't delay. If you really like her, you shouldn't wait. Mengji Yui was silent for a few seconds and said, because I don't have a girlfriend now. Lukiki, I've said a lot of things. Your grandmother's head. Wang Lang Lang next to him held back his laughter and didn't say anything. Fortunately, Lukaki has been with Yuan for a long time and has rich experience. She quickly calmed down. Jiang Yanan sighed. Your boyfriend treats you very well after getting back together? Yuan, maybe he realized how important you are after he left you. Lukaki, you only know how to cherish something after you lose it. He used to be hesitant and stingy about buying things, but now he does whatever I ask him to do. I plan to eat Japanese food this week. Hearing about Japanese food, Yuan was interested. I heard that Japanese food is very expensive, and a meal costs hundreds of yuan. Jiang Yanan, last time my brother-in-law took my sister there, and the two of us didn't order expensive dishes, and spent more than 600 yuan. These days, 600 yuan is quite a lot. Jiang Yanan's mobile phone is Redmi 1S, which is only 699 yuan. It's scary to spend so much money on a meal. Wang Lang Lang, Ma Shicheng, and Ji Yuokanan played with their phones while listening to the girls chatting. Hu Jun suddenly said, Jiang Yanan, you have a sister? Jiang Yanan was startled. Yes, she's married. Hu Jun's expression became more enthusiastic. It's good to get married. It's good to get married. Jiang Yanan just felt puzzled. Lukaki, more than 600 is not expensive. He treats me better now, and when we are together in the future, I will definitely persuade my parents for him, and he can save hundreds of thousands. Lukaki continued to talk about her boyfriend and some of her daily consumption. In short, what she said made rural children like Shan Kaikwan and Ji Yuokanan feel ashamed. Their consumption concept was impacted, and they deeply felt that they were not worthy of a city girl like Lukaki. For a while, they felt inferior in their hearts, and no one said anything. Obviously, they usually looked down on those billionaire bosses. At the end of Lukaki's speech, perhaps because she was too excited, she became more and more arrogant. You know luxury goods, right? Lukaki said. Seeing that the girls were talking over there, Yuan felt that she was being looked down upon. She said, when you talk about luxury goods, I think of LV bags. My aunt carries a bag. She said that she spent more than 10,000 yuan on it. Shan Zhao wandered over and listened to the girls chat. Jiang Yanan, it's so expensive. Who can afford a bag worth more than 10,000 yuan? Last time, my mother saw a bag worth 1,000 yuan, but she didn't want to buy it in the end. This involves Lukaki's knowledge blind spot, but she can't lose face. In order to highlight her elegance, she belittled. LV's bag color is too old-fashioned, and the style is not good looking. It is not suitable for young women. I still prefer Louis Vuitton. Yuan was surprised. Kiki, you know all this? Shan Kaikwan next to her only thought that she was very fashionable and even understood high-end luxury goods. Ji Yuokanan was yearning. If I have money in the future, I will definitely ask you for advice when buying things. Lukaki said calmly. For the sake of our old classmates, I won't charge you for consulting. Ji Yuokanan, haha, okay. Lukaki was admired, and she couldn't help herself. When I graduate from high school, I will buy a Louis Vuitton and carry it for you to see. Shan Zhao's mouth pulled the stiff muscles on his face. He couldn't listen anymore. His rich knowledge reserves and the master's mentality of pursuing perfection made him unable to tolerate such a low-level mistake. When Lukaki was complacent, Shan Zhao's words floated in the air. LV is Louis Vuitton. They are the same brand. The air suddenly became quiet. Half a minute later, Shan Zhao left, and Lukaki also left. The originally lively back row became even more lively. Wang Lang Lang slapped his thigh. Brother Ma, do you think Lukaki won't hate Shan Zhao? Shan Kaikwan, she asked for it. She said it so arrogantly. Ji Yuokanan also lost face. He just asked Lukaki for advice, but the other party turned out to be a knockoff. Wang Lang Lang, I always feel that Shan Zhao knows a lot. He seems to be very familiar with these luxury goods. Zhang Kai said good things to him. Don't look at Shan Zhao as a country boy, but he is a man with great ambitions. Seeing Zhang Kai actually praising him, Wang Lang Lang turned around and asked, why do you say that, Brother Kai? Zhang Kai, before, I was doing the router business, and Shan Zhao also gave me 10 yuan to invest. At that time, it was like helping charcoal in the snow. Not only did he provide material help, but he also provided spiritual encouragement. Zhang Kai always remembered it. Hearing Zhang Kai's words, several people were happy. The third class in the morning was the class of English teacher Chen Haiyang. Chen Haiyang is an extremely capable teacher. He once invited Yuzhou number 2 middle school to go, but he did not go, but chose to stay in number 4 middle school. He was a teacher that even director Yan dared to scold in person. What impressed Chen Haiyang most to his classmates was his bald head. However, when he entered the classroom today, the whole class was shocked that Chen Haiyang actually had black hair. Wang Lang secretly clicked his tongue. My god, my brother Chen has grown hair? Hujun, it's a fucking miracle. Ma Shicheng also stared at Chen Haiyang's head. Chen Haiyang has been in high spirits recently. He lost his hair in his early 20s, and before he was 30, he had a Mediterranean hairstyle. For this reason, Chen Haiyang's life was not easy when he was young. Due to hair loss, even getting married became a difficult thing. Few girls would like a young and poor bald man. In addition to melancholy, Chen Haiyang worked hard to study teaching, and his level improved rapidly. With his talent, he found a wife. However, the lost hair can never be returned. After all these years, he thought he had let it go, until a former student, Xiao Shuangshan, the boss of Changqing Liquid, gave him a few bottles of Changqing Liquid. Chen Haiyang felt like he was back to youth. All the students in the class stared at the top of his head. Chen Haiyang didn't feel offended at all, and he even brushed his lush black hair. The effect of Changqing Liquid is simply amazing. Not only does it grow hair, but it's all black hair. Finally, a student spoke up, and Wang Yang took the lead to ask, Teacher Chen, your hair? Deng Qingfeng was puzzled. Hair transplant? Chen Haiyang has heard such questions many times, and he smiled kindly. Classmates should know about Changqing Liquid? Of course the classmates knew about it. The news advertised every day that Changqing Liquid had opened up the market in a certain country, causing queues and so on. But in reality, they have never seen anyone use Changqing Liquid because it is too expensive and they can't afford it. Deng Qingfeng was puzzled and said, Teacher Chen, a bottle of Changqing Liquid costs 10,000 yuan, and it is even more expensive in foreign countries. The implication is, how can you afford it? Chen Haiyang didn't go to class and patiently explained. Xiao Shuangshan, the owner of Changqing Liquid, used to be my student. After that, he put his hands behind his back, his demeanor full of the style of a famous teacher. The students were in awe. Who would have thought that Chen Haiyang had such a glorious past? The front row was discussing, and the students in the back row were talking. Wang Lang said, I saw on the internet before that once Changqing Liquid sent a special plane to deliver goods to a small South Asian country. It was hijacked by a local force. Guess what happened? Within 2 days, the local warlord came out to apologize. Not only sent back the goods, but also compensated $30 million. Guo Kunan, isn't it too mysterious? High school students who go online every day know very well how powerful the warlords are. They have private soldiers, guns, cruelty, and blood, and do all kinds of evil, but they can't get the Changqing Liquid. Wang Lang, that's what the internet says. I don't know if it's true or not. Guo Kunan, I feel it's false. Those warlords are local tyrants. They are tough, and don't respond to soft words. It's impossible to make them pay money. The few people didn't have much evidence. After talking for a while, Guo Kunan sighed. Evergreen Liquid is good in every way. The only disadvantage is that it is too expensive. Wang Lang, brother Nan, you are confused. Is it possible that this is your disadvantage? Time passed by quickly. In the blink of an eye, several classes passed. Some people learned knowledge, some people played for a whole morning, and this was all youth. At noon, the school bell rang, and Guo Kunan rushed out quickly. It was time to eat in the cafeteria again. On the way, Chen Xiaoyu said, the food in the morning was very good. I wonder how it was at noon. Jiang Ning's consciousness had already passed the cafeteria. He looked natural, not bad. Bei Yuxia looked at him in surprise. Did you know? Jiang Ning, yeah. She thought for 2 seconds and asked, did Teacher Guo tell you? Jiang Ning didn't speak. Bei Yuxia thought he agreed, and felt that Teacher Guo seemed to treat him very well. 4 dishes were placed on the table number 29. Potato beef, minced pork beans, stir-fried cauliflower, and a cold tofu salad, which was quite rich. It seems that the school really put in a lot of effort. Chen Xiking's face was happy, much better than when she and her sister went out to eat. Yang Shen came from a distance. There is also soup over there, tomato and egg soup. Several people divided the work and served rice and soup in an orderly manner. At the next table, number 27, Zhang Kai and Yan Xianpeng ran over excitedly, ready to eat the meat first. As a result, they saw a black-faced door god standing by the table. Gao Hishui pointed at the two of them and said sinisterly, "Try to eat first again." A few minutes later, most of the students sat down to eat. The huge cafeteria was orderly and harmonious. Zhao Xiaofeng at table number 7 ate a piece of beef and said to Qu Xianheng, "Brother Shan, why don't you move your chopsticks?" Everyone else at the table was eating, but Qu Xianheng was the only one sitting still. Qu Xianheng smiled lazily. "I'm waiting." Zhao Xiaofeng, "What are you waiting for?" "Waiting for the person I should be waiting for," he replied. "Is he here?" "He's coming soon." The conversation between the two attracted the attention of Dong Jiayi, Fang Qiuyu, Yun Tingting and others who were nearby, who were puzzled. Wei Ziyuan took a bite of his rice and complained in his heart, "What a psychopath." 30 seconds later, a man in a suit appeared at the entrance of the cafeteria. He was carrying a large brown wooden lunchbox and walked up the stairs. Soon, he walked all the way to table number 7 under the gaze of his classmates and teachers. The man in the suit said respectfully, "Mr. Qi, your lunch." As he said that, he put the large lunchbox on the table. Fang Qiuyu saw that he was wearing a pair of white gloves. Qu Xianheng nodded slightly, and the man in the suit said, "Enjoy your lunch." After that, he slowly retreated. At this time, not only the students at table number 7, but also many other tables around, cast their eyes. Zhao Xiaofeng said loudly, "Brother Shan, your employees are here to deliver food again." Qu Xianheng said lightly, "Sorry, I forgot to notify him to cancel." Zhao Xiaofeng stood up and rubbed his hands. "Let me see what he sent." He opened the lunchbox, brought out a dish with an exaggerated expression, and shouted in shock, "This is crab treasure, made with crab meat, crab roe and cheese. I heard that a portion costs hundreds of yuan." Qu Xianheng, too greasy. Zhao Xiaofeng brought out another dish. "This is goose liver, that melts in your mouth, without a trace of fishy smell, without too many auxiliary ingredients, just to restore the most original taste." Qu Xianheng, too oily. "This is eel rice made with eel, seaweed, and shredded red ginger." Qu Xianheng, too sweet. Whenever Zhao Xiaofeng announced a dish, Qu Xianheng said it was not good. After a few rounds, all the classmates around him heard it. Several girls at the same table frequently cast their eyes on him. At this moment, Qu Xianheng was in a very good mood. Wei Ziyuan noticed that the girl he was trying to capture, Dong Jiayi, also looked at the pretentious Qu Xianheng. A smile appeared on his handsome face. "Brother, I'm really envious. These dishes look expensive." Qu Xianheng was pleased with himself. Unexpectedly, Wei Ziyuan asked casually, "I made a few $1,000s handing out flyers last summer, but I didn't dare to eat such expensive dishes. You must be very capable. What do you do?" He hinted that the other party was still a student and had no ability and could only spend his parents' money. Qu Xianheng heard his sarcasm and his face rose. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Zhao Xiaofeng, the number 1 lackey, frowned and came up with a plan. He replied, "My brother Shan, do ideological work for my parents." Qu Xianheng said frankly, "That's right. Instead of hiding it, it's better to admit that his family is rich." "What's wrong?" Wei Ziyuan was speechless. Qu Xianheng regained his confidence and composure. At this moment, he was the most handsome person in the entire cafeteria. At this time, Zheng Lu took 2 lunch boxes and trotted to the rice bucket. Then she remembered that she had forgotten something. The distance was a bit far, so she took a breath, exerted a little strength, and shouted, "Jiang Ning, how much rice do you want?" "Jiang Ning, fill it up." Zheng Lu, "Okay." After adding the rice, she took the lunchbox and trotted back. Her pretty face and the thrilling journey attracted the boy's attention. Qu Xianheng didn't know what was wrong. He was suddenly unhappy. Chapter 389, Candlelight. The cafeteria of number 4 middle school. The man in a suit brought food to Jiang Ning, attracting the attention of many students. Jiang Ning was very proud. Who in the whole cafeteria could enjoy such treatment? Only him. This kind of view of the world made him feel very good. As a result, Zheng Lu went to the nearby rice bucket to get rice. She had an unusually outstanding figure and good looks, but she actually served rice to a male classmate. Jiang Ning suddenly felt that his happiness was dull. He smiled far-fetchedly and divided several dishes. I will treat everyone to dinner today. Yan Tingting, who was sitting at the same table, brightened her eyes and smiled. Ah, don't you want to eat? Jiang Ning looked at Yan Tingting. He is a rich second generation with a broad vision and extremely high requirements for girls, otherwise he would not have taken a fancy to Yang Sheng. Yan Tingting also has a good figure. Whenever she plays badminton downstairs, she can always attract many male classmates to watch. She is very well known in number 4 middle school. However, Jiang Ning was not very interested. He always felt that Yan Tingting was dirty and full of worldly turbidity. He admires pure girls with spirit, such as Yang Sheng. After hearing what Yan Tingting said, Jiang Ning showed pride on his face and said lightly, I've had enough of eating these every day. As soon as this was said, the expressions of the people at the table were different. Good guy, you've had enough. Share with us, right? The number 1 lackey, Zhao Xiaofeng, is good at observing people's expressions. When he saw that something was wrong, he quickly added, hey, brother Shine was worried that the food in the cafeteria was not delicious, so he specially asked someone to send a portion, but the food was sent by mistake. Recently, all these dishes are here. Of course I'm tired of them. Last time I had a braised pork rice, and I couldn't eat it for several days. Come on, you guys try it. Zhao Xiaofeng gave a little to a few people. Even when Easyuan, he didn't skip it, and gave him to lamb chops. When Easyuan refused expressionlessly, Jai, next time I'll take you to Nanshi to eat. Lunch was over. Bayuxia didn't go home, and planned to rest in Shen Xiao's dormitory. Zhu Yuantang was making a fuss to go home. She told Jiang Ning that it was just after 12 o'clock, so she should go home and play some games, sleep for half an hour, and then come to school for class. Jiang Ning was persuaded by her and pushed the mountain bike to the carport. The weather was hot and the sun was strong. The cement ground on the main road of the campus seemed to reflect the scorching light, and the heat waves rose. There were not many students in the school, so Zhu Yuantang jumped on the back seat. When they rode outside the school, there was a dessert shop she liked with a discount sign. She grabbed Jiang Ning's clothes. Jiang Ning, stop the car quickly, stop the car quickly. Hearing this, Jiang Ning pressed the brake, and with inertia, Zhu Yuantang hit his head on his back. Zhu Yuantang rubbed his hair and shouted, Jiang Ning, I haven't eaten for a long time. Jiang Ning, didn't you just eat at noon? Zhu Yuantang, I mean dessert. She jumped off the back seat. Seeing this, Jiang Ning parked the car and followed her into the store. The blackboard read, new product now available, pure handmade fruit ice cream. 20% off for a limited time. 50% off for teachers of number 4 middle school and children under 10 years old. Smiley face. Jiang Ning looked at the blackboard, then at Zhu Yuantang, hinting with her eyes. How well did the two of them work together? Zhu Yuantang said she understood. She walked to the counter, looked up, and said to the waiter, hello, I'm a teacher at number 4 middle school. Jiang Ning, 6. The counter waiter was a young girl. She looked at the little Zhu Yuantang with an incredible look on her face. Are you really a teacher? She was suspicious. Zhu Yuantang said steadily, yes, I just look small. After that, she showed her teacher's meal card. This was teacher Jiuo Ran's meal card, and although the cafeteria had changed, Zhu Yuantang had kept it. In the end, Zhu Yuantang got a 50% discount, and she spent 5 yuan to buy a portion of ice cream, which was extremely affordable, and tasted especially delicious. On the way back, Zhu Yuantang felt the wind from the dam, and looked at the reeds on the bank of the Hushu River. Jiang Ning, am I smart? She shook her calves in the back seat, licked the ice cream, and enjoyed the fruits of victory. Jiang Ning didn't know what to say, so she just perfunctorily said, smart. Before the afternoon class, Jiang Ning led the sleepy Zhu Yuantang into the school. She slept so soundly at noon that she almost didn't get up. It was Jiang Ning who grabbed her, put her in the back seat, and sent her to school. When passing through the corridor, brother gang, Zhang Kai rushed over from behind. He has a good relationship with Du and Shigen recently and often plays together. In the corridor outside the classroom, there was a girl wearing black framed glasses, walking and playing with her mobile phone, with no distractions. Zhang Kai is a macho man, and the way brothers greet each other is very manly. He leaned his shoulder and slammed Du and Shigen. Du and Shigen didn't stand firmly and tilted half a step to the edge, bumping into the girl next to him. As a result, with a click, the female classmate's mobile phone fell to the ground. Zuona was playing with the phone, and the phone slipped out of her hand. She quickly bent down to pick it up, and found that the screen was cracked. The culprits Zhang Kai and Du and Shigen also saw the cracked screen. The atmosphere was instantly stagnant. Students passing by stopped to watch the excitement. Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang entered the classroom. When they got to their seats, he found that Bei Yuxia and Chen Xiaoyu had already arrived, and were looking out the window. Chen Xiaoyu told him, "It seems that something happened outside, look." Zuona adjusted her thick glasses and said to Du and Shigen, "You knocked my phone down, and now the screen is broken. What should I do?" Du and Shigen was so wronged. Although he was the one who bumped it, he was touched by Zhang Kai. He turned around and planned to discuss it with Zhang Kai. After all, the screen was broken, and replacing it would definitely not be cheap, maybe hundreds of yuan, and he didn't want to pay this unfair money. When Zhang Kai heard this, how could he be happy? Although this girl with glasses is pretty, beauty can't be used to make a living. Zhang Kai was so poor that he almost wanted to rob a bank. He raised his voice to question, "You want to scam me, right? How could you break your phone at such a low height?" Zhang Kai's voice was so loud that all the students in class 8 looked over. Yuan in the classroom said, "Isn't that Zuona from our table?" When Dong Qingfeng saw it, he said seriously, "Go out and have a look." So a crowd of spectators soon gathered in the corridor. Zuona had no way to deal with someone like Zhang Kai who had no bottom line. She could only repeat, "My phone was fine just now. It broke after you knocked it off." Girls are naturally weak, which attracted the sympathy of nearby students. Zhang Kai sneered. In order to clear his suspicion and establish the fact that the other party was scamming, he took out his own phone and said complacently, "How is it possible? I have dropped my phone several times and nothing happened. If you don't believe me, just look." As soon as he let go, the phone fell to the ground with a click. As a result, when he picked it up, the screen was broken. Zhang Kai cursed in a low voice, "Damn it." The students around were stunned. How could they do this? Zhang Kai's face changed, and he couldn't get off the stage for a while. He explained, "Maybe it was because I fell at the wrong angle. Brother gang, lend me your phone again." The second class in the afternoon was the math teacher Gao Hishuo's class. His voice was loud and resounding. The whole classroom echoed his voice. The whirring electric fan above his head seemed to be responding to his call. In the summer, it was hot and afternoon, and it was easy to get tired. Zhu Yuantang fell asleep. In order to prevent being exposed to the sun, Jiang Ning covered her head with two thin exercise books. Wu Zhaoqi in the last row was motionless. He opened his eyes a little, as if he was listening to the class, but in fact his consciousness had already fallen asleep. When Gao Hishuo asked a question, only 2 students answered it, and most of them were in a drowsy state. Gao Hishuo was angry and called 2 students to stand up to answer the question. Zhang Kai was one of them. He didn't answer correctly, and he stood up to listen to the class. The classmates in the class woke up instantly. Gao Hishuo stopped talking about the topic. He threw down his chalk and said in a sarcastic tone, "I find that the students in our school are really interesting. They are not good at studying, and they are also terrible at other things. Everyone must be good at one thing, right? You are so good, you are lazy, and don't work hard all day long, and you don't know the difference between grains." As he spoke, his contemptuous eyes wandered over several students. Zhang Kai was one of them. The anger in his heart ignited. Before class, he broke someone's mobile phone, and then he broke his own mobile phone, because he proved himself. He had been holding back a bad temper for a long time. Zankai asked stiffly, Teacher Gayo, can you tell me which 5 grains are? Gayo Hishuari, rice, millet, sorghum, wheat, and beans. After answering, Gayo Hishuari, do you have anything else to ask? Zankai, no problem. After school in the afternoon, Jiuo Kunan rushed out of the classroom as usual. Jiang Ning, Su Yuantong, Zhenglo and others slowly rushed to the cafeteria. As the sun set, the campus was dyed red. In the afterglow, students walked in the campus in twos and threes. The evening breeze blew slowly, blowing away the fatigue of listening to classes for an afternoon, and also blowing away Zhu Yuantang's sleepiness. She was very awake now. What else could be happier than sleeping in class on a summer afternoon? Zhu Yuantang took a deep breath of the evening breeze. There was only the faint fragrance of the grass and trees next to her. She did not smell the dinner in the cafeteria tonight. Yang Sheng saw that the two of them were empty-handed and was surprised. Jiang Ning, where are your Aunt Tang Tang's lunch boxes? Did you forget to take them? Jiang Ning said, Teacher Jiuo Ran took them for me. Chen Xiao was a little shocked. She eats with your lunch box? Chen Xiking, does she eat 2 bowls? Jiang Ning denied, no. Soon, they arrived at the cafeteria. The food tonight was as rich as usual, and there were 3 dishes on the table. Chen Xiao, I'll go get some steamed buns. Sister, can you help me make mung bean soup? A bowl of mung bean soup in summer can clear away heat and relieve summer heat, which is quite wonderful. It seems that the chefs in the school cafeteria are quite knowledgeable. Jiang Ning looked at the mung bean soup bucket. Teacher Jiuo Ran was not there. He expanded his consciousness and searched for Teacher Jiuo Ran's location. Wait for me here, he said to Tang Tong, and went to find Jiuo Ran. In the northwest of the cafeteria, Jiang Ning saw Jiuo Ran at a table next to him. When she was eating, she tied her hair up, revealing her flawless profile. Her clothes and appearance were almost the same as those of a high school girl, except that she was a little more quiet and beautiful. It's here. I've prepared it for you. Jiuo Ran smiled lightly. I've added some sugar. Thank you for the trouble. Jiang Ning picked up the lunchbox. Jiuo Ran knocked on the table and said, we haven't talked for a long time. Come to the office next time for evening self-study, and I'll help you review chemistry. Jiang Ning agreed, and then left with 2 lunchboxes. Thanks to Teacher Jiuo Ran's advanced preparation, Jiang Ning avoided waiting in line and his efficiency increased greatly. He returned to his seat first. Zhu Yuantang drank a big mouthful of mung bean soup and felt so comfortable. When everyone was present, table 29 started to eat. Chen Xiao, the food tonight is so good. There were 3 dishes on the table, cold edamame, tomato and egg, minced pork with chili peppers, and a small basket of emerald yellow fried dumplings. Tang Fu, I'm even worried that the school will lose money. Yang Sheng, indeed, I remember that the dinner cost only 4 yuan per person, right? Only 32 yuan for 8 people. If you put these dishes in a restaurant, they will cost more than 32 yuan, and there are also steamed buns and mung bean soup. She analyzed. After hearing this, Zhu Yuantang said with certainty, it will definitely not lose money. Buying vegetables is very cheap. For example, these edamame are only more than 1 yuan per pound, and eggs are only 30 cents each. She counted all the food on the table and finally concluded that the cost of these dishes was only 5 or 6 yuan. Chen Xiao widened her eyes and said in shock, the food is so cheap. Zhu Yuantang, of course, I used to cook at home. Zhenglu, I testify that Tang Tang's cooking is very delicious. The last time I went to the river with Jiang Ning to catch shrimps, that time was the most delicious crayfish Zhenglu had ever eaten. Zhu Yuantang enjoyed the admiring eyes of the twins and felt that the food was more fragrant. Bei Yuxia tasted the edamame. The edamame was not shelled, but only the 2 corners of the shell were cut off. After steaming, it was mixed with sauce, which tasted unique. Hundreds of students ate together. The electric fan above their heads brought a burst of cool air. Gayo Hishuari maintained order at table 27 for a while. After making sure that no one dared to challenge his authority, he began to eat his own meal. Zankai was extremely unhappy. Does he look down on us? Shikai and Jin, who was at the same table, looked at him and thought, don't you have self-awareness? Originally, everything in the cafeteria was normal. Halfway through the meal, suddenly, the lights went out, and the light in the hall suddenly dimmed. It was not completely dark yet, and the hall was not completely dark, but it also alarmed all the students present. Discussions were heard everywhere, and the whole hall was buzzing. Zuyuantong, the power outage, Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, yeah, it's okay. Bai Yuxia originally planned to get another bowl of mung bean soup, but now the surrounding environment is a bit dark, so she had to give up. Director Yan went to the kitchen to understand the situation. Soon a teacher came out with a light and shouted, "The power is out. Students, please don't make noise and sit down." The teacher put the light on the window. In an instant, the light shone a beam of light. Some people were not disturbed under the light, while some students were still in the dim light. Chen Saiking, let's finish eating and go back to the classroom. Yes, yes. Chen Xiao quickly ate the food. About a minute later, Shan Qingrang came over with a bag. He lit a candle at table 29 and dripped 2 drops of wax on the table to fix it. The small flame illuminated the food on the table. Table 26. Jiuo Kanan looked around. Candles lit up from each table. Soft lights replaced the sun that was about to disappear. He suddenly felt an inexplicable romance. Lu Ye, who was beside him, was illuminated by the candlelight. He suddenly remembered a poem. The face of a person in the peach blossoms are red. As for the rest of the poem, Jiuo Kanan couldn't remember it. Zhenglu approached Jiang Ning, lowered her head, and whispered, "Do you know about candlelight dinner?" Jiang Ning was startled, then said, "Yes. Is it like that?" she asked. Others at the table were eating. Tang Fu drank a sip of mung bean soup and fanned herself. "It's so hot. Why don't you turn on the electric fan?" Chen Xiao glanced at her, speechless, wondering why Tang Fu was so tall but so stupid. She said as a matter of course it can't be turned on. Turning on the electric fan will blow out the candles, right? Chapter 390, Pour Water. June 6, 2014, Grain. On Friday afternoon, after school, Zhu Yuantang rarely went to the snack street, but took a ride home. Usually, in addition to playing games in the room, the two also liked to stroll around. Zhu Yuantang asked Jiang Ning to take a walk on the river dam before it got dark. Looking down from the dam, the fields were golden and the grains of wheat ears were full, as if they were about to burst. Jiang Ning, it's time to harvest the wheat. Zhu Yuantang, it's almost time. Does your family grow wheat? Zhu Yuantang asked him. Jiang Ning thought for a while and said, "We stopped growing wheat a long time ago. We rented the land to others." His parents went out to work, so they naturally had no time to take care of the few acres of land at home. My family still has some. My grandparents grow it in the village. Zhu Yuantang said, "Every year we find a combine harvester to harvest the wheat." It was getting close to dusk, and the sun was not very strong. There were pedestrians walking on the river dam. She talked to Jiang Ning about the things in the village when she was a child, saying that her family went to the fields to work, and she also went to the fields to help. Jiang Ning said, "She's playing in the fields, right?" After talking for a while, Zhu Yuantang looked toward the north of the Hushu River and found a large ship moored near the shore. Jiang Ning, let's go to the river to see the big ship. Jiang Ning agreed, and they walked along the river dam path toward the river. The dam was about 100 to 200 meters away from the river, and wheat was planted on both sides of the path. Jiang Ning walked slowly, and Zhu Yuantang followed him, stepping on sandals, jumping like a child, not feeling the heat at all. Her voice was clear and pleasant. "After harvesting the wheat in our village, we have to burn a fire in the fields. It's a spectacular sight, with fire all over the fields. But there are also bad things." Her tone dropped again, and she couldn't jump anymore, and she was quiet. "Many years ago, when I was only in the 2nd grade of elementary school, someone from the village next door brought gasoline to burn wheat straw. It was very windy that day, and the wind blew so hard that it burned other people's wheat. Dozens of acres of wheat were all burned." Jiang Ning, are they okay? Zhu Yuantang, yes, they are okay, but we burned other people's wheat, and later we had to pay a lot of money. Without stopping, they followed the dirt road to the river. The big ship was on the east side, so they continued to turn east. The nearby paths were all rugged and uneven. 100 meters ahead, they saw a pond in front of them. Several people, young and old, were sitting by the pond fishing. Zhu Yuantang stood by the pond for a while. The water was calm and deep. An old man who was fishing stood up and cast his hook, causing ripples. Jiang Ning, I feel the water must be very deep. She spoke in a low voice because she was worried about affecting other people's fishing. Jiang Ning scanned the water with his spiritual sense. More than 2 meters deep, not bad. The old man next to him glanced at him. Zhu Yuantang walked along the pond and walked a little distance to the south. There was an almost dry ditch here, 3 or 4 meters wide and 2 meters deep. It was very steep because the 2 banks had been dug by excavators. If you want to see the big ship, you must pass by here. Zhu Yuantang stood on the shore, hesitant to go downhill, for fear of rolling down. Jiang Ning, you go first. She knew that Jiang Ning was very capable. If it were him, it would be easy for her. She could let Jiang Ning catch her at the bottom of the slope and she could successfully climb over and achieve her goal. Okay. Jiang Ning responded, took a few steps back, took a run up, and jumped lightly to the other side. Zhu Yuantang. She wanted Jiang Ning to go to the bottom of the slope, not to the other side. Jiang Ning looked at the little Zhu Yuantang from across the bank and said with a smile, come here quickly. Zhu Yuantang had no choice but to spend 5 minutes to reach the bottom of the slope, cross the creek, and then with the help of Jiang Ning, climb to the other side with difficulty. She stood on the shore and patted the mud off her clothes, puffed up her lips, and looked resentful. Fortunately, they crossed the ditch and went forward a few dozen meters and climbed a slope. They stepped on the weeds and reached the shore where the ship was docked. Looking closely, Zhu Yuantang was shocked by the huge size of the ship. The ship dropped anchor and tied to the shore with a hemp rope as thick as an arm. With the blowing of the evening breeze, the huge hull gently slapped the water. Zhu Yuantang looked up. The ship was at least 5 meters high. There were room-like buildings on the ship, but there seemed to be no one on it now. Zhu Yuantang looked for a while and guessed, is this a sand-carrying ship? I heard from my mother that many people don't have houses and usually live on boats. Jiang Ning nodded, yes. He used to have a classmate whose family lived on a boat. Later, in his generation, they chose to study and escape that fate. Jiang Ning, do you know what a boat looks like? I've never been there. Zhu Yuantang looked at the hemp rope used to secure the sand-carrying ship and had an idea. Can I step on the hemp rope and get on the boat? Jiang Ning said, if I keep my balance, I can definitely get on. Just as Zhu Yuantang was thinking about it, a dark shadow on the boat jumped out. Wang wang wang. The black dog bared its teeth and barked at the 2 people on the shore. Zhu Yuantang was frightened and wanted to run away. When she remembered that Jiang Ning was there, she stopped being afraid. The black dog kept barking on the boat. After Zhu Yuantang calmed down, she found that the black dog only dared to bark and did not dare to get off the boat to bite people, so she gradually felt relieved. She gestured to the black dog, and the dog was furious and barked non-stop. Zhu Yuantang remembered a movie. There was a pianist who had lived on a boat since he was a child and never got off the boat in his life. She suddenly said, do you think it is possible that this dog has never gotten off the boat in his life? Jiang Ning thought about it and said, it's very likely. Zhu Yuantang sighed slowly. After she blew the wind for a while, she went home with Jiang Ning. It was getting dark, and her mother should be cooking at home. On the way back, Zhu Yuantang answered the phone and said a few words. She looked excited. Jiang Ning, Chachu's family will have dinner at our house tonight. My mother asked me to see if there is anyone selling vegetables on the dam, and then buy some vegetables to take home. Jiang Ning, are they coming over to discuss the house? Yeah, yes. Are you happy that Chachu will be our neighbor in the future? Jiang Ning, not bad. After talking and walking, they went up to the dam. In the evening, the temperature dropped, and the dam was full of people taking a walk. At a distance, there were old people on tricycles selling vegetables. Let's buy some vegetables and wait for Chachu. Zhu Yuantang ran to a vegetable stall, but found that the vegetables were not very fresh, so he didn't buy any. While buying vegetables, Chachu's mother passed by on an electric bike. Zhu Yuantang called out to her, and Zhu Chachu got off the bike. Chachu, have dinner at our house tonight. Come on, look at the vegetables with me. Zhu Chuchu responded, then smiled at Jiang Ning and said hello. Zhu Yuantang ran to another vegetable stall and bought a head of lettuce. Passing by an old man selling fish, she stopped in front of the stall. She seldom buys fish because Jiang Ning is very good at fishing, and if she wants to eat fish, she can just go fishing with him. But it's getting dark today and it's obviously too late. Zhu Chuchu saw Tang Tang stop and she reached into her pocket. There was still 10 yuan, which should be enough. In addition to them, there were several people watching the fish in front of the stall. Zhu Yuantang squatted in front of the basin, watching the fish in the water swimming around and even spitting bubbles. Her dark eyes stared at the bubbles in a daze. She pulled Jiang Ning and praised, "Look at this cute fish." Jiang Ning lowered his head and said softly, "Well, then you pick two, and we will stew the fish for dinner." Zhu Yuantang smiled, "Okay." While chatting and laughing, the two selected a few live crucian carps. Zhu Chuchu, who was watching from the side, felt that something was wrong for some reason. Dinner was braised crucian carp. Zhu Yuantang was the chef and Jiang Ning was the fire starter. After cooking, the meat was tender, spicy, and delicious. Zhu Yuantang also grabbed a piece of steamed bun and dipped it in the soup. After dinner, Aunt Gu and Chuchu's mother went to Aunt Pan next door to discuss the sale of the house. Zhu Yuantang was enjoying the cool air at the door. She imagined her summer vacation life. "Chuchu, let's go out and play together during the summer vacation." The summer vacation at number 4 middle school can be full, with a full 2 months. She can definitely have a lot of fun. Zhu Chuchu squeezed her legs together and said hesitantly, "I don't know when the summer vacation will be." After that, she pursed her lips. As a member of the Tsinghua and Peking University class of number 2 middle school, the curriculum is very tight. In addition to the usual courses, the classmates around her have begun to prepare for various competitions. There are 2 other students in the class who are starting to participate in the junior class plan of Ancheng University of Science and Technology. In this kind of competition, Zhu Chuchu didn't dare to play too much. Zhu Yuantang regretted for a while. It seems that such a beautiful scenery can only be appreciated by her and Jiang Ning. However, she did not forget Chuchu. "Jiang Ning has a camera. I will take pictures for you when the time comes." Zhu Chuchu smiled. Yes, okay." Not long after, Aunt Gu came back. Chuchu's mother chatted for a while at the door and declined the invitation to stay overnight. After buying a house, there will be a long time in the future. There is no rush. Aunt Gu heard. "Okay, you should be careful when riding a bike at night. There are street lights." After Chuchu left, Zhu Yuantang asked, "Mom, has the house been decided?" Aunt Gu did not hide it. "It has been negotiated, but Chuchu's family is still making money. It will take some time to buy a house." In the evening, Jiang Ning was enjoying the cool outside the door. He sat on a small stool and played with his mobile phone. Zhu Yuantang next to him was not playing with her mobile phone. She was playing with a tablet. This is Jiang Ning's iPad mini 2. Zhu Yuantang wanted to buy it for a while. For this reason, she also made a strict money saving plan, such as not eating at school at night, asking her mother to cook to save money, and giving up snacks. In general, she saved some money, but she found that Jiang Ning's tablet was hardly used. After rubbing it several times with a shameless face, Zhu Yuantang figured out one thing. If she spent a huge amount of money to buy a tablet, she must be frugal. She and Jiang Ning ate together, and if she didn't eat well, it was equivalent to Jiang Ning not eating well. So she decided to let Jiang Ning eat better, at the cost of her using Jiang Ning's tablet. Zhu Yuantang put the tablet on her lap, tapping her fingers non-stop, and game music came out of the speaker. Jiang Ning glanced at her. She was playing Kingdom Rush. This game is of good quality. It is one of the best tower defense games. Zhu Yuantang built many turrets, densely packed, and bombarded monsters, and killed a large number of them. She put a stool next to her hand, on which was a plate of spicy potato chips. When playing games, she touched the potato chips and chewed them. After taking another sip of water, he felt so happy. "Mom, drink some water, it's gone." Zhu Yuantang called out. Aunt Gu held the cup and refilled it for her. "Mom, don't you have ice water? You can't drink ice water today." Aunt Gu reminded her. Zhu Yuantang was concentrating on playing the game, level after level. Jiang Ning browsed the Emperor bar of Baidu Tiba. Now the Emperor bar is in its heyday. The number of followers has just exceeded 10 million. Many newly posted posts are flooded in an instant and cannot be read at all. After browsing some posts, messages kept popping up in the class group. He clicked in and saw that Dong Qingfeng had posted a photo of his newly bought mobile phone, a OnePlus One. What brand is it? I've never heard of it. CUIU said. OnePlus One, why not just call it 2? Dong Qingfeng posted a few pictures and said, I bought the 64G version, which has 3G of running memory and is equipped with Qualcomm 801 CPU. I tell you, this configuration is now top notch. As soon as these words came out, all the male classmates were stunned. Ma Shicheng said, 3G memory is really powerful, it can run a lot of software. Guo Kunan, my phone has only 1G of running memory, 3 times the difference. Dong Qingfeng posed for a while and got enough of the new phone, it's very smooth. Zhang Kai suddenly spoke, Dong Qingfeng, you changed your new phone, where is your old phone? It's a backup phone. Dong Qingfeng said. Zhang Kai, why don't you sell it? He was also thinking, if Dong Qingfeng sells his old phone, can he get a bargain and buy his classmate's old phone? Dong Qingfeng, I like dual wielding mobile phones. Zhang Kai said, what a luxury, my screen is broken. People can't compare. He remembers that Dong Qingfeng's last mobile phone was well maintained and it was a Vivo brand, unlike him who can only use a miscellaneous brand. Guo Kunan, is it badly damaged? Zhang Kai was in a bad mood. There are several cracks and the touch doesn't work. Guo Kunan, it's badly damaged, let me see if the inner screen is broken. So Zhang Kai took a screenshot and sent the photo to the group. Guo Kunan took a look and was puzzled. It's not broken, it's fine. Zhang Kai, look carefully, it must be broken. Guo Kunan looked to the left and the screen was still intact. He typed, Kaikun, do you think Zhang Kai's phone is broken? Dan Kaikun, who was peeking at the screen, replied immediately, it's not broken. You are fooling me, right? It's clearly broken from here. Did Zhang Kai really lie to his classmates? He took a screenshot and sent it to the group. You two look carefully for me. Then, several people argued about whether the screen was broken or not. Yuwen was surprised. Zhang Kai's screen was indeed broken that day. I saw it, and now it's fine. Did you change the screen? Huang Zhangfei sent a string of ellipses. Zhang Kai at class leader. Zhangfei, do you think it's broken? Huang Zhangfei had to come forward to send him away. This is a screenshot, not a photo. You can't see outside when you take a screenshot. Mom, I want some water. Zhu Yuantang shouted. She ate too many spicy potato chips and her mouth was dry. Aunt Gu poured another glass of water for her daughter. This was the third glass of water she poured. Zhu Yuantang passed to levels of the game and asked her mother to pour water for her. Aunt Gu felt that her daughter's happy look was annoying, so she said earnestly, Tong Tong, mom is tired, pour the water yourself. Zhu Yuantang had to press pause and ran back to her room. Aunt Gu smiled, her daughter was quite obedient. After a while, Zhu Yuantang walked out of the door in slippers and she took a popsicle and ate it non-stop. Chapter 391 The food is poisonous. Saturday morning, 5:30. In the summer in Anhui province, the sun rises very early. The sky began to dimly reveal a bright light, looking like a twisted, damp light blue canvas. The sun had just woken up and had not had time to show its hot body. In Zhu Yuantang's bedroom, the electric fan gently rotated, blowing a slight breeze, and it was already at the lowest gear. There was a magic circle arranged by Jiang Ning in the room, which was warm in winter and cool in summer, comfortable and pleasant. She hugged the thin quilt and slept particularly sweetly. On the usual weekends, if there was nothing to do, Zhu Yuantang would always sleep until 9 o'clock, and today, there was nothing to do. She went to bed happily before going to bed last night, because when she woke up, Jiang Ning would definitely have prepared breakfast as soon as she opened her eyes, and she could have a delicious meal after a night of hard work. Everything was developing in the direction she had planned. Suddenly, the bedroom door was pushed open. Aunt Gu's figure appeared at the door. She looked at her daughter on the bed and remembered that her daughter secretly ate popsicles last night. She smiled and called out, Tong Tong, Tong Tong. Zhu Yuantang clamped the quill tightly with her calves, turned over reluctantly, and ignored everyone. Aunt Gu called out twice more, and Zhu Yuantang woke up from her sleep. She opened her eyes, rubbed them in confusion, and looked at the clock on the bedside. It was only 5:30. Mom, she dragged out a complaining voice. Aunt Gu said kindly, Tong Tong, today is Saturday, you can sleep a little longer. Zhu Yuantang's weekend was cruelly ruined by her own mother, and she was angry for 2 whole days. Until Sunday afternoon, when she went to school for evening self-study, she was still in the back seat, angrily saying to Jiang Ning, my mother is so bad, next time, when she is resting, I will get up early and call her. Jiang Ning, are you sure you can get up early? One sentence blocked Zhu Yuantang's mouth. He is not on my side? After a while, she snorted, Jiang Ning, am I not good to you? Who washes your clothes? Who plants the flowers on the windowsill? Who cooks for you? Who helps you practice on the computer? She kept talking. Jiang Ning did not refute, but listened to her quietly. He rode his mountain bike, feeling the summer breeze. Wild grass and flowers grew all over the roadside, and the fresh fragrance floated. He suddenly stepped on the pedals hard, and Zhu Yuantang almost fell off the back seat. They arrived at school a little earlier today, because the cafeteria provided a meal in the evening, and they had to gather in advance. When they rode to the intersection of the long street in front of the school gate, they met Shan Kaikwen, Jiuo Kunan, Hu Jun and others who were out for a stroll. Jiang Ning. Several people greeted each other. Afterwards, Jiuo Kunan watched the two go away inside. They have a really good relationship, he guessed. Do you think they are in love? Hu Jun shook his head. It's not like that. You have seen other people in love, kissing each other all day long, that sticky feeling. It's creepy to watch. Shan Kaikwen agreed. It's not like that. It just feels like they have a better relationship. After saying that, he looked down at his shoes. A distant relative of his came to visit on the weekend and bought him a pair of Nike shoes. The appearance was handsome and trendy. After putting them on, he felt that the whole person became cool. The only thing is that the shoelaces are too easy to loosen. They loosen once every walking distance. Shan Kaikwen has tied them 7 or 8 times, which made him nervous. Jiuo Kunan was still envious. Jiang Ning's seats in the cafeteria are so good. My god, he is the only boy at the whole table. Any man would be envious. He dreamed that, if there were 7 girls at the table, which one should he chase? His palms and backs of his hands were all flesh, and he couldn't bear to let go. Hu Jun joked, if it was Zhang Kai, he would be so excited that he couldn't finish the whole table of food. After a year of contact, he completely saw through Zhang Kai and didn't give him face when talking. As they were walking and chatting, Jiuo Kunan suddenly asked, hey, brothers, what did we go out for? In the past, at this time, he and his brothers would go out to find food and eat in restaurants, but now they have participated in the canteen small dining table plan and don't have to worry about finding food. Hu Jun took out his trouser pocket and looked at the barber shop run by a young woman on the side of the road. Brothers, I'm leaving first. Only 2 people were left. It's been hot recently, and it's the season for watermelons to ripen. A 3-wheeled car stopped at the intersection, and the horn sounded. 84.24 big watermelons are on sale. 70 cents a pound. So sweet, so sweet. Jiuo Kunan thought about going to the cafeteria to eat in the evening, and thought of the members of the small dining table. He suddenly had an idea. Brother Quan, wait for me to buy a watermelon. Okay, give me half later, and I'll give you the money. Jiuo Kunan, no, I need this watermelon. It's time for dinner. Jiang Ning took the lunchbox and went to the cafeteria. The food today was still good. Stir-fried green beans, tomatoes mixed with sugar, and a more advanced one, shredded pork with Beijing sauce. The staple food was cabbage noodle dumpling soup, millet porridge, and fried cakes. Chen Xiaoyu looked at the tender green beans. There is such a dish. Tang Fu saw her expression. Ah, is there a problem? Sister Chen Xiking, French beans are very dangerous. I heard that, if they are not cooked well, they will be poisoned. Tang Fu was surprised. Then don't eat it. Tang Fu, do you want to eat fried cakes? Yang Sheng asked several people for their opinions. Yes. After asking, Yang Sheng determined the amount and ran to get the fried cakes. Jiang Ning planned to eat something light, so he chose millet porridge. Zhu Yuantang went with Chen Xiao and the others to make noodles. Because it was Sunday, he could not enjoy the convenience of teacher Jiuo ran to help him get food. When getting food, some students got too much rice and carried 2 bowls. As a result, they accidentally spilled it all over the floor. When they went back, the noodles fell on the floor and made it slippery. Other students who passed by chose to avoid it to prevent slipping. Jiang Ning took a bowl of millet porridge and met many acquaintances along the way. Linzada took a bowl of noodles and greeted them with a smile. Jiang Ning nodded in response. He didn't expect that the other party would join the small dining table plan. In terms of family strength, Linzada's Lin family is much more affluent than Qishan Heng's. He also ran into Pei Yujing, and the girl was holding a bowl of porridge. Pei Yujing wanted to say something after seeing Jiang Ning. To be honest, the other party saved her once at the sports meeting. Although she gave her a bottle of drink, it didn't mean that they were even. No matter what, she should say hello. However, she stared at Jiang Ning and couldn't say it. She was not used to saying hello to others. When she met classmates on the road, she usually pretended not to know them. Pei Yujing was tangled in her heart, thinking about this matter. In the end, she decided not to say hello, because she felt that Jiang Ning might have forgotten it long ago. Thinking of this, Pei Yujing suddenly became enlightened, and the clouds of worry lingering between her brows dissipated, but she was still cold. She was so busy thinking that she ignored her feet and stepped on the soup spilled by her classmates. Her feet slipped, and her body swayed. Her long hair swung, and her mind went blank. Pei Yujing was stunned. After noticing, Jiang Ning reached out to hold Pei Yujing's shoulder. With his other hand, which was holding the bowl, he gently took Pei Yujing's bowl and held 2 bowls in one hand with smooth and graceful movements. Pei Yujing only felt a gentle force supporting her shoulders and steadying her body. Her hands were empty, and she realized that she didn't fall and the bowl didn't spill. Pei Yujing stopped struggling and said quickly, sorry, I was distracted. I don't usually do that. I often serve food to others," she said incoherently. Jiang Ning remained calm and took back his hand on the girl's shoulder. "It's okay." He returned the bowl to the other party and walked back. Pei Yujing was still standing there when she heard a student next to her say, "That guy was so handsome." He was able to control the situation. Pei Yujing returned to the table. Linzada, who sat at the same table, said, "It was a bit dangerous just now." Pei Yujing's reply was as cold as ever, "Yeah." Li Shi was curious, HMM. Linzada laughed and said nothing. It was Gu Chang'an from class 3 who reminded her, "Yujing, you should be more careful when you walk next time and pay more attention to your feet." Ding Xuan, who sat at the same table, sat quietly, dignified and elegant. She tasted a mouthful of millet porridge, her eyes deep. Table 26. "Is this melon ripe?" Wang Lang waved and patted. "Jiuo Kunan, can I buy an unripe melon? By the way, do you have a knife?" Wang Lang, "No, but we have Yazhu." Shan Kequan continued, "Brother Long, I guess Yazhu can't do it. Last time the security department collected knives, didn't Yazhu's knife get taken away?" Wang Lang thought about it, and it was right. "It seems that I can only borrow it from the kitchen in the cafeteria." Jiuo Kunan rubbed his hands. In order to give Lu Ye and Tang Mealing melons to eat, this little difficulty is nothing. He had just taken 2 steps when Huang Yazhu arrived. Ma Shichen tentatively asked, "Yazhu, do you have a knife to cut the melon?" Huang Yazhu took out a plastic knife. "Yes, I do." Table 27. Zhang Kai came very early. Today was a special day, Sunday, and there were no classes in the first year of high school during the day. He was sure that the annoying Gao Hishui would not be there. If he came early, he would definitely be able to eat the delicious food first. Yan Xianpeng had the same plan as him, but when he arrived, he found Gao Hishui standing by, staring at the two of them with a fierce look. "Zhang Kai, fuck you." With Gao Hishui guarding him, he didn't dare to eat first, and could only sigh at the Beijing-style shredded pork. Zhang Kai liked this dish very much, and he could only eat it at banquets. If he went out and ordered a single portion, it would cost 20 or 30 yuan. He couldn't afford it anyway. Zankai had prepared the noodle soup in advance, but he could only wait obediently for the other friends to arrive. Duan Shigang, Shikai Jin, Li Shengnan, Wang Yanan and Shenzhen Li gradually returned to their seats. Suddenly, Zankai smelled a strange smell, and he didn't know where it came from. Zankai didn't care. Everyone was finally here. Zankai didn't have to worry about Geo Hishuo's expression. He reached out and picked up a piece of bean curd and rolled it with thick sauce pork shreds. He picked up as much pork shreds as possible. Then he added cucumber shreds and green onion shreds and rolled it into strips. Zankai was overjoyed and put the rolled pork shreds on the tip of his nose. There were only 8 pieces of bean curd in total. Each person could only roll it once. After eating, it would be gone. He cherished it very much. Zankai sniffed hard, trying to absorb all the fragrance into his stomach and occupy it all. A mouthful of strong air entered his nose, and it turned out to be a rotten smell. Zankai took another breath. Not only was it rotten, but it was also mixed with an unpleasant sour smell. Zankai was furious. He rolled the Beijing-style pork shreds with his backhand, slapped it on the table, and shouted, "The meat stinks." The noise was quite loud. The entire table 27, and even the students at the tables in front, behind, and on the left, all heard it, and cast their eyes. Geo Hishuo frowned. "What did you say?" Zankai was full of confidence, staring at the fat man, and said, "I said the meat is rotten. If you don't believe me, smell it." Yan Qianpeng, you are kidding, right? He picked up Zankai's meat roll, and took a deep breath. As expected, he smelled a sour smell of corruption. Yan Qianpeng's face changed. "It's rotten, it's rotten. The canteen gave us rotten meat. Zankai, I won't eat anymore. Give me back my money." Yan Qianpeng shouted, "Give me back. Give me back." The whole audience was shocked. Even the students who were eating far away couldn't help but look sideways, and some students stood up to watch the excitement. The matter suddenly became a big deal. As a teacher, Geo Hishuo naturally couldn't stand by and watch. He was one of the promoters of the small dining table plan. Geo Hishuo picked up the meat roll that Zankai dropped, put it in front of his nose, and took a deep breath. The facial features on his black face twisted. "Stinky, too stinky." Geo Hishuo made a prompt decision and shouted, all students, put down the Beijing-style pork shreds in your hands." 29 tables. Everyone ate harmoniously, and talked and laughed. Chen Xiaoyu said, "Don't eat it, don't eat it." Jiang was about to take a bite. She closed her lips, wondering, "Jiang Ning, can't you eat it?" "Jiang Ning, you can." Geo Hishuo yelled, and all the teachers around came closer. Director Yan put on a serious face. "Teacher Geo, what's going on?" Geo Hishuo said truthfully, "Director Yan, the Beijing-style pork shreds are smelly. I must ask the canteen why they gave the students smelly meat." Zankai added, "I almost ate it. You must compensate me." Director Yan took the meat roll and sniffed it hard. It was indeed smelly, but his reaction was not as excited as Geo Hishuo's. Director Yan had been a teacher for many years, often meeting with the principal and the leaders of the education bureau, and even meeting with Xiao Shuangshang and the academicians from the 4th middle school. He had seen the world. Director Yan pointed to several nearby tables and asked the students, "Do you smell the Beijing-style pork shreds?" At table 26, Jiuo Kanan sniffed carefully. "It seems a little bit." Deng Qingfeng at table 28 also felt the same way. As for table 30, which was farther away, Shan Zhao said, "It's not smelly, it's delicious." Director Yan frowned. He put down the Beijing-style pork shreds and sniffed again. The smell was still strong. "Zhao Geo, take away the Beijing-style pork shreds." Geo Hishuo brought the dishes of table 27 to the window. When the chef heard about the situation, he ran out from the back kitchen and cried out, "Director Yan, how can the meat smell? I bought it from the vegetable market this morning." Director Yan was suspicious at this time. The smell was not right. He lowered his head to look for it, and finally found something unusual. He roughly determined the reason. Director Yan still had a serious face. He didn't know whether he should tell it. If he didn't tell it, the small dining table plan would be slandered for no reason. If he told it, Duan Shigan couldn't stand the stench. He threw the chopsticks, but he used too much force and the chopsticks rolled off the table. He bent down to pick up the chopsticks, and the smell instantly doubled. He saw Wang Yan'an's feet in sandals. Duan Shigen jumped up, as if he had seen a ghost, pointed at Wang Yan'an and shouted, "It's not the food that stinks, it's her feet that stink." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 392 The Scheming Girl. The source of the cafeteria incident was found. Wang Yan'an covered her face and burst into tears. Li Shengnan and the others didn't even eat and ran out to comfort their sisters. The farce ended, and each table was talking about it. The students of class 8 of grade 1 gave the whole school a little shock. Tan Mealing at table 27 was eating melon. "Your class is really amazing. Isn't it smelly during class?" Jiuo Kanan immediately answered, "She doesn't seem to wear sandals normally." Tan Mealing, "The smell is so strong. Even if she doesn't wear sandals, she can't control it, right?" "That's not clear." Jiuo Kanan didn't understand. But he knew how to be attentive. Seeing that Lu Ye next to him was almost finished eating the melon, he quickly handed her another piece. After dinner, they returned to the class, and there were still 20 minutes before class. Some students ran to the corridor to overlook the students coming and going on campus, while some students stayed in the classroom to blow the electric fan. Chen Xiaoyu not only blew the fan, but also shook the folding fan, fanning and fanning, blowing her hair. "It's so hot. It's June now, and Chen Xiaoyu's body is wet from the heat. It's quite hot. I used the air conditioner at home for 2 days over the weekend." Bei Yuxia answered. Zhu Yuantang didn't understand their troubles. "Is it hot? Not hot?" She really didn't feel hot. Her seat was a feng shui treasure land, warm in winter and cool in summer. She refused several attempts to move her seat horizontally. "Tang Tang, do you turn on the air conditioner when you sleep at night?" Chen Xiaoyu asked her. "No." "Oh, it should be that the house you live in is cool. I saw on TV that the houses in the village are especially cool." Chen Xiaoyu looked as if it was true. Bei Yuxia pointed out, "Not necessarily. The tiled houses in the village are cool. Tang Tang's house is a bungalow, and bungalows are quite hot in summer." Zhu Yuantang, "Anyway, it's not hot. I sleep at night, and a fan is enough." "That's great. I can save a lot of money by not turning on the air conditioner." Chen Xiaoyu envied. "My sister and I deliberately didn't turn on the air conditioner on the weekend to save money. I went to the mall with her to use the air conditioner, then spent 20 yuan on grabbing dolls, 10 yuan on milk tea, and 40 yuan on snacks at the supermarket." She calculated the money the two sisters spent and felt very distressed. Bei Yuxia said, "At least we saved the air conditioner fee, didn't we?" Chen Xiaoyu wanted to cry but couldn't. "I found that I forgot to turn off the air conditioner when I got home. It was so miserable that Bei Yuxia couldn't help laughing, and the shallow dimples on both sides of her fair cheeks were looming. Zhu Yuantang chatted with them for a while. It was getting closer and closer to class. She was sleepy and very sleepy. Zhu Yuantang lay on the table, closed her eyes, and tried to fall asleep, but still couldn't fall asleep. Her little head twisted to this side, and then to that side. No matter what position she lay in, it was uncomfortable. Zhu Yuantang opened her eyes and poked Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning glanced at her, reached out to take out his coat from the hole in the table, folded it twice, and gently smoothed it. "Go to sleep." Zhu Yuantang lay directly on Jiang Ning's clothes. She sniffed quietly. It was the fresh smell of detergent. She washed the clothes by herself. When the Chinese teacher Dai Yangquan entered the classroom, he saw Zhu Yuantang sleeping and said nothing. Zhu Yuantang slept for a whole class until 2 minutes before the end of the get out of class, when he raised his head. Dai Yangquan didn't even need to look at the clock. When he saw Zhu Yuantang wake up, he knew that the get out of class was over. He simply ended the class and the bell rang on time. During the break, the class was noisy, and suddenly an uninvited guest appeared at the door. Yan Xianpeng carried a big backpack and strode into class 8. He took out a cushion and shouted, "Hello, classmates, hello." Classmates, the weather is so hot, I brought you some thoughtful small commodities. CUIU in the back row scratched his ears and wondered, why is this scene familiar and strange? Wang Lang Lang. Now it's the second generation of the vendor. CUIU suddenly realized that the person who came to sell every time before was Shenzhou from class 9, but now it has changed to Yan Xianpeng. Fuck, why did Shenzhou quit? He hasn't been here for a long time. Jiuo Kanan still missed it a little. He still remembered that he bought a mirror from Shenzhou. It was that mirror that made him recognize himself, see his true heart, and understand what he should do most in his life. Zenkai said sourly, Shenzhou is doing well now. He rents mobile phones and does nothing all day, but he makes dozens of yuan. Jiuo Kanan was shocked. It's fake, right? Zenkai, can I still lie to you? Yan Xianpeng stood on the podium with a burly figure like a giant. He shouted, look at this water mat. It's perfect for a stool. It keeps you cool all summer. If you have the conditions, use a refrigerator to cool it. It's cool and refreshing. Oh my god, it's comfortable. It's cheaper now. A water mat only costs 10 yuan. Don't miss it. If you pass by, try it and you will know how good it is. Jiuo Kanan, that mat looks good. It makes me want to buy one. Wang Lang Lang, what's the matter? Why hasn't my brother Quan made a move? In the past, whenever Shenzhou came to sell things, Shan Keiquan always responded positively, and Shenzhou made a lot of money. Jiuo Kanan sighed. Brother Quan has already realized it. Recently, Keiquan seldom mentioned that woman in front of him. Now it seems that he has given up the idea. Jiuo Kanan is very relieved, but besides being relieved, he also feels a little inexplicably sad. My way is lonely. Just when everyone was guessing who would make a move, Duan Shigang stood up decisively and took out 30 yuan. Give me 3. Yan Xianpeng was overjoyed. Zenkai was also overjoyed and hurried over to find brother Gang. Jiuo Kanan said, it's nice to buy this as a gift for a girl, right? Lukaki at the table in front of him glanced at him and said in a flat tone, you are so slow to react. It's normal that you can't find a girlfriend. My girlfriend prepared one for me before. As she said that, she took out a water pad. This water pad was printed with a 2-dimensional pattern. Both the quality and the shape were much better than the miscellaneous brand sold by Yan Xianpeng. Jiuo Kanan, your water pad looks really good. Lukaki said with a hint of pride. This is a famous brand water cushion. It costs dozens of dollars. It can't be compared with cheap products. CUIU, wow, LV or Louis Vuitton? Lukaki's facial features were distorted with anger. After school in the evening. Brother Nan, Brother Jun, let's go out to eat. Shan Keiquan shouted. The cafeteria provides 3 meals a day, but high school students are in the growth period, especially for boys. Only 3 meals may not be enough. If you don't eat something after the evening self-study, your stomach will be very uncomfortable at night. The 3 of them took advantage of the street lights and left the campus with students who were also in the first year of high school. The dim light stretched the shadows of several people very long. Jiuo Kanan suddenly said, it's the college entrance examination today, right? Shan Keiquan, today is the 8th. The college entrance examination has just ended. Jiuo Kanan, it will be our turn in 2 years. I don't know what I will be like at that time. He cast his gaze towards the small solar-powered street lights in the small garden. His eyesight was pretty good, and he saw that the lights attracted a bunch of flying mosquitoes. Hujun, Brother Nan, why are you imagining the future? Shan Keiquan, it's too early. By the way, our school is not even used as an examination venue. Hujun, Lang Lang said this last night. Our school is generally not used as a college entrance examination venue, but it will be a midterm exam venue. The few of them talked and walked around. When they got outside, Shan Keiquan bought a gyoza cake and Hujun bought a mayo family sauce flavored cake. As for Jiuo Kanan, he wanted to eat something sweet. After the 2 of them finished their shopping, Jiuo Kanan went to the supermarket to buy drinks together. He wanted to eat condensed milk bread. Hujun came back with a cake and wondered, aren't you going to UK supermarket? Jiuo Kanan, no, I saw Wei Ziyuan's grandson chasing Dang Jiai again today. It was annoying. I won't buy from his store anymore. Hujun was speechless. Jiuo Kanan and Shan Keiquan had said this countless times, As a result, they continued to aid the enemy after a while. At the gate of number 4 middle school, the most popular small shop is UK. The other shops are relatively slow in business. Jiang Ning chose a small shop run by a man in his 50s. He chose condensed milk bread, ordered a sausage, and iced Sprite. After going out, Jiang Ning found that the label on the bread was crooked, so he took a closer look and saw the production date. It clearly said June 9th, 2014. Jiang Ning felt a little dizzy. Damn it, isn't today June 8th? Come on, come and take a look, this thing is not right, right? He showed it to the two of them. Hu Jun cursed, it's definitely a rip-off, go find him. Shan Kaikwan was also unhappy. Jiang Ning took 2 steps back and found the store owner. Boss, the production date is ahead of time. The middle-aged man took it and took a look and found that it was indeed wrong. He said ashamedly, wait, I'll change it for you. As he said that, he went back and took out a bread of the same type. Here. After Jiang Ning looked at it, he found that it was dated June 8th, which was the same day. He said, this is fresh, just produced, thank you. After returning the bread, Jiang Ning left happily. He said to the two of them, the boss is a very nice person, he is not a jerk. After hearing his words, Shan Kaikwan frowned, always feeling that something was wrong. Night, River Dam. After taking a shower, Jiang Ning secretly took 2 popsicles and was caught by his mother. In desperation, Jiang Ning lied, using Jiang Ning as a shield, claiming that he gave them to him to eat. Aunt Gu knew her daughter's thoughts very well. She decisively followed Tang Tang to the next door and let Tang Tang see that Jiang Ning had finished eating 2 popsicles. After Aunt Gu left, Jiang Ning pouted, Jiang Ning, why didn't you leave some for me? Jiang Ning leaned on the sofa and crossed his legs. There's nothing I can do. Jiang Ning knew she was in the wrong, and it was not easy to make trouble for Jiang Ning. She still wanted to eat popsicles, but unfortunately, her mother wrote down the number of popsicles, and if she dared to steal them, it would be over. There was no way. She could only sit on the chair and help Jiang Ning practice the computer. Jiang Ning said, I'll give you an account. Use this to play, and your rank is only silver. Jiang Ning agreed immediately. She loved to bully the weak. Jiang Ning was very satisfied. This was Jiang Junlang's account. He had reached diamond before, but Jiang Junlang was not strong enough and fell down again, so he begged his cousin to help him find a coach again and offered several hundred yuan. Jiang Ning fought hard in the game. Jiang Ning was browsing questions leisurely. Lukaki posted a new post showing off food, gifts, and milk tea. After we got together, I never tied my shoelaces by myself, never screwed the bottle cap by myself, never washed fruit by myself. Not long after the post was posted, there were 50 or 60 likes, even from Tan Mealing and Lu Ye from the next class, which was enough to show how wide her network of contacts was. UN, the love I long for. Jiang Yanan, I hope everyone I meet in the future will be a good person. Lukaki replied in unison, thank you all for your blessings. I hope sisters will find boyfriends based on this standard. Jiang Ning's comment was very positive. I've learned something. Ma Shicheng, why did he cripple you? Jiang Ning smiled knowingly and continued to swipe down. At this time, Zheng Lu sent a message. What is Jiang Ning doing? Playing with my phone. In the city, in a residential area, the air conditioner in the bedroom was blowing cold air with only minimal noise. Zheng Lu was wearing a cool sleeveless summer pajamas and sitting at the desk. She had just finished practicing yoga and had just taken a shower, and her skin was white and rosy. Zheng Lu was happy to receive Jiang Ning's reply. Every night, she would always talk to Jiang Ning for a few words. What are you playing? Did you see Ma Shicheng's comment? Lukaki must be so mad. Zheng Lu replied with a smile. While chatting, she freed her hands, took out the white jade bear, and pressed it lightly with her fingers. Sometimes, she got up and walked gently around the room. There was a mirror in the room. She stood in front of the mirror and found that her newly bought pajamas were a bit nice. She wanted to take a picture to show Jiang Ning. But, will it be too bad? Zheng Lu thought that she should be more reserved. It would be better if he took the initiative to ask me for it. She felt emotional. Jiang sat on the edge of the bed, with the girl reflected in the mirror in her eyes. Suddenly, she thought of a brilliant idea. She touched the screen of her mobile phone. Jiang Ning, my computer seems to be broken. I pressed the power button, and it didn't respond. After receiving the message, Jiang Ning paused. He knew a little about computers, but he seldom helped, and was too lazy to act as a free after-sales service. But Jiang was sitting at the back desk after all, and the relationship was okay. He replied, no response at all. Look carefully, is there any light on? Jiang, absolutely not. Jiang Ning judged, check whether it is connected to the power supply. Jiang replied immediately, it's connected. Then the power supply should be broken. It's a bit troublesome. You can go to the store to repair it tomorrow. The power supply may need to be replaced. Jiang Ning replied. Generally, if the computer has no response at all, it is probably a power supply problem. Jiang saw that the problem was almost solved, but she was not willing to do it, because her goal had not been achieved yet. She made up a lie. I looked carefully and there was a light on. Jiang Ning, what light? I don't understand. Jiang Ning thought for a while. Take 2 photos, and send them to me. He straightened his body a little more than before, intending to help Jiang analyze the computer problem. On the other side, Jiang eyes were smiling. Jiang Ning usually looked indifferent, but she didn't expect to fall into her trap. With an excuse, she stood in front of the mirror, and took a cool full body photo. After receiving the photo, Jiang Ning was stunned for a moment. Unlike her school dress, Jiang usually wore loose and tight clothes. Although her figure could be shown, it was different from now. In the photo, Jiang was wearing a simple sleeveless thin skirt, which made Jiang Ning appreciate the power of the adolescent girl's figure. Because of the light pink thin skirt, the girl's soft and slender waist drew a perfect curve of the type downwards, and then down was the round and full buttocks. Her development is really too advanced. Jiang Ning swept Tong Tong, who was addicted to games, with his spiritual sense, and replied calmly, I asked you to send a photo of the computer. Why did you send this? Chapter 393 Orange. Monday, afternoon. It was almost time for class, and Yuwen said to her deskmate, Yanan, the boy who has a crush on you has sent you cookies again. A box of heart-shaped cookies every day, without fail. Yuwen was envious. Which girl doesn't want to be pursued like this? Who sent it? Yuwen guessed, and after a round of guessing, she couldn't guess the person. Jiang Yanan was also helpless. I don't know. Every time Zankai sent you cookies, I asked him who it was, and he said he didn't know. Yuwen, the boy who sent you cookies was too thoughtful. Last time I went to the supermarket and looked for this kind of heart-shaped cookies for a long time, but I couldn't find it. Yanan, after he confesses, you should give him a chance. Duan Shigen in the back row was in a good mood after hearing this. He rubbed his teeth. The heart-shaped cookies were indeed useful, but they were a bit hard on the teeth, and he had to chew a box of cookies for a long time each time. The bell rang. Yuwen frowned, and said with disgust, it's Fatty Gao's class again. I'm so annoyed with him. He doesn't teach well all day, and just likes to criticize students, as if he is so capable. There was almost no one in the class who was not annoyed by Gao Hishuari. Jiang Yanan said, say less. After a few seconds, Gao Hishuari walked into the class, his dark face showing his signature mocking smile, which made the students in class 8 complain in their hearts. This fatty Gao was probably looking for trouble again. Gao Hishuari looked at the students. His dark face and neck were stiff, and the first sentence in class was, the quality of students nowadays is hard to say. Compared with when I was studying, alas, it is many times worse. Then he began to belittle and scanned the classmates with sharp eyes. Many students, including a group of male students, did not dare to look at him at all. Chen Xiaoyu even lowered her head and did not look at him, so as not to be hurt by mistake. Zhu Yuantang was holding her phone, playing by herself, clicking. She was playing Plants vs. Zombies 2. She didn't like it very much, because it was too expensive and much worse than the first generation. She never paid for games. Kingdom Rush was more fun, but unfortunately, she couldn't bring Jiang Ning's tablet to school. Gao Hishuari didn't attend the class either, just talking about some old-fashioned principles. Duan Shigen was happy to hear this, so he also had a look of disdain on his face. Gao Hishui sneered and gave an example. Don't be dissatisfied. In the morning, a student dropped a snack bag in the corridor outside. If it was the high school I taught in Nanshi, people would have picked it up long ago. But you guys are so lucky. It's already afternoon, and the plastic bag is still there. There are so many students coming and going, but no one knows to pick it up. His voice was loud, suppressing all the students. The atmosphere in the classroom was stagnant, like the scorching heat of midsummer, making it impossible to escape. Below, Cuiyu and Meng Jiui looked at each other. Meng Jiui was reading comics. He borrowed comic books from someone and hid them in the interlayer of a book. Seeing Meng Jiui obsessed with comics, Cuiyu sighed in his heart. Forget about other comics, but you are reading Doraemon, which is too outrageous. It does not match the image of Brother Jiui in his mind at all. The whole class endured Gao Hishuo's derogation. In the silence, Duan Shigen remembered what Yuwen said before class and Jiang Yanan's fearful expression, and a sense of masculinity suddenly emerged in his heart. He is a social person who has worked part-time, and he is afraid of a teacher? Duan Shigen jumped out and asked loudly, Teacher Gao, you clearly read it in the morning. Why didn't you pick it up? Wang Lang in the back row whispered, who's warrior? There are successors, and my way is not alone. Gao Hishui was also stunned, and his color changed. Go stand behind. Duan Shigen squeezed out from Pang Jiao's majestic back, and the huge friction almost tore Pang Jiao's skirt. Gao Hishui lost face, and was still unhappy, after ending a student who stood out. But he could only continue to teach. In the afternoon, he directly read the textbook, and taught new knowledge. It was too easy to feel sleepy in the summer afternoon. Many students held their chins and foreheads to fight against sleepiness. The students who couldn't hold on were knocked down by fatigue, and fell asleep on the desk. Gao Hishui stared for a while, and suddenly stopped teaching. He looked straight at Wang Yanan. Wang Yanan fell into a deep sleep, and couldn't be noticed at all. When her deskmate noticed it, he hurriedly pushed her. Wang Yanan suddenly woke up, but not awake enough. Gao Hishui raised the chalk in his hand. Song Sheng below couldn't help laughing after seeing it. Gao Hishui often hit students with chalk, and he hit them wherever he pointed. It can be said that he has a built-in radar. Although everyone hates Gao Hishui, there are also many people who hate Wang Yanan. Who doesn't like dog bite dog? Yuwen laughed from ear to ear. Gao Hishui stood on the south side of the podium and threw the chalk suddenly. A small half of the chalk flew towards Wang Yanan. Everyone had expected the ending. Who would have thought that Gao Hishui would actually miss the mark today? The chalk drew a curve, like a missile crossing a track, and flew accurately into Yuwen's open mouth. Gao Hishui's dark face rose. Yuwen spat out the chalk in pain. Lulu. The whole classroom burst into loud laughter, and there was the sound of clapping on the table. During the break, Yuwen went out, and no one knew where she went. Chen Xiaoyu smiled awkwardly. I learned a lesson. Zhu Yuantong, what lesson? Bei Yuxia added for her. When watching the fun, it's best not to open your mouth. Zhu Yuantong felt that this lesson was not necessary. She took out a few small oranges from the hole in the table, which her mother brought back from the company. Here, she gave 2 to each of the 2 girls at the table in front of her. After sharing, Zhu Yuantong touched the orange, peeled it in a few seconds and ate it, and praised it after finishing. It's quite sweet. Bei Yuxia, it's quite sweet. When the 2 of them finished eating, Chen Xiaoyu was still peeling the orange, and she peeled it on Tong Tong's table. The desks of other students were piled high with books, but Zhu Yuantong's desk was empty. Xiaoyu, you peel the orange so slowly. Zhu Yuantong observed her fingers closely. Chen Xiaoyu's slender fingers gently peeled the orange skin, and she also carefully peeled the white fiber like orange peel, picking out all the white fibers of the orange. Bei Yuxia complained, you peeled it too cleanly, didn't you? Chen Xiaoyu, I like to pick them cleanly without any impurities, before eating the oranges. She kept moving her hands, peeling the oranges, and put them one by one. The plump orange flesh, lying on the white paper towel, was particularly conspicuous. Zhu Yuantong, Bei Yuxia, and Jiang Ning watched her peel the oranges together. It was quite relaxing. Chen Xiaoyu's technique was impeccable, and Jiang Ning was quite happy to watch. After a long time, Chen Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, finally peeled it clean. Zhu Yuantang also breathed a sigh of relief with her, as if he had just finished watching a TV show. Chen Xiao brushed the pile of orange peels with her palm and said, "I'm going to start eating." As she spoke, she took down the garbage bag hanging beside the desk. Many students find it troublesome to throw away garbage, so they often bring their own garbage bags. When they are full, they throw them into the trash can at the back of the classroom. She brushed the garbage bag with her backhand, feeling satisfied. However, when she looked at the table, she found that there was still a pile of orange peels. Chen Xiao was like a rusty robot, stunned. What did she do wrong just now? Zhu Yuantang widened his eyes. "Xiao, you put the orange flesh into the garbage bag." Chen Xiao suddenly realized, and then she wanted to cry, but had no tears. She was so miserable. Bai Yuxia gave her a glare, and her blaming and helpless expression was actually a little charming. It was the last class in the afternoon, a self-study class, and everyone was waiting to eat. Because CUIU went to Marshichen to discuss the problem, Meng GUI was transferred to the fourth company. Meng GUI still used hairspray, and his 10cm hair stood tall. 1 year later, no one in class 8 could suppress him with absolute height, not even Huang Zhangfei, who was 185cm tall. The four of them sat quietly, doing their own things. Jiuo Kanon held his phone, unable to calm down. He was waiting for a message, but it never came. In order to kill time and calm down his surging emotions, he faced several people and asked a question about life. "Brother Jun, Brother Long, Brother GUI, what kind of wife are you looking for in the future?" Hu Jun thought of his former math teacher, the young aunt who cooked otten at the school gate, and the young woman in the barber shop. "She has to be at least 10 years older than me." Well, the topic was ended. Jiuo Kanon shouldn't have asked him. Then, he asked another question. "Will you choose a beautiful wife or one with average looks?" Hu Jun and Wang Lang agreed. "Of course, beautiful ones." Jiuo Kanon expressed his opinion. "I don't think it's necessary to be beautiful, as long as she's good looking, like Lu Ye." Wang Lang, "Lu Ye is pretty." Jiuo Kanon, "I think Lu Ye is good looking, which is enough for me." The enlightened Meng GUI saw it clearly. Most people's wives are just ordinary looking. Jiuo Kanon, "I can accept ordinary ones, but not too ugly ones." Wang Lang said wittily, "I don't believe it. What if a particularly ugly woman gives you a dowry of 100 million? Jiuo Kanon was disdainful. How could the loyalty of a young man be defeated by money? If a man is not arrogant, is he still a young man? Jiuo Kanon answered decisively, 100 million is shit. I may not be unable to earn it in the future. Wang Lang laughed dryly. Meng GUI was relatively mature and had a better understanding of the concept of money. He answered, "It depends on how ugly it is." Jiuo Kanon subconsciously thought of Pang Zhao. All the students in class 8 knew that Pang Zhao was domineering and not a good person. Last time, he heard Pang Zhao judging the boys in the class. It was nothing to joke between brothers. Jiuo Kanon lowered his voice and said, "For example, Sister Jiao." After that, he stared at Meng GUI's face expectantly. Unexpectedly, Meng GUI's expression did not change. He said calmly, 100 million plus a talking orangutan, not bad. Southwest corner of the classroom. Tong, are the grapes delicious? Chen Xiao saw red grapes for the first time. The red color was like a small flame. At first glance, she thought Tong was swallowing fire. In front of Zhu Yuantang was a glass box with more than 20 red jade beads piled up. Each one was round and smooth, and the appearance was extremely stunning. This was given to her by Jiang Ning. It was a grape cultivated with the spiritual energy of Huqi Mountain. Jiang Ning spent a lot of effort in the middle, and now it has finally matured a little. After Jiang Ning determined the taste and efficacy, he brought some to Zhu Yuantang to taste. Zhu Yuantang took a bite of the flesh, which was crisp, tender, and juicy. Her mouth felt cool and refreshing, and her mood improved. "I didn't taste it. I'll try again." Zhu Yuantang pinched 2 more. It was so delicious that she couldn't stop eating and forgot about Chen Xiao's question. Chen Xiao was ignored and felt itchy in her heart. She worked hard to peel the oranges during the break, but she didn't eat a single bite. She pushed all of them into the trash can. Zhu Yuantang ate one by one. Too sweet, too sweet. Chen Xiaoyu stared blankly, and Bai Yuxia couldn't take her eyes away either. Although she was knowledgeable, she had never seen such a variety of grapes before, and she always felt that those grapes had an inexplicable attraction to her. Zhu Yuantang ate half of it before she remembered the two girls in front of her. She restrained her uncontrollable hands and gave them a few. Chen Xiaoyu got the grapes and didn't care about it anymore. She stuffed them directly into her mouth. Bai Yuxia still maintained basic etiquette, peeling the skin to reveal the flame-like flesh inside, and the red juice was like the purest blood, staining her scallion white fingers. Zhu Yuantang had excellent eyesight and saw her licking her fingers implicitly. It was the last class of the evening self-study, and school was about to end. Bai Yuxia couldn't help but ask Zhu Yuantang about the variety of grapes, and Jiang Ning said it was an accidental acquisition. Back row. With a questions message popping up, Jiuo Kanan suddenly woke up. Jiuo Kanan shook Ma Shichen, extremely excited. Brother Ma, I'm pregnant. Wang Lang Lang, Brother Nan is pregnant? Ma Shichen was playing an English learning software, and he wondered, Brother Nan, has she agreed to be your partner? After dinner, Jiuo Kanan plucked up the courage and called his good brother Shan Kaiquan to accompany him. Jiuo Kanan and Lu Ye walked for a while. Jiuo Kanan smiled proudly. Not yet, but soon. I asked her to apply through my questions friend. Wang Lang Lang didn't care about anything and praised. Wow, Brother Nan has the means. It's just a matter of time to get her. Brother Ma, I plan to chat with her on questions. Try chatting for a while and talk about it after getting familiar with each other. He planned. Jiuo Kanan was too excited just now, and his voice was a little loud. After hearing it, Lukaki at the table in front of him turned around and asked, Jiuo Kanan, do you chat with girls? Jiuo Kanan felt empty in his heart, as if he was a thief who was caught. The millstone in his mind reversed, and he reviewed the words in the previous 2 minutes. He found that he did not say Lu Ye's name, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, just a girl I added at random. Jiuo Kanan pretended not to care, and said it didn't matter. Lukaki was surprised. Do you want to pursue the other person? I guess so. I plan to chat first. He said perfunctorily at first, but then he thought that Lukaki was a girl and might know how to pursue girls, so he asked again. Lukaki, what do you think is the best topic to chat with girls on questions? Seeing that he asked the question sincerely, Lukaki was not sarcastic. She shared some experience. Listen to me, don't just chat on questions. Anyway, Lukaki thought that no matter how much you chat on questions, it would be better to make an appointment to meet. Jiuo Kanan was worried. What does it mean that he can't chat on questions? Is questions out of date now? He thought for a few seconds and said, don't worry, I will add WeChat to chat, and we will fight on 2 fronts. Lukaki was numb and said, you'd better not chat with your IQ. Chapter 394 Apology. Time flies, seasons flow, and a week passes in a hurry. Sunday, June 15th, is the day of the Yuzhou High School entrance examination. Since number 4 middle school is reserved as the examination venue, there are 3 days off. Although it is Sunday, there is no evening self-study today, and school will start next Monday night. Zhu Yuantang did not stay in bed. She was woken up early by her mother. At 6:30, breakfast was already ready. Eating at home is not like living in the city. Jiang Ning moved the old folding dining table to the yard and ate outdoors. At this time, the sun had not had time to bake the earth, and it was slightly cool outside. Jiang Ning picked up the bowl and drank a bowl of soy milk. The soy milk was originally a little hot, and he secretly used magic to cool it down. It tasted very good. Zhu Yuantang kept staring at his bowl. When he was not paying attention, her little hand stole over to touch his bowl and immediately felt a chill. Mom, it's not fair. Why is his soy milk cold? Zhu Yuantang fought against fate. She also wanted Jiang Ning's iced soy milk. Jiang Ning said calmly, I brought my own bowl. I froze it before I came. Can it be like this? Zhu Yuantang was skeptical. Of course. Then I'll trade with you. As she said that, she took the cold soy milk and drank it happily. Because she drank it too quickly, there was some liquid on the corner of her mouth. Jiang Ning didn't bother with her. He was thinking about today's schedule. He had nothing to do, but Ongu went to help Chachu move. The reason why he got up early today was also because of this. After Chachu's family confirmed the house, they didn't hesitate, agreed on the price, and quickly bought the house. Now they have the key. Aunt Pan next door handed the key to Chachu's mother, took the children at home, and went to the coastal city. From then on, they settled there, and didn't come back. It happened that Aunt Ua decided to move, while taking advantage of the recent rest. Aunt Gu had a very good relationship with her, so of course she helped. Thinking about these things, Jiang Ning picked up 2 shredded potatoes. This dish is very homely, and Aunt Gu fried it deliciously. Although he has eaten it many times, Jiang Ning still doesn't get tired of it. He enjoys his leisure time now, without any worries about work. Every morning when he wakes up from bed, he feels refreshed and carefree, with plenty of time to waste. Even if he moves a small stool every day and sits at the door to watch the wheat field, he does not feel bored at all. He used to think it was shameful to waste time, but now he just wants to waste time. After dinner, Jiang Ning moved the folding table back to the kitchen and watched Zhu Yuantang wash the pots and dishes. Aunt Gu pushed out the battery car. "Tong Tong, let's go," Zhu Yuantang said. "Mom, Jiang Ning is coming with us." Aunt Gu, "No need for his help. Come and take the car." Zhu Yuantang responded and wiped her hands. "Jiang Ning, you can help me watch the door at home." As she said that, she took a step forward and ran 2 steps but failed. It turned out that she was grabbed by Jiang Ning. "Let's go together," Jiang Ning said. Hearing this, Zhu Yuantang didn't care about his rudeness and said happily, "Okay, okay." She pulled Jiang Ning outside and said, "Mom, you go first. I'll take Jiang Ning's bicycle." Aunt Gu felt helpless after hearing this. "You guys ride slowly. I'll go help Feng Mui pack up first." After her mother left, Zhu Yuantang locked the door and got on the mountain bike. Looking at the receding scenery on both sides of the river dam and feeling the cool breeze in the morning, Zhu Yuantang thought about the road she had traveled on Jiang Ning's bike in the past year. She calculated that she had traveled more than 2,000 kilometers without realizing it. Zhu Yuantang thought about her future sophomore and junior years in high school, and she nudged Jiang Ning, "Ride faster." Jiang Ning stepped on the pedals, and the bike shot out instantly, shocking the pedestrians walking on the river dam. At this speed, they soon arrived in the city. When Jiang Ning turned into the old neighborhood where Zhu Chachu lived, she met Aunt Gu. In front of Kuangxiangzi, a silver truck was humming its engine, trying to drive into the alley, but there was a rectangular iron cart carrying pancakes at the entrance. An old man in his 60s or 70s wearing a white vest was blocking the small iron cart. Aunt Gu and Hua Fengmei were discussing with the old man. "Uncle, please move the pancake stand out of the way, and we will drive in and leave after moving." There were a lot of things to move at home, and if the truck was driven forward a distance, the move would be a little easier, otherwise it would take a long way. And even if the truck drove into Kuangxiangzi, it would not affect others. The old man yelled, "Why should I let you drive in? Aren't you affecting my business?" Aunt Gu looked at his iron cart for pancakes and said, "Aren't you still not doing business now?" The old man raised his voice and shouted, "What do you care whether I'm doing business or not?" Hua Fengmei was in a hurry to move. Seeing that the other party was unreasonable, she said in a nice voice, "It's not like my family hasn't bought pancakes from you before. Uncle, can you lend it to me for a while?" The old man smiled sarcastically. The other party had lived here for many years, and they had seen each other every day in the wind and rain. As far as he could remember, the mother and daughter had bought pancakes 2 or 3 times at most. He was guarding the entrance of the alley. Even a dog would be slapped if it passed by, let alone these 2 mothers. The old man bullied people like this. He looked at the truck driver who was smoking quietly beside him and smiled hypocritically. "We won't make it difficult for you. It's not easy for anyone these days. Sister, go to the store over there and buy a pack of cigarettes, and I'll move this truck away right away." He added, "I prefer a pack of Yunnan Yunnan." Hua Fengmei was so angry that the old man was too shameless and smoked Yunnan Yunnan. She was from the countryside, and only the rich people used Yunnan Yunnan cigarettes when they had banquets in the village, which cost 20 yuan a pack. How much did it cost for her to hire a truck for moving? But she got stabbed for nothing here. With her simple character, how could she be willing? Hua Fengmei frowned. No, we won't move in. Let's move the things over here. She was not from the city, and there were only her and her daughter, so she definitely couldn't beat the old guy in the city. It's better to have less trouble than more. Hua Fengmei didn't want to cause trouble, so she could only endure it herself. When the old man heard this, his face was ugly, and he said unceremoniously, "Okay, you move it." If the truck drove into the alley, it could save 100 meters. If it didn't drive, then let them move it with great effort. The old man really gave them a good face. He was mumbling and looked like he wanted to curse. Aunt Gu was also annoyed, but there was no need to bother with such a person. The other party was a local and might have something to do with it. Just when they compromised, Jiang Ning, who was standing next to them, saw that he couldn't settle the matter, so he took the initiative to step forward. Aunt Gu saw him and called out his name. Jiang Ning said nothing, stepped forward, and stretched out his hand to the small iron cart. The old man saw this and was furious. "You dare to touch my car?" He shouted and was about to curse, but he saw Jiang Ning, put one hand on it, casually lifted the small iron cart, and threw it out of the alley. He easily threw a small stone with his hand. The old man's words were stuck in his throat and he didn't say it out. He knew how heavy his small iron cart for making pancakes was. Not to mention now, when he was young, he couldn't even lift it. He stared at Jiang Ning blankly and faced the calm eyes of the young man, and his heart shuddered. The old rascal was also afraid of the young and energetic guy, especially the other party was only 16 or 17 years old, and he had just shown his skills. If they really fought, they would not pin him to the ground and beat him, and these people would not know how to control their strength. The old man was in his early 60s, and he still had another 10 or 20 years of good life. If he was beaten, he would not be happy in the future. He didn't say a word, recognizing the situation. "Auntie Hua, let the car come in," Jiang Ning explained with a normal face, as if he was doing it casually. Zhu Yuantang behind him looked at him admiringly. It was worthy of Jiang Ning, who she raised to be reliable. Hua Fengmei had a complicated expression and felt relieved in her heart. What she couldn't do, another man came and solved it easily. She shouted to the driver repeatedly, okay, you can drive in." The driver, who had been smoking silently before, opened the door and let the truck drive into the alley. "It's a pity that you came," Auntie Gu sighed. If it was a rural woman in their village who had never been to school, she could tear the old man's mouth apart. But she and Fengmei were not that kind of people. They had finished junior high school, understood moral standards, but didn't have many skills. The truck drove into the wide alley, but there was another narrow alley on the left. They couldn't drive into this alley, so they had to carry their luggage by themselves. Zhu Chuchu was carrying luggage down from upstairs. The girl's white arms were dragging a large sack and going down the stairs with difficulty. The usual cleanliness was gone. The t-shirt was covered with dust, the forehead was soaked, and the beautiful bangs were messy and sticky. Zhu Yuantang called out, "Chuchu, I'm here to help you." She ran to help Chuchu move things. "Sorry to bother your family," Hua Fengmei said apologetically. "I'll treat you to a good meal after I finish moving." "No trouble." Aunt Gu helped. As for Jiang Ning, he was responsible for transporting the luggage downstairs to the truck. After all, they had lived there for a year, and Chuchu's family had a lot of miscellaneous things, including pots, pans, and bowls. Jiang Ning often carried one by one and easily put it on the car. He moved very quickly, and the luggage downstairs was not enough for him to carry. Seeing that there was still space on the truck, Hua Fengmei sent Aunt Gu's electric car up. She sat in the open truck bed to watch the luggage, while Aunt Gu sat in the co-pilot. The truck started and backed out of the alley. Only 3 boys and girls were left there. Zhu Yuantang waved her hands to fan herself. She was so tired that she had a hard time breathing. After a short break of 2 minutes, she talked to Chuchu about Jiang Ning's feat at the entrance of the alley, such as lifting a small iron cart with one hand, shocking the old man, and making him shout that this boy must not be kept. In short, she praised Jiang Ning in various ways, and finally patted her chest and said proudly, "She grew up eating the food I cooked." Zhu Chuchu looked down at Tang Tang's small body, and there was something that would affect their friendship, but she didn't say it. Zhu Yuantang also complained, "Chachu, there are so many bad guys. Last time I came to your place, I encountered a fight. Now the old man wants to blackmail people again." Fortunately, Jiang Ning is here. Hearing this, Zhu Chachu lifted the wet hair on her forehead, and a sweet smile appeared on her plain face. There are too many residents nearby. Many people moved to the new community after they got rich, leaving behind many elderly people. Moreover, the rent here is cheap, and there are all kinds of tenants. Before, there were people jumping rope at home at night, and there were people raising dogs and chickens, barking every day. The neighbors said that a few years ago, there was a family whose air conditioner outdoor unit fell off. Zhu Chachu narrated that, although she had a bad time here in the past year, she was often woken up at night and had a bad rest. But she still spoke softly, without any hostility or complaints. Zhu Yuantang, it's so messy. She looked up from the narrow alley. Above her head were tangled wires, densely packed old windows, air conditioners outside the wall, and thick white water pipes that ran through the whole place. She heard the occasional flushing sound from the pipes. Zhu Yuantang, who was used to living in the countryside nature, suddenly felt that this place was like a cage, extremely depressing. Zhu Chachu patted the dust off her clothes, but found that she couldn't pat it off, so she had to change her clothes. "You must be tired. I'll treat you to popsicles." She took Tong Tong's hand and walked out of the alley. "I know a shop that sells old popsicles. Come with me." The two little girls, who were dirty after moving, gathered together. Passing by the alley, Zhu Chachu looked at the old man selling sesame cakes, then turned back to look at Jiang Ning. She was surprised to find that Jiang Ning was spotless, as clean as ever. Jiang Ning was given an old popsicle. He bit off a piece. The perfect sweetness and coldness made him quite enjoyable. One piece was only 50 cents, very affordable. Zhu Yuantang wanted to learn how to bite the popsicle like him, but she was afraid that she would break her teeth. She had no milk teeth. If she lost her teeth, they would not grow back. She thought to herself, how nice it would be if Jiang Ning could help her bite. No, it was too shy. Just thinking about it made her blush. Zhu Chachu stood on the side of the road, looking at the vehicles passing by on the road. "Let's go home, after eating the popsicle. Go back to our home in Heba," Zhu Yuantang said for her. "Yeah." Zhu Chachu had an unspeakable joy between her eyebrows. She had a home in Yuzhou. After eating the popsicle, she said, "I'll go back and ride my bike." Just now, they came out empty-handed to buy popsicles, and Chachu's battery bike was still parked under the building. Zhu Chachu felt particularly comfortable walking on this section of the way back. She might not have to come to this place again in her life. Last year, she came to the city from the countryside to study in high school. In fact, she was not used to it. However, this was her mother's request. For a better education and a better future, she could not refuse. Thinking of the new home in Heba, where air conditioning was installed, the girl's mood became better and better. God knows how hot it is in summer living on the top floor, the 7th floor. In the distance, there was a noise, roar, and women's screams in the alley. Zhu Chachu's expression changed. Zhu Yuantang asked curiously, "Chachu, what's going on over there? If I'm not mistaken, someone is fighting." Zhu Chachu's footsteps quickened a little. As soon as she saw the entrance of the alley, as expected, a man in his 30s kicked the woman down with one foot, then stepped forward, pulled her hair, kicked and beat her. The woman on the ground was beaten black and blue and had no power to fight back. He kicked and pulled and beat the woman to the side of the stinking garbage can. The scene looked extremely miserable. Zhu Yuantang was stunned, his feet didn't move, and he kept repeating, "Jiang Ning, Jiang Ning." Zhu Chachu looked at the man with disgust in his eyes. He was a bad man, smoking, drinking, gambling, crazy, and he beat his wife when he came home. He was worse than the worst person in Chachu's village before. But Zhu Chachu didn't dissuade him, because her mother had persuaded him before, but it was completely useless. At this time, many residents came out of the balcony and windows to watch the fun. Zhu Yuantang didn't know the inside story. She stuck to Jiang Ning and heard the woman screaming. She couldn't bear to see her being beaten. She plucked up her courage and shouted, "You will beat her to death like this." As soon as the voice fell, Zhu Chachu thought to herself that it was not good. The next second, the murderer suddenly turned around, stared at her coldly, and suddenly shouted, "Get away." His face was extremely fierce and ferocious. Zhu Yuantang was startled and couldn't help but step back half a step. Zhu Chuchu held Tang Tang's hand tightly. Jiang Ning touched Zhu Yuantang's soft hair, took a step forward, stood proudly, and said with a smile, "Why don't you apologize?" Chapter 395 Preserving Evidence. In the old city, there is a narrow alley between several 7-story buildings. As Jiang Ning finished speaking, the man who was committing violence almost laughed. "Apologize?" He stopped, and his gloomy face sneered. "Apologize? Who the hell are you?" He grabbed his wife's hair and swung her to the side. The woman screamed, hit her head against the trash can, and fell unconscious. He raised his hand, pointed at Jiang Ning, and warned, "Fuck, don't get in the way here. I beat my wife, who cares?" The man's face was full of hostility, like an angry beast. He was strong, and had obvious arm muscles. He must be very strong. Zhu Chuchu felt uneasy. Facing such a madman, if he angered him, the consequences would be disastrous. This kind of thing happened more than once or twice. He had beaten his wife many times before, dragging her out of the house and beating her, and even sending her to the hospital. Before, some nearby residents couldn't stand it, and stepped forward to stop the fight, but they were beaten. After that, no one asked for trouble anymore. Instinctively seeking profit and avoiding harm, Zhu Chuchu grabbed Jiang Ning, wanting him to stay away, so that they could call the police. The neighbors also looked over. Seeing that Jiang Ning didn't dare to speak, the man became even more aggressive. He continued to point his finger and cursed, "If you keep meddling in other people's business, I'll kill you too." Before the last word was uttered, Zhu Chuchu suddenly felt her hand loosen, and in her sight, Jiang Ning instantly moved to the front. Before she could see the movement clearly, she heard a muffled bang, and the crazy man flew backwards. The whole person flew more than 2 meters in the air, fell on the concrete tiles, and rolled over. Jiang Ning walked forward leisurely. How majestic the man was just now, how miserable he was now. He covered his stomach, his body was bent like a shrimp, and his face was full of pain. Zhu Chuchu's brain was a little out of control, and a thought came to her mind, is Jiang Ning so powerful? Jiang Ning walked to the man, who was howling in pain, and struggling to get up. Halfway up, Jiang Ning moved his foot, as fast as lightning, and kicked him in the stomach, kicking him sideways. The man's body arched even more fiercely, and his facial features were completely deformed. "Don't hit my husband. If you dare to hit him, I will fight you to the death." The woman who was originally abused by her husband, now rushed up with a roar. She looked like she was going to fight Jiang Ning to the death. Jiang Ning frowned, slightly turned sideways, and kicked the crazy woman away. "You are sick. What kind of slave mentality is this?" Jiang Ning stood next to the man slowly, looking down at him. "Hurry up and apologize." The man on the ground felt some relief from the pain, but his eyes were still vicious. Jiang Ning stepped on him. "Apologize." Jiang Ning exerted force on his feet, pressing down with great force. At this moment, the man felt an extreme fear in his heart, and he had the illusion that his skull would be crushed. Facing the threat of death, all dignity and ferocity completely disappeared, leaving only the desire to survive. He begged for mercy in panic. "I apologize. I apologize. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. Please let me go." Howling mixed with crying came from the alley. Among the residents watching nearby, a young man took out his mobile phone to shoot a video, but found that the phone was turned off. He was very surprised. "I remember there was still 40% power. Why did it suddenly turn off?" Jiang Ning heard the apology and was not satisfied. "Didn't you eat? Speak louder." Zhu Yuantang ran over and hugged Jiang Ning's arm. "Let's go home." "Okay." Jiang Ning agreed. "Choo-choo, go push the battery car." He took out his mobile phone and called Xiao Shuangshan. "Himu Jiaoan Village 6. If there is a fight later, please help me deal with it." After saying that, he hung up the phone. At this time, Zhu Chuchu came pushing a bicycle. "Jiang Ning, let's go quickly." Zhu Yuantang was timid. She felt that fighting was a big deal and just wanted to leave quickly. Like Zhu Chuchu, she looked at the person beaten by Jiang Ning and was worried. If the other party chose to call the police, Jiang Ning might be investigated. Immediately, Zhu Chuchu was annoyed again, blaming her for not reminding the two in advance, otherwise this situation would never happen. On the way home by bike, Zhu Chuchu became curious about Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning was of outstanding height, but he did not look strong. Unexpectedly, he was so powerful. It seemed like he was beating a child just now. The man who was showing off his power did not have any ability to fight back at all. With this mood in mind, Zhu Chuchu turned a corner and drove into the river dam in the countryside. Zhu Yuantang said worriedly, Jiang Ning, you will not be arrested. Zhu Chuchu's electric vehicle and mountain bike were side by side. She was also waiting for his answer. After all, beating someone was really a big deal. Jiang Ning said, don't worry, I called. You know Changqing Guy, my parents' company. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Hearing the name of Changqing Guy, even Zhu Chuchu knew how powerful it was, and she felt much more at ease. Zhu Yuantang was curious, Changqing Guy is also in charge of this? Zhu Chuchu said, I heard that Changqing Guy's security team now has hundreds of people. Jiang Ning, well, it's okay, and the person I beat was not a good person. He comforted them in this way to dispel their concerns. Zhu Chuchu, he is indeed not a good person. She still had doubts, remembering the last scene. It was obvious that the man was domestic violence against his wife, but after the man was beaten by Jiang Ning, the other party's wife actually rushed up to beat Jiang Ning. Zhu Chuchu couldn't understand it. Shouldn't a woman be happy? Many thoughts emerged from the bottom of her heart. Not long after, they arrived home. The moving truck just started and drove away from the dam. Zhu Chuchu, with thoughts, threw herself into the busy moving process, and Zhu Yuantang and Jiang Ning helped together. The bungalow bought by Chuchu's family has the same layout as Zhu Yuantang's, and the decoration is similar. Only the walls are painted white and the floor is paved with cement. It is far worse than the various floors in the city, but for them, this decoration is enough. When Aunt Pan sold the house, she didn't take a lot of things away, such as the refrigerator, TV, washing machine, air conditioner, almost all of which were left behind. If you want to decorate the whole house, the workload is huge. Fortunately, there are Hua Fengmei and Aunt Gu. They are very capable. They sweep the floor, wipe the table, and scrub the refrigerator in an orderly manner. I just ate something casually for lunch. Until the afternoon, Zhu Chuchu's room was clean and empty, with only a bed and a table. Jiang Ning helped and moved the wardrobe that was dried outside in, but the room was still empty. Zhu Yuantang sent 2 flower pots, and Jiang Ning took a pot of green radish from the windowsill. Zhu Chuchu kept saying no, but Tang Tang didn't listen to her. Gradually, as the desk was placed with textbooks and stationery, and the bed was covered with a thin quilt, the room became rich and lively. There are still many details in the whole house that have not been tidied up. These tasks cannot be completed in a day or two, and need to be solved slowly in daily habits. Nearing dinner, Hua Fengmei rode her bike out to buy cold dishes, and Zhu Chuchu's room was air conditioned. Zhu Chuchu tidied the desk drawers. Tang Tang sat on the bed, and as for Jiang Ning, he went back to his room to leave some private space for the 2 girls. Zhu Chuchu fiddled with the sundries for a while, and recalled the scene in the alley before. In her impression, Jiang Ning has always been gentle, speaks gently, does things slowly, and is very well educated, like an older brother next door. She had never thought that Jiang Ning was so skilled and merciless. This contrast made it difficult for Zhu Chuchu to accept it for a while. It was an indescribable feeling. She turned her head to look at Tang Tang and suddenly said, Jiang Ning helped you today. Looking back, Zhu Chuchu did not forget that Jiang Ning took action because Tang Tang was yelled at, and he kept asking the other person to apologize. Zhu Yuantang was scared in the morning, but she recovered quickly. She knew better than anyone that Jiang Ning took action for her. Whenever she thought of Jiang Ning's back, there was always a smile on her lips. He is stupid. She blamed herself. Oh, I should have stopped him. Being yelled at was nothing. She was most worried that Jiang Ning would get into trouble. She would rather get hurt than let him take risks. Zhu Chuchu asked, have you seen Jiang Ning like this today? She felt that Tang Tang had definitely not seen it. Zhu Yuantang said indifferently, too many times. Jiang Ning beat Song Sheng at the beginning of the school year, then beat Deng Xiang and the others, and later beat up the bad guys on motorcycles during evening self-study. Zhu Yuantang said he was used to it, because Jiang Ning never got hurt anyway. Zhu Chachu couldn't believe it. He fights often. Zhu Yuantang, it's okay. Our class is full of martial virtues, and we often discuss the Dao with martial arts. Don't think Jiang Ning is so powerful outside, but at home, he must listen to me. Zhu Yuantang said that Jiang Ning's food, clothing, housing and transportation are all related to her. If she is unhappy, Jiang Ning's quality of life will definitely be greatly reduced. Zhu Chachu didn't quite believe it. Zhu Yuantang caught the look of her good sister, and she said, there is a long time to come, and you will understand in the future. At 7:30 in the evening, Hua Fengmei and Aunt Gu came back with a lot of dishes. Hearing that it was time for dinner, Zhu Yuantang and Zhu Chachu went out, and the dining table was set in the middle of the yard. The front and back doors were all open, and the draft blew through, blowing away the heat of the day. Hua Fengmei put the bag on the plate, and braised duck wings, braised tofu skin, cold dishes, and a large bag of barbecue, lamb skewers, roasted pork belly, beef tendons, green peppers, leeks, etc. were placed on the table. Hua Fengmei unscrewed the iced bottle of Coke. Tong Tong, Jiang Ning, auntie is not available to cook today, so buy some to make do. I will go to the street to buy an old hen and kill it for you tomorrow. Zhu Yuantang looked at the roasted beef tendon. Auntie Hua, that's enough. Jiang Ning, very good. And Sister Gu, thank you very much. Hua Fengmei was moved. It was very hard to move today, but today was the happiest day for her in all these years. She did not forget that everything she had today was all thanks to Auntie Gu introducing her to the Changqing Liquid Company, otherwise she would never have been able to step into the door of Changqing Liquid in her life. When Zhu Chachu heard her mother's words, her eyes were slightly hot and misty. Auntie Gu picked up the Coke. There is still a long time to live in the future. Let's eat. The 5 people clinked their glasses, and there was laughter in the small courtyard. After dinner, Chachu continued to clean up the room. Zhu Yuantang helped for a while, and Chachu said she planned to read a book. So Zhu Yuantang told her that, after finishing the book, she should remember to meet Jiang Ning in her room at night. After that, Zhu Yuantang ran to Jiang Ning's room to play games, and she immediately reached diamond level. Jiang Ning told her that, if she could reach diamond level, she would play 2-player games with her. Zhu Yuantang looked disdainful, but she had been playing LOL honestly these days. She wanted to play with Jiang Ning. Zhu Yuantang had just finished this game, and Jiang Ning came in after taking a shower. Seeing that she hadn't started the game yet, Jiang Ning said, Tong Tong, help me wash the clothes. Zhu Yuantang obeyed instinctively, but she suddenly remembered that she boasted in front of Chachu during the day. Don't look at Jiang Ning's prestige outside, but at home, he must listen to me. If she washed the clothes honestly, if Chachu saw it, wouldn't it mean that all her words became a joke? Chachu would definitely say, Tong Tong, don't you have a high status in the family? Why are you still washing clothes? Zhu Yuantang shook her little head to drive away the unbearable scene. I won't wash. Zhu Yuantang refused loudly. The game will start soon. She clicked a match. It's okay, I can help you play. Jiang Ning said. Zhu Yuantang's fingers froze and she pouted. Huh, do you think I'm easy to bully? Why should I wash? She planned to kill Jiang Ning's spirit and let him know who is the head of the family. Zhu Yuantang imagined various plans in her head. For example, if he dared to say that she washed it before, Zhu Yuantang would tell him loudly that she would not wash it in the future. Anyway, no matter what he said, Zhu Yuantang thought to herself that with her extraordinary talent, she would be able to follow up. She looked fearless and waited for Jiang Ning to make a move. Jiang Ning didn't say anything. He walked in front of Tong Tong. Zhu Yuantang sat on the chair, his calves hanging in the air, looking up at him. His expression was stubborn, tough, and domineering. Fantasy. Jiang Ning stared at her snow-white face, suddenly stretched out his hand to pinch it, and said gently, be obedient and wash the clothes. Zhu Yuantang's face flushed, her eyes dodged, her heart suddenly beat very fast, and her body was hot. She was usually arrogant, but she was at a loss. Zhu Yuantang jumped off the chair in a hurry, ran out of the door like a little rabbit, and ran away quickly. Looking at her small back, Jiang Ning reminded, "Help me take the clothes away." 2 minutes later, Zhu Yuantang sat on her own small stool and washed clothes. While washing clothes, she felt that she was too cowardly and useless. Why should she be afraid of him? She thought, wait until the clothes are washed, then trouble him. After washing the clothes, she didn't dare to go again. Fortunately, it is the internet age now, and she has a mobile phone. Zhu Yuantang logged into questions, and angrily found Jiang Ning, "You underestimate me too much." "No." Jiang Ning replied immediately. The phone made a dripping sound of special concern, and Zhu Yuantang was so angry that she wanted to turn off the special concern, but she couldn't bear to do it. She typed quickly, "You are cheating. No. You are a bad person. No. You are mean. No." Anyway, no matter what she said, Jiang Ning denied it. Zhu Yuantang received a reply. The whole screen was full of her unilateral accusations against Jiang Ning, and he only dared to deny it timidly. This shows how powerful she is. Zhu Yuantang took a screenshot and prepared to send it to Chuchu to let her good sister see it. She rebuked Jiang Ning's domineering. Who knew that Zhu Yuantang accidentally sent the screenshot to Jiang Ning? In an instant, Zhu Yuantang's heartbeat accelerated, and his forehead was cold. At this time, a beam of light flashed in his little head. Zhu Yuantang took a deep breath and replied, "I saved the evidence that you did not admit your mistake." Chapter 396, Shouldn't Sleep Here. June 16th, Monday. Due to the high school entrance exam, number 4 middle school is still on holiday today, but the evening self-study class is normal. In the morning, the sun is like a fireball, hanging high in the sky. The weeds are dozing in the heat, and even the big trees are exhausted and drooping their branches. Jiang Ning steers the spirit boat across Qinghai Lake. The mirror-like lake reflects the strong sunlight. The willows by the lake droop their branches exhaustedly. 2 people are sitting under the trees fishing. The spirit boat is extremely fast, flashing in a flash, and rushes straight into the distant mountains and forests. Jiang Ning stands with his hands behind his back, letting the airwaves blow his clothes. Until the spirit boat sank into the clouds, Jiang Ning looked back and saw only a dark and gloomy. The lush mountains and forests disappeared, and a red sun above his head shone on the clouds and mist, and the clouds and mist were colorful. Jiang Ning went straight forward and reached a certain place. He pointed with his fingertips, and a golden light shot out, like a flying knife shuttle, and the clouds and mist seemed to be ignited by sparks, turning into colorful colors. The view was completely changed. What came into view was an orchard with various flowers in full bloom, competing for beauty. Jiang Ning moved his body, and without walking, he moved to the grape trellis. The grapevines above the water vapor were covered with blue grape leaves, and bunches of plump, dazzling, and red grapes like flames, with a faint sweet fragrance, which made people feel relaxed. Ordinary people can slightly delay aging, improve skin quality, and improve sleep quality by eating them. Jiang Ning had a smile on his face. The grapes he transformed with spiritual energy finally matured gradually, which was worth his efforts. Compared with other fruits, grapes absorb water vigorously. He specially built a small pool and used spring water containing spiritual energy to nourish them day and night. Jiang Ning used his spiritual power and his invisible big hand to grab 5 bunches of grapes from the grape trellis. These were grapes cultivated by spiritual energy. Each one was as crystal clear as a ruby, and there were no sick or shriveled fruits. A small wooden basket flew over from the orchard. Jiang Ning took out a piece of cloth from his storage ring and placed it under the basket. Then he put a few bunches of grapes in it. He cast a spell to condense water into ice, which fell into the basket. Finally, he closed the basket and cast a spiritual spell. After placing the basket, Jiang Ning took another 5 bunches of grapes and divided them into 2 parts, one with 3 bunches and the other with 2 bunches. Looking at the grape rack again, it was already a little empty, as if a lazy young woman was lying there. Jiang Ning stepped onto the flying boat and flew away ruthlessly. Huki Mountain, Villa area. A luxury car stopped by the roadside. In the distance, 2 teams of men in uniforms were waiting silently. On the first floor of the villa, a young woman leaned on the sofa. Her body curves were soft and charming, and there was a small teardrop mole under her phoenix eyes. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the door. When Xiao Shuangshan, the owner of Changqing Liquid, saw the man, she immediately got up from the sofa. Jiang Ning put down 2 fruit baskets. Send this basket to Wencheng for me, using the safest transportation method. As for this basket, you can keep it for yourself. Xiao Shuangshan was delighted. The fruit that Jiang Ning gave her tasted great every time. How good was it? After her mother ate it, she never mentioned urging her to get married for 3 days. Well, let's have lunch together at noon. I'll ask the chef to come. Xiao Shuangshan said. Jiang Ning, I'm afraid it won't work. We killed a chicken at home. After hearing this, Xiao Shuangshan didn't force it. Then you go ahead and do your work. I will definitely help you deliver it. Jiang Ning flipped his palm and left 3 bottles of elixir. Then he went upstairs to the 2nd floor of the villa. Xiao Shuangshan waited for a few minutes and followed him upstairs, but there was no trace of Jiang Ning. She was stunned, and a sigh flashed across her bright face. The last time she had dinner with Jiang Ning was last month. Soon, Xiao Shuangshan adjusted her mood. Her parents were in good health and getting younger and younger. Some migraines and high blood pressure were all cured by her, and the family was harmonious and reunited. She has also become the person she wanted to be before. So what is there to sigh about? Hua Fengmei went to the vegetable market to catch a fresh old hen. This is a free-range chicken raised at home that the nearby villagers specially brought to the city to sell. At noon, a clay pot was used to cook. Jiang Ning, Zhu Yuantong, and Zhu Chachu watched the show the whole time. The neighbors nearby all smelled the fragrance. The local dogs next door were eager to move, but they were imprisoned by Jiang Ning's magic power in advance and could only smell the smell. In addition to the hen, there were also beef and shrimps. The lunch was rich, no worse than the New Year. 5 people gathered around the dining table. Aunt Gu specially iced a few bottles of beer. They drank beer and ate at the door, feeling comfortable. After lunch, Zhu Yuantang was so full that she couldn't walk. It was Chachu who helped her to Jiang Ning's house. Zhu Yuantang rested for a while and recovered her vitality. She looked at both sides. One was Zhu Chachu, and the other was Jiang Ning, her best friend, and her best HMM. For a moment, she didn't know how to describe Jiang Ning. Then Zhu Yuantang stopped thinking about it. Let's watch a horror movie, she said boldly. I found a horror movie last time, but I couldn't bear to watch it. Can't bear to watch it? Jiang Ning laughed in his heart. He remembered very clearly that Zhu Yuantang was watching a movie secretly on the bed. It was obvious that she was scared to death and didn't dare to watch it. Jiang Ning said it was no problem. Zhu Chachu was worried. I'm quite afraid of that. Seeing her timid and delicate appearance, Zhu Yuantang's vanity was satisfied. It's okay, Chachu, I will protect you. For a better viewing effect, Zhu Yuantang drew the curtains, and the room immediately fell into darkness. Zhu Yuantang turned on the computer in the dark, played the movie, and then quickly retreated to the sofa, and also pulled a blanket from the bed. She had a very good position on the sofa, wrapped in the middle by Chachu and Jiang Ning. The sofa was not big, and Zhu Yuantang was small, so there was still a little space. She hugged the blanket and watched the horror movie, and the weird sound effects echoed from the room. Jiang Ning's desktop speakers are foreign brands. A pair of speakers cost tens of thousands of yuan, and the sound quality is excellent, so it's even more terrifying. Following several classic horror scenes, Zhu Yuantang was scared to death, and her calves were shaking. She quietly looked at Chachu beside her, expecting her sister to be scared, but Chachu held her chin and admired her calmly. Zhu Yuantang had a question mark in her mind. Didn't she say she was scared? She suppressed her fear and continued to watch, her heart pounding, and suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Zhu Yuantang jumped up in shock. The door opened, and the dazzling light shone into the room. Aunt Gu was standing at the door, surprised. Jiang Ning, are you watching a movie? Yes, Tang Tang wants to watch it, Jiang Ning said. Zhu Yuantang said, Jiang Ning, you continue watching. I'll go home and drink some water. Then she left a word and ran away. Jiang Ning knew that she would not come back, so he simply turned off the player. On the side of the sofa, Zhu Chachu fell asleep. Tang Tang was scared to death, but she was sleeping. The difference between the two is really big. The temperature in Jiang Ning's room was very low, so he simply covered Zhu Chuchu with a blanket. Then, he sat in front of the computer desk and put away the keyboard and mouse. He took out a bunch of messy parts from the drawer, including ropes, ceramics, jade, copper sheets, silver blocks, as well as tools such as carving knives and scissors. He was going to make a keychain of peace and happiness. Jiang Ning made a cup of tea and carved jade. The afternoon was peaceful, the flowers and plants on the windowsill were blooming, and the air was filled with the fragrance of flowers. It was 2 hours later, when Zhu Chuchu woke up. She slowly opened her eyes, and her hazy vision gradually became clear. The abundant and fresh sunlight sneaked into the room, and the overflowing brilliance shone on Jiang Ning, and his handsome side face was stained with a light glow. From Zhu Chuchu's perspective, she could even see his black feather-like eyelashes, which set off his clear eyes very conspicuously. It was quiet outside the window, the sun was just right, the tea was sweet, the books were fragrant, and the greenery was lush. After a brief confusion, Zhu Chuchu suddenly realized something, and grabbed the blanket covering her body. Her fair face was slightly flushed, and she apologized repeatedly. Sorry, I fell asleep. I was too sleepy, sorry. Jiang Ning moved the chair, and turned 180 degrees. It's okay, Tang Tang often sleeps here. Zhu Chuchu is not Tang Tang. She has not had many contacts with Jiang Ning, and their relationship is far from being very close. Now she actually fell asleep in someone else's room, which is too offensive. She felt annoyed, and could only say, then I'll leave. After saying that, she avoided Jiang Ning's warm eyes, and hurried out of the door. In a blink of an eye, she disappeared. Jiang Ning thought about it and reminded, leave the blanket first. His voice was heard from afar. Zhu Chuchu paused, and found that she was still holding the small blanket in her hand. She was embarrassed, and went back to the house awkwardly. Evening self-study. After returning from the 3-day vacation, the student's mentality has not yet adjusted, so in the first 2 classes, even if there was a teacher in charge, there was no lecture, just sitting on the podium, and letting everyone study on their own. Until the last class, the class monitor Huang Zhangfei took over the management. The final exam is approaching, and the class division will be decided at the end of the semester. Huang Zhangfei wanted to remind everyone, but gave up after consideration. Zhang Kai in the back row was playing with a broken screen mobile phone. Brother gang, do you want to have barbecue tonight? I'll introduce someone to you. Duan Shigen heard it, and thought that Zhang Kai was really loyal, and he didn't make a mistake. Don't worry, I will be there in the evening. He likes to make friends with heroes from all walks of life. Who do you know? What taboos do I need to pay attention to? It's Yan Xianpeng who is eating at the same table with us. Originally, Zhang Kai and Yan Xianpeng broke up because of selling routers. As the saying goes, a broken mirror can be mended, not to mention a little unhappiness. Since knowing that Yan Xianpeng has become a small vendor and made a lot of money, Zhang Kai took the initiative a little and reconciled. Yan Xianpeng invited him to have barbecue tonight. Duan Shigen thought of Yan Xianpeng's giant figure and was satisfied. Chizzy, not bad. Zhang Kai, Xianpeng said, let's eat barbecue today. Duan Shigen was moved. Good guy, let go of your belly to eat. It must cost 200 yuan. Zhang Kai, he has money, don't be polite tonight. During the exchange, the school bell rang. Yan Xianpeng came to class 8. He didn't mind the heat, and put his arm around Zhang Kai's shoulders. Good brother, you helped me last time, I'll treat you tonight. Last week, Yan Xianpeng was selling small commodities, and it was originally thriving. As a result, a peer who also sold small commodities appeared in class 5. Fortunately, he used a little trick, and used Zhang Kai's black knife to ruin the other party's reputation, and dominate the business from then on. The price he paid was to treat them to barbecue. Yan Xianpeng went straight to System RBBQ. After more than a year, they were considered old hands in number 4 middle school. Anyway, if they recognized this barbecue restaurant, they would be fine. The summer night hides the heat of the day, and the air is full of coolness. There were 7 or 8 white plastic tables at the entrance of the barbecue restaurant. Under the high wattage lights at the entrance, it was still bright. At this time, nearly half of the guests were sitting on the plastic tables. Brothers, today I said that we will give you enough food. Yan Xianpeng's huge palm slapped the plastic table, almost knocking it down. Zhang Kai said happily, "Brother Peng is righteous." Yan Xianpeng shouted, "Waiter, serve the wine." Pei Yujing came in holding the menu, with a cold face without any expression. "Hello, just mark what you want to order, and call me when you are done." She put down the menu and pencil, and prepared to leave. Pei Yujing had no smile. She was not the kind of enthusiastic and friendly waiter, but her barbecue tasted outstanding, so customers kept coming. Although it was a bit cold, the girl's appearance was still pleasing to the eye. As soon as the menu came out, Zhang Kai and Yan Xianpeng looked at it quickly. There were densely packed dishes on it, and there was a special sign at the top: lamb skewers, beef tendons, chicken gizzards, pork kidneys. Zhang Kai wanted to tick a few of the items. Yan Xianpeng called out to the other party, "Is there anything that sells well?" Pei Yujing said, "Mutton skewers, lamb legs, lamb chops." Yan Xianpeng, "Can you grill 100 lamb skewers?" Pei Yujing, "Sure." Yan Xianpeng, "How much is the lamb legs?" Pei Yujing repeated the words she had said countless times. "We have fresh lamb legs, 80 each, and they are grilled more slowly." Yan Xianpeng, "Not bad, not bad. Do you have grilled fish?" "We have small yellow croaker, grilled pomfret, and squid." Yan Xianpeng, "Not bad, not bad." Seeing that he asked so many questions, Zhang Kai thought he was going to order all of them, and his mood couldn't help but cheer up. "Brother Peng, that's enough, that's enough." As a result, he heard Yan Xianpeng say, "3 skewers of grilled steamed buns, 3 skewers of grilled rice cakes, 3 skewers of dried tofu, and more spicy, and a large bottle of iced purified water." After ordering, he said righteously, "Brothers, eat and drink enough tonight." Pei Yujing, "Okay." After she left, Zhang Kai was so confused. "Yan Xianpeng, what's wrong with you?" "Yan Xianpeng, aren't you full? I'll give you another skewer of grilled buns." Zhang Kai was annoyed. Damn it, I thought he had changed, but he was still so arrogant. However, no matter how simple it was, at least you could taste the barbecue flavor. Zhang Kai's biggest advantage was that he was not picky about food. As for Du and Shigen next to him, although he was a little unhappy, he had been a good person before. He ate whatever people ordered. Several tables of people came one after another. There was a fat man who was very powerful. He brought 2 women with him, hugged them left and right, and asked with a smile, "Little girl, is there anything suitable for men to eat?" Pei Yujing had a blank expression. "Oysters, leeks, and sheep's penis." The fat man laughed when he heard it. "What is sheep's penis?" The grilled skewer sister Ma shouted angrily, "Get out of your mother." The middle-aged man was not annoyed at all. He was an old customer and liked to talk nonsense, but he would not dare to do anything more excessive. Kao-kun from class 5 of senior 1, Meng Xian from class 5, and another female classmate sat down. Kao-kun wiped the plastic table with paper. "Let's eat here. I've been here several times and the food tastes great." The female classmate shouted, "Waiter, come here." Pei Yujing came over. "Aren't you from class 3? It was the first time Meng Xian saw her as a waitress. Pei Yujing didn't know how to answer, so she didn't answer. She put the menu down and turned to leave. Then she heard another girl, Tang Jing, muttering, "So arrogant." Kao-kun checked a few dishes and asked the 2 women to check them. After they were all selected, he called Pei Yujing over. While waiting for the barbecue, Pei Yujing brought a plate of spiced peanuts and served drinks first. Kao-kun ate peanuts and talked about the class division. Class 5 is hopeless. Let's think about which class to go to in the second year of high school. He stared at Meng Xian, expecting her to answer. Tang Jing next to him said, "Oh, is a life committee member planning to run away?" Kao-kun looked indifferent. Since ancient times, it is often the elites who are qualified to seek a way out. Chapter 397 Snatch. Summer night, barbecue stall. "Elite? You mean you are an elite?" Tang Jing teased. Kao-kun didn't answer, but the arrogance between his eyebrows couldn't be concealed. "Elite? He always thinks highly of himself." Zhang Kai, who was at the next table, peeled a spiced peanut and smacked his lips. Although they ordered cheap goods, Pei Yujing treated them all equally and served a snack to each table. During the chat, many freshmen who were leaving school passed by the street not far away. After a few minutes, the flow of people gradually decreased. Jiang Ning rode a mountain bike, and Zhu Yuantang was in the back seat. Chachu doesn't go to evening self-study. She finishes school in the afternoon as early as elementary school students. Day students of Yuzhou No. 2 middle school can apply to cancel evening self-study. Zhu Chachu was worried that it would be unsafe to go home at night, so she chose not to go, and usually studied at home at night. You don't have to go either. Jiang Ning said that Tang Tang's grades were unique, and he had enough conditions to apply. Zhu Yuantang said seriously, if I go home, what will you do? Leave you alone to study in the evening? I will never do such a cruel thing. I can't abandon you. She looked very loyal. In her heart, she thought that Jiang Ning must be very touched and feel guilty about her from then on. In this way, she will have one more person to rely on in future quarrels. Always have the upper hand and suppress him for life. Jiang Ning pedaled and drove past a street lamp. You apply for me as well. That won't work. Zhu Yuantang denied. I have to think about your study. Ride faster. Chachu is still studying at home. She changed the subject. Why are you going home? Jiang Ning asked. I'm going to play games with Chachu. Duan Shigen at the barbecue stall saw the two and wondered, aren't they Jiang Ning from our class? Zhang Kai took a look and recognized them. Duan Shigen, they went home together late at night. Are they dating? Zhang Kai was not interested. He said, I heard that Jiang Ning rented Zhu Yuantang's house. Duan Shigen, TSK. 10 minutes later, the skewers were served one after another. Zhang Kai picked up a skewer of roasted buns, which was very filling. Kao-kun, who was at the next table, was tasting the fragrant mutton skewers. He introduced them to Meng Xian. Sister Ma's mutton skewers are good. They are ranked top in Yuzhou. You should try them. Meng Xian heard this and ate a skewer. Well, it's delicious. Kao-kun smiled and said, nowadays, the quality of mutton in some barbecue restaurants is not good. Some even use semi-finished products. The mutton at Sister Ma's is all delivered to the door in the morning. They skewer and roast it. Come on, try the tendons. He chatted and laughed with the beautiful girl, having a great time. Zhang Kai, who was at the next table, was chewing buns and felt unfair. Damn it. Duan Shigen kept looking at her. Meng Xian had a very white face and airy bangs. He was greedy. He lowered his voice. Kaizi, do you know that girl? Yan Xianpeng said loudly. She is Meng Xian, from class 5. Meng Xian, who was eating, looked up and recognized Yan Xianpeng, who was selling small commodities recently. Kao-kun teased. Xianpeng has made a fortune and is living a good life. Yan Xianpeng smiled and clasped his fists with a sense of chivalry. It's all thanks to the support of brothers. While talking, 2 more plates of skewers were served on the other side's table, all of which were meat skewers, chicken wings, squid, and tendons, which made Zhang Kai very envious. In my opinion, we should discuss a better class and assign them to it together. Kao-kun suggested that they could not get into the experimental class, but for other ordinary classes, he asked his family to find connections, and perhaps they would have the right to choose. Tang Jing smiled playfully. Didn't you say class 8 last time? Meng Xian, class 8 is okay. After hearing this, Duan Shigen knew that it was time to take over, and he said generously, come to class 8, when the time comes, I will protect you. Tang Jing pretended to admire. Wow, you are from class 8. Kao-kun looked at Tang Jing first. His eyebrows were unhappy. This woman is very troublesome. Today he invited Meng Xian to dinner, but she insisted on coming. With a light bulb, he had no room to play. He looked at the wolf cub next to him, and Kao-kun became more and more unhappy. Meng Xian was the girl he liked, and others wanted to poach her. They had to ask his opinion first. Kao-kun, forget it. Duan Shigen didn't ignore him, and said to Tang Jing, I have some connections in class 8. When you come, I will introduce them to you. The people at the 2 tables were chatting, and Zhang Kai kept staring at the other person's skewers. Meng Xian was stared at by him for a long time, and she put down the skewers uncomfortably. Tang Jing, the girl next to him, slowly finished the skewers, and licked her lips. Seeing Zhang Kai still watching, Tang Jing glanced at the steamed buns and rice cakes on the other side's table, all of which were hard rice. She was surprised for a moment, and then understood something. Immediately, she bit the delicious chicken wings in front of Zhang Kai. She felt indignant in front of Zhang Kai, and the world was unfair. Tang Jing suddenly touched Meng Xian and whispered a few words, and Meng Xian nodded. An hour later, the barbecue was over, and Kao-kun called the waiter to settle the bill. A barbecue with all the dishes only cost a little over 100 yuan. For Kao-kun, it was still within his pocket money. Zhang Kai was still roasting steamed buns, and he swore that he would make Yan Xian Peng pour today. At this time, Tang Jing unscrewed the iced black tea, drank the last sip, then looked at the lid, and said in surprise, "Xian, I won the prize. It seems to be another bottle." Meng Xian replied, "I'm too full, I can't drink it." Tang Jing responded, "Oh, then don't." She threw the lid under the table, and left with her sisters. Then, just after the two of them took a few steps, Zhang Kai and Yan Xian Peng took off at the same time, pounced on the ground, and looked like wild dogs snatching food. The only way to defeat martial arts in the world is to be fast. With his strong sensitivity, Zhang Kai was half a second ahead, and grabbed the bottle cap first. Looking at Yan Xian Peng's annoyed expression next to him, Zhang Kai was overjoyed. Only the strong are worthy of the spoils. He raised the bottle cap, aimed it at the light over there, and glanced at the handwriting inside. Then he found that it was, "Thank you for tasting." At this time, Tang Jing and Meng Xian in front turned their heads. Tang Jing covered her mouth and laughed. "You lost. You treat me to breakfast tomorrow. I said someone would definitely pick it up." The two girls walked away laughing. Zhang Kai was stunned in place, his face changing from blue to red, very ugly, and his lungs were about to explode. Tuesday. In the morning, during the big break, Chen Xiao complained, "It's so hot. Why doesn't our school have air conditioning? There is no air conditioning even in the dormitory. I want to move out and live back home." Jiang Ning took out a box of grapes. Bei Yuxia turned around and looked around as if she had telepathy. Seeing the red grapes in the glass box, her heartstrings seemed to be plucked. She placed her hand on her leg and touched her desk mat. Chen Xiao. The next second, Chen Xiao's eyes lit up. "Hey, Jiang Ning, you brought it again." Zhu Yuantang stepped forward and said, "Jiang Ning picked it today. I saw that you liked it last time, so I asked him to bring it to school." Bei Yuxia and Chen Xiao were generous to her on weekdays, so Zhu Yuantang certainly couldn't eat them for free. His mother told him, since he was a child, that he should learn to give back. Bei Yuxia said a few polite words, but couldn't resist Tang Tang's enthusiasm and joined in. Jiang Ning took a small box and put a dozen of them in it and distributed them to Zhenglu at the back table. Zhenglu smiled happily. "I have something to tell you." "What is it?" Zhenglu looked around. "It's not convenient now. I'll tell you in the evening." She rubbed her shoulders. "Don't go to bed early." Chen Xiao couldn't stop eating grapes, but Bei Yuxia maintained a good manners. Chen Xiao asked, "Jiang Ning, what kind of grape is this? Why have I never seen it before?" Bei Yuxia was equally curious. Jiang Ning made up a lie. "Rose scent." Bei Yuxia, "No, rose scent is not this red." She thought back to the grape varieties she had heard of, but none matched what she saw. Jiang Ning, "It's a variant of rose scent, cultivated internally after Changqing liquid introduced seeds." Hearing him say this, Bei Yuxia's original doubts were somewhat resolved. She knew that Jiang Ning's parents were senior executives of Changqing liquid, and with the reputation of Changqing liquid, it was indeed possible to cultivate top quality grapes. The Changqing liquid is really powerful. If you sell these grapes, you will definitely make a lot of money. Chen Xiao sighed. "It can be sold for dozens of yuan per kilogram." Bei Yuxia, "Thousands of yuan per kilogram. There are many people willing to buy it." Chen Xiao was stunned. It was a bit beyond her imagination. Huh. Bei Yuxia, "It's worth the price." Chen Xiao was embarrassed to eat it. It was too expensive. If she ate more, she would feel sorry for Jiang Ning. In order to ease her inner shame, she said, "It's so expensive. I feel bad eating it." Jiang Ning, "It's okay. I brought it here for you to eat." Chen Xiao couldn't stand Jiang Ning's words. In order to balance her mind, she said, "I won't eat it. Can I let my sister try it for me?" "It's okay, let her come." Jiang Ning did not comment. Chen Xiao, "Then wait." After that, she went out. A few minutes later, Chen Xiao disguised herself as Chen Xiqing, wearing her sister's vest, and she continued with peace of mind. The back row of the classroom. Wu Zhaoke's quality has improved a lot. He holds a basketball, closes his eyes, and listens to music with headphones. Brother Nan, the high school entrance examination is over. Shan Kaikwon mixed in the back row. His youth is over, and the cold front row can't accommodate him. He plans to return to the back row after the final exam, which is his big family. The high school entrance examination has nothing to do with me, Jiuo Kanan said. Wang Lang Lang. But after the high school entrance examination, new school girls will enter the school. Jiuo Kanan became serious. In order to make up for his previous mistake, he deliberately said, people should not forget their roots. They should really care about the scores of the high school entrance examination. Lang Lang, what is the scoreline in the urban area today? It hasn't come out yet. I estimate it to be 400. It must have increased compared to last year. Wang Lang Lang predicted. Why are you so sure? Because there are more and more students in cram schools now, and everyone is taking cram schools. Wang Lang Lang gave an example. Ma Shiqing, indeed, the competition is too fierce now. In a few years, I feel that the high school entrance examination score will rise to a terrifying level. Jiuo Kanan sighed. The junior sisters are too hardworking. I have to find a way to comfort them. He asked Ma Jie with the idea of asking for advice. Is there any way for me to get in touch with the junior sisters in advance? Ma Shiqing thought briefly and said, yes. What way? Jiuo Kanan asked. Build a group for the 2014 freshmen of number 4 middle school and let Lang Lang promote it on the forum. Jiuo Kanan was stunned for a moment, and then he looked excited. Fuck, if Lang Lang gives me an administrator, I will be so unhappy. What is meant by the one who is close to the water gets the moon first? This is it. Just thinking about it is enough to foresee the good life in the future. He is an all-powerful and all-knowing senior, and those ignorant junior sisters like fledglings are scrambling to ask him. Jiuo Kanan held Wang Lang Lang down. I'll buy you a Coke tonight. You must help me. Kiki, have you listened to this song by Big Bang? It's really nice. I've been playing it on repeat recently. Jiang Ning strongly recommended. Shan Kaikwon saw two star-chasing female classmates talking about music. When it comes to music appreciation, Shan Kaikwon is a professional. Except for being timid in front of Bayuksha, he is always calm and confident in front of other girls. What equipment do you use to listen to music? He asked. Lukaki was surprised. Mobile phone. What else do you use? Shan Kaikwon, if I listen to my favorite songs, I usually use a professional player. After that, he took out a worn-out mobile phone from his pocket. This is Nokia N8, a mobile phone equipped with an independent audio chip. His words scared the two girls. Shan Kaikwon took out another pair of headphones. He used to like Bluetooth headphones, but recently he has been obsessed with the research of wired headphones. He thinks he is an audiophile. This is a headset for diving experts. 25 dives. When paired with my N8, the sound quality is amazing. Shan Kaikwon plugged in the headset and played music. He placed the device in front of the two girls. Try it. Lukaki put on the headset skeptically. Shan Kaikwon played a piece of electronic music, which moved rhythmically. Do you feel that it is rich and thorough, and the vocals are delicate? Shan Kaikwon asked expectantly. Lukaki felt impressed. Yes. Night. The river dam, the bungalow, and the air conditioner outdoor unit made a roar. In the room, the white light of the desk lamp illuminated the desktop, accompanied by the rustling sound of the pen tip across the paper. Zhu Chacha was writing the test paper without distraction. Next to him, Zhu Yuantang wore headphones and tapped on the tablet. Jiang Ning retracted his consciousness. Since Zhu Chacha moved in, Zhu Yuantang always went to her place to play for a while after evening self-study in the past 2 days. Jiang Ning was happy to be quiet. The phone vibrated twice, and Jiang Ning skipped the message. It was from Zheng Lu. I feel a little uncomfortable recently, she said. What's wrong? Zheng Lu sent a photo. Jiang Ning knew what it was without clicking it. Look. From the composition, it can be seen that this was taken when the girl was standing in front of mirror. At first glance, Zheng Lu bit her lip and pulled her collar to her shoulders, revealing her smooth and white shoulders, which gave her a kind of untidy temptation. Especially there was a certain shyness in her eyes. But when Jiang Ning looked closely, He found that there was an obvious powder mark on the delicate skin on her shoulder. "Can you tell what's different?" she asked. Jiang Ning replied, "My shoulder." "Yeah, do you know why?" Zhenggu was ready to hear his thoughts. In fact, she knew that this was due to gravity and the suspenders were too tight. "I don't know, Jiang Ning, but I have a way to treat it. I'll get you a bottle of medicine tomorrow." With the elixir he prepared, it was no problem to eliminate the red mark. Chapter 398 Small Temple Fair. Time is like a galloping horse. The sun and the moon are like falling flowers and flowing water, and time has flowed for another week. Saturday, June 21st, is the summer vacation. The setting sun is hanging in the sky, emitting golden light, which falls on passers-by, and is coated with a layer of gold, and shines on the surface of the Hushu River, which is floating and golden. The air in the bedroom on the river dam is fresh, without any heat from outside. Jiang Ning leans on the sofa and enjoys the movie. He has a lot of free time. Holding a glass with orange juice in it, the juice is not too cold. Jiang Ning uses magic, and cold air comes out of the palm of his hand to freeze it. If Zhu Yuantang saw it, he would definitely think that he can save a lot of electricity bills again, right? Jiang Ning has a plate of cold spicy beef next to him. This is the beef bought by Aunt Bu and made specially for her daughter. Zhu Yuantang claimed that he gave him half of it and left it for him to eat as a snack. According to her, her mother's cooking is particularly delicious, but beef is expensive, and her mother used to be busy with work and didn't have much time. Jiang Ning waved his hand in the air, and the shredded beef on the plate flew up into the air and landed at his mouth. He didn't need to use his hands or chopsticks, it was very easy. Aunt Gu's cooking skills were as good as ever, fragrant and spicy. Jiang Ning drank a sip of ice orange juice and enjoyed the movie. Suddenly, there was a sound of slippers outside the door. Jiang Ning didn't need to use his spiritual sense, just by listening, he knew who was coming. He was too familiar with Zhu Yuantang's footsteps. With a hurried chaos, Zhu Yuantang pushed open the door and said the first sentence, Jiang Ning, I'm done." Her face was pale, and there was fear in her eyes, as if she was about to face a disaster. Jiang Ning took a sip of orange juice leisurely. "Sit down." Zhu Yuantang didn't see his expression at all, and quickly grabbed him. "Help me think of a solution." She hugged Jiang Ning's arm and pulled him out. Jiang Ning didn't resist and followed her back to her room. Zhu Yuantang pointed at the blue screen on the door. "There are many mosquitoes in Yuzhou in summer. If you install a door screen on the door, it can effectively prevent mosquitoes. This is the most common magnet screen on the market." Jiang Ning glanced and found the abnormality of the screen. Zhu Yuantang's face was full of anxiety, and her bright eyes flashed. She held Jiang Ning's hand and kept panicking. "I just burned a hole in the screen. My mother will be back soon." Jiang Ning was stunned and puzzled. "That's it?" Zhu Yuantang opened her mouth. "Isn't this scary?" Jiang Ning thought carefully. "It's quite scary. My mother will be off work soon. I have to fix it." Zhu Yuantang sought a way to make up for it. Jiang Ning didn't say anything at first. He entered the room, opened the drawer, took out a book clip, and clipped it on the hole in the screen. He looked at it and said, "Okay." Zhu Yuantang regarded the matter as the sky falling, but it was solved by Jiang Ning in an instant. She looked at Jiang Ning with brighter eyes, and was very happy. Subconsciously, she wanted to praise him, but she was embarrassed, because she looked so incompetent. But she couldn't help but give back, otherwise Jiang Ning would be disappointed. She secretly decided that next time her mother made beef shreds, she would give him more, from 1/4 to 2/5. Then she boasted in front of Jiang Ning, and gave him more than half. After deciding on the reward, Zhu Yuantang began to complain. "It can deceive my mother in the short term, but it is not a long-term solution." Jiang Ning said again, "I heard that the city is very lively in the evening. Hongxing Street will hold a small temple fair. Let's go and have fun. By the way, buy a repair subsidy and stick it on. Your mother will definitely not tear it off." Zhu Yuantang thought the method was good and immediately jumped for joy. Okay, let's go together in the evening and call Chachu. She may not be sure, right? Isn't she always studying?" Zhu Yuantang, "Chachu will definitely go. There was a temple fair in our town before, and she liked it the most." "Okay." Jiang Ning agreed. After solving the big problem in his heart, Zhu Yuantang felt much lighter. Why did you burn the screen? Jiang Ning asked. Yang Sheng gave me a lighter, a kerosene lighter, she said. Jiang Ning recalled that Yang Sheng was very cool playing with the lighter. Zhu Yuantang stared at her, and then Yang Sheng generously gave it to her. The lighter didn't light up. I kept rubbing it for fun. Who knew it suddenly lit up when I opened the door, and then. Zhu Yuantang looked innocent. Remember this time, don't do it next time. Jiang Ning reminded. Yeah. Zhu Yuantang was scared and would never do it again. She left home with Jiang Ning and went to her other home. On the way, she suddenly asked, how did you know that the book clip was in the drawer? In her impression, Jiang Ning rarely came to her room, and she always went to find Jiang Ning to play. Even she might not be able to find the clip in a short time, so how could Jiang Ning do that? There must be something fishy. Jiang Ning paused and said in a smooth tone, I called you to get up in the morning before, but you were late. I wanted to find a clip to clip your ears. Zhu Yuantang was shocked, and all his suspicions disappeared. He said angrily, Jiang Ning, you are so mean. Brickwork site. Workers covered in mud gathered in the shade, waiting for the boss to settle the bill. Zhang Kai patted the cement dust on his pants, and the dust was blown up and splashed all over his face. The boss called out, Zhang Kai, come here. Zhang Kai immediately got up and forced a smile. The neatly dressed boss took out 2 red bills from his black leather bag. It's hot recently, so increase your salary by 50. Zhang Kai and the workers' faces were full of simple smiles. 50 yuan. They used to make 150 yuan a day. After paying the daily wages, the boss drove the newly bought BMW 5 Series, started the engine, and left the brickworks in an elegant curve. Zhang Kai saw the BMW logo, and something called ambition appeared in his heart. One day, he will drive a BMW. By then, all those who look down on him will regret it. Zhang Kai took a heavy step. He did not go home on weekends, but stayed in the city to work on the construction site to make money. By working hard, he paid off all kinds of debts. With today's 200, he saved 400. The next goal is to replace the broken screen mobile phone in his hand. He worked hard all day and staggered north. Zhang Kai clenched the banknotes. This was the money he earned by working hard, and he felt at ease. At the same time, a Bentley luxury car worth millions was speeding southward and passed by in an instant. Jiang Ning, who was dressed in high-end clothes, sat in the spacious backseat, enjoying the comfortable air conditioning and holding a bottle of 100 yuan drink. He retracted his gaze and a cynical smile appeared on his face. I just saw my classmate. The driver in a suit in the front row replied, do you need to say hello? No, it looks like he is working on the construction site. Jiang Ning was in a good mood when he saw Zhang Kai's embarrassment. Zhang Kai knew nothing about this. He turned on his phone and saw his classmates chatting about the small temple fair. Dong Feng at ED people in the group. Shen Qinj, Jiang Yanan, Bei Yuxia, let's watch the temple fair together tonight. He at ED almost all the girls in the class, who were slightly good looking. Shen Qinj, I'm afraid not, I'm with my sister tonight. Yuan took the initiative to add the class monitor, but the class monitor declined. Since Dong Feng had a good reputation among the girls in the class, some girls responded, such as Jiang Yanan, are you the only one Dong Feng? Are there others? Cuiu, yes, there is also me. Duan Shigang, your humble self. Dong Feng frowned and felt sick. He chatted privately with Chen Qian, and for some reason, he actually persuaded Chen Qian. Zhang Kai, does anyone know about mobile phones? What kind of mobile phone can I buy with 800 yuan? He had 400 in savings, but if he worked for 2 more days, he would be able to save enough money. As the saying goes, it's better to be prepared. Wang Lang originally wanted to recommend Zhang Kai, but suddenly remembered Zhang Kai's character and resisted the urge to type. Dong Feng is a mobile phone enthusiast, otherwise he would not choose a niche brand like OnePlus. He went over it in his mind and recommended, if you have 800 yuan, just buy it me once. Choose the telecom version and unicom version. These 2 models use Qualcomm 400 processors, which have great performance, and MIUI 5 system, which is very easy to use. Zhang Kai, last time I went to the business hall, I saw the salesperson recommend me to buy Vivo. Dunking Feng. Vivo is a typical high-priced and low-spec product. The price of 800 yuan is 100% that the screen resolution of the phone he gives you is 854 x 480, which is blurry. Zenkai, it looks good, and the Vivo brand is much better than Redmi. There are stores everywhere, and they are advertising on TV, unlike Xiaomi, which is a random brand. Dunking Feng, the mobile phone seller is cheating you. Who will bear so much advertising and marketing costs? Isn't it the consumer? Wang Lang saw a familiar scene and sent an expression. The next second Zankai, don't the mobile phone sellers know more than you? 7:30 in the evening. Zhu Chachu pushed the heavy black electric bike out of her house, and Zhu Yuantang called from behind, let's go. In order to have fun in the evening, she didn't eat dinner and insisted on waiting until the temple fair to eat. Jiang Ning patted the back seat of the mountain bike. Zhu Yuantang gave up the spacious big electric bike and chose Jiang Ning's bicycle. As they moved forward, as they got closer to Hangxing Street, there were more and more pedestrians on the road, full of a peaceful and joyful atmosphere. The night breeze was gentle, blowing people all over, and Jiang Ning didn't even cast a cooling spell. Jiang Ning stopped the mountain bike outside Hangxing Street. The lights on the street ahead were flashing, and the voices were noisy and crowded, so crowded that bicycles could not enter. Jiang Ning locked the car, and Zhu Chachu took out the key of the electric bike. Her car was too broken, and no one would steal it. The street was bustling with people, and the stalls extended to the outside of the street, selling drinks, grilled lamb skewers, small accessories, handicrafts, toys, and various street games. The dazzling array of goods was dazzling. The hawkers' calls rose and fell, and the crowds were attracted and split into countless branches. Zhu Yuantang sniffed the fragrance, grabbed Jiang Ning, and said earnestly, you must follow me wherever you go, and don't get lost. Don't worry. Jiang Ning took the lead and stepped into the crowded crowd. Zhu Chachu and Tang followed. She originally thought it would be very crowded, but Jiang Ning led the way in front, and the pedestrians made a gap on their own, so she walked smoothly. They followed the flow of people and slowly moved forward, looking at the stalls on both sides. Zhu Chachu was a little taller, and Zhu Yuantang was too short, so they always had to squeeze to the outside to watch. After watching for a while, Zhu Yuantang bought a roll of cold skin and lemonade. There were too many people in the center of the street. Although it was strange that it was not crowded, it was always boring to be in the center. Hangxing Street was very long. Following the flow of people all the way to the back, the crowd was slightly sparse. There were more amusement facilities, water parks, carousels, pirate ships, etc. Zhu Yuantang wanted to try it, especially the carousel, but it was a pity that it was full of elementary school students, and she didn't want to be with them. There are people playing on the horizontal bar over there, Jiang Ning. She stood on tiptoe and pointed to the crowd in the southwest. Jiang Ning swept his spiritual sense and saw several horizontal bars on the street with a sign, challenge to hang for 100 seconds, 20 each time, and a reward of 100 yuan for successful challenge. There were many people around, men and women, and at a glance, there were also acquaintances Marshicheng, Cuiu, Meng Jiui and others standing next to them. Jiang Ning stepped forward, and Zhu Yuantang took Chachu and trotted to catch up. Zhu Chachu sucked the juice, thinking in her eyes, Jiang Ning would not plan to play games, right? Tang, these games are all scams. The stall owner is very cunning. Ordinary people will be cheated. Zhu Yuantang looked at Jiang Ning's slender back, and his beautiful eyes were full of joy, as if he was looking at his own child. But he is not an ordinary person. Helplessness emerged in Zhu Chachu's cold eyes, diluting her elegant temperament. Tang is obsessed. Let's take a look. She moved to the front of the stall. A young man held the horizontal bar with both hands, and hung on it. The eyes of the pedestrians around him were all on him. The music of the amusement facilities in the distance mixed together and resounded, and there were flashing neon signs shining on the ground and on the people watching. The stall owner was counting. 5 seconds. 5 seconds. After a while, he shouted again. 10 seconds. Then he shouted 20 seconds. The young man who challenged showed a struggling expression and then fell down weakly. The boss smiled brightly 23 seconds in total. Next. Then another man in a vest challenged. Meng Jiu said, "This man is strong." As a result, he fell in 60 seconds. Ciu was puzzled. What's so difficult about this? I can do 5 pull-ups, so 100 seconds shouldn't be easy? Suddenly, a girl's voice came from outside. "If you can do it, come on." Ciu turned around and saw the girl in a short skirt. She looked a little sarcastic and a little arrogant. "You are from class 5, right?" Ciu recognized Kao-kun and Meng Xian behind the girl. Tang Jing wore a short skirt. "Yes, from class 5. Today, Hongsing Street held a small temple fair, which spread far and wide. This place is not far from number 4 middle school, and many students gathered here." Ciu took many photos of the backs of beautiful women along the way and sent them to the group, which made Jiu-kun so excited that he wanted to come out of the screen. Ciu glanced at Tang Jing unscrupulously. "Who are you?" Tang Jing wanted to dig out his eyes, but she still looked admiring. "You can do 5 pull-ups, so you can definitely hold on for 100 seconds, right?" Ciu felt comfortable after hearing the nice words. 100 seconds is nothing. I can hold on for as long as I want. Ma Shicheng advised. "It's not easy. Don't try." Tang Jing. "Oh, the opportunity to make money will be gone if you miss it. Brother Ma, don't say anything more. When I make 100 yuan, I will invite you to play ring toss." After that, Ciu paid 20 yuan and challenged the game. When the boss counted to 50 seconds, Ciu looked painful. He held the horizontal bar tightly, pulled up to adjust his balance, and fell down due to exhaustion. Lost 20 yuan. Ciu went to Meng Jiu and complained. Tang Jing sneered. "Oh, you can't do it?" Ciu was so angry that he was puzzled. He thought carefully and made sure that he had never offended this woman before. Why did the other party suddenly target him? Are you a slut? If you can do it, go ahead. Women who last 80 seconds get paid. Why don't you go? Ciu said bluntly. Ma Shicheng noticed Jiang Ning. He glanced at Zhu Yuantong and then at Zhu Chuchu. His first reaction was, "Fuck, she's so pretty, even more stunning than Bayuxia." "Brother Ning, do you want to play?" Jiang Ning, "No, 100 seconds is too slow to make money, and the prize money is not much. The most important thing is that it's not cool enough to hang there. If there is no special situation, Jiang Ning is too lazy to challenge." Ciu was mocked by the stinky woman Tang Jing, and he was very upset. But he didn't know the other party, so he couldn't fight back for a while, so he had to take Meng Jiu to avoid the limelight. As a result, he found Jiang Ning and the others, and Meng Jiu immediately asked, "Zhu Chuchu, where is your deskmate?" The two had met before when the second phase of Landma shopping mall opened, and Zhu Chuchu was deeply impressed by Meng Jiu's hairstyle. She didn't remember Meng Jiu's face, but she remembered his hairstyle. "Muang is at home," she replied. As the few people were chatting, the shouts from the single pole gradually became louder. 80 seconds, 80 seconds. Not only the boss, but everyone else was cheering loudly. 85 seconds. Ciu looked over there and found that it was Kao-kun, the accomplice of the Shrujos now. Kao-kun used a forehand and backhand grip method, which was more conducive to maintaining balance. 90. Seeing that Kao-kun was about to succeed in the challenge, Ciu had a bad impression of him and cursed him viciously. "You bastard, get down." Then his curse took effect and Kao-kun fell down instantly. After Kao-kun fell down, he rubbed his wrist and regretfully said, 7 seconds short. Someone next to him said, "That's amazing. I've been watching here for an hour, and you've been the longest." Seeing that he was praised like this, Kao-kun's expression changed. It turned out that he was so good. Ciu couldn't stand the grandson's pretense, so he quietly moved his stall. Jiang Ning watched for a while and turned to other places. Zhu Chuchu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Jiang Ning didn't challenge, otherwise it would be uncomfortable to lose money. She had lost money before and knew that feeling was very uncomfortable. Jiang Ning strolled forward and Ciu stopped in front of the ring tossing stall. The stall was surrounded by a fence. Unlike other ring tossing stalls, the stall used small bicycle tires. The boss was a short and strong man in his early 50s, with short hair and a tough look. Jiang Junlong, Shen Qinj, Jiang Yanan, Dong Qingfeng, Chen Kan and others were standing in front of the stall. Jiang Yanan threw the tire and hit the square cardboard marked with 10 yuan. He was so excited that CUIU congratulated him. But the boss said, "It doesn't count. You can only get out." Jiang Yanan stretched out his hand and shouted, "Then give me the ring and I'll start over." The boss said in a very clear and natural way, "The rules clearly state that it doesn't count. If the ring is out of hand, it won't be returned." Jiang Yanan was speechless. "Oh, okay." Zhu Chuchu on the outside said, "It's a bit overbearing. The rules say that one ring costs 5 yuan, so this is equivalent to throwing 5 yuan into the water." Zhu Yuantang looked at the stalls, where there were many upside down basins with cigarettes of various brands on top of them, as well as many hard shell cards with prize amounts written on them, 20, 50, 100, and one of the largest cards had 500 on it. Zhu Yuantang was surprised. Jiang Ning, so much money." Before Jiang Ning could answer, he heard Tang Jing next to him. "A lot of money? Oh, do you have the ability to take it?" If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 399, Refusal to Trade. Do you have the ability to take it? In the noisy night market, Tang Jing's slightly provocative voice sounded lightly. Jiang Ning glanced at her and chose to ignore her without caring about a little girl. Zhu Yuantang, who was originally close to Jiang Ning, heard it and pulled Jiang Ning to change her position, as if to avoid evil. She didn't like to quarrel with others. If it got out of hand, it would definitely trouble Jiang Ning. CUIU said, "You little mouth should be blessed by a master." In terms of causing trouble, CUIU had never seen such a talent before. He didn't provoke her, but he kept looking for a sense of existence. CUIU glanced at Kyo-kun and thought that he was lucky to bring this girl out without getting beaten. Kyo-kun noticed CUIU's eyes, and the strange tacit understanding between men made him understand the meaning. Kyo-kun cursed in his heart. Did he think he wanted to bring her? Originally, he invited Meng Xian to play at the small temple fair today, and maybe they could confirm the relationship in one fell swoop, but Tang Jing showed up again, really haunting. Tang Jing chuckled, "A man who can't last a minute, how dare he talk?" She spoke loudly, and several pedestrians around heard it and paid attention. They looked back and forth between the two of them with very strange expressions. CUIU looked around. Any man could not stand having his dignity touched in public. But he was not an ordinary man after all. He took a breath and calmed down, then laughed strangely. "Isn't it because you shouted too loudly that affected my performance?" Meng Jiui, who was standing next to him, quietly stepped away from his good brother, unwilling to associate with scum. Tang Jing didn't notice it at this time. Just as she was about to argue, she shrieked, "No means no." The two quarreled non-stop, and the content gradually became explicit. Ma Shicheng followed Meng Jiui's footsteps and moved away from CUIU. Jiang Yanan finished 4 rings, spending a total of 20 yuan, but didn't win any prizes. The stall owner smiled, and the little man's success made Jiang Yanan feel depressed. Dong Qingfeng comforted her. "The boss is a bad person. The ring at the beginning should not be counted for money." Jiang Yanan was very angry, but there was nothing she could do. She could only think that she was unlucky. Yuan next to her asked, "Dong Qingfeng, who between you and Shen Kan can throw the ring? Win it all back for him." "I'm so angry." Her hot temper was really unbearable. Unfortunately, she couldn't throw the ring. If she went up, she would just give money and couldn't get revenge. Dong Qingfeng looked embarrassed. If it was normal, he would definitely go up. After all, it didn't cost much to play ring toss. But Yuan's attitude made him retreat. If he gave money to the boss again, Jiang Yanan would probably be even more uncomfortable. "I'm not very skilled at throwing the ring. It's okay to shoot balloons with darts," Dong Qingfeng said carefully. He has a dart plate at home and often practices it. Within 3 meters, he usually hits whatever he points to. Other stalls are boring. I just want to make the dead boss lose money. Yuan insisted on avenging her sisters. Seeing this, Chen Kan next to him said, I'll do it. Dong Qingfeng was surprised. Do you know how to throw hoops? Jiang Yanan and Yuan looked over together. In their impression, if Chen Kan was still normal when school started, then after the first midterm exam, Chen Kan changed completely. He was immersed in the ocean of study all day and rarely communicated with others. He was a mysterious man. Chen Kan looked up, and his eyebrows showed great confidence. With my math and physics scores, is it difficult to throw hoops? Dong Qingfeng suddenly remembered a certain exam. Chen Kan and Jiang Ning played badminton, and ended up being beaten unilaterally. He still remembers that Chen Kan is the same as now. This has little to do with math and physics. Dong Qingfeng said. Chen Kan shook his head. As long as I calculate the required kinetic energy, based on the distance, the friction and air resistance of the tire rim rolling on the ground, and then send out a matching force, I can do whatever I point to. Yuan pulled the sisters, looking puzzled. Jiang Yanan nodded thoughtfully. Yuan doubted herself. Am I the only one who thinks something is wrong? Dong Qingfeng wanted to persuade her again, but then he heard Chen Kan shouting, Boss, give me 6 circles. The short and strong boss walked over quickly. After Chen Kan got the tiring, he squatted beside the stall and calculated in his mind for 2 minutes. When the boss got impatient, are you going to put it on? Chen Kan said lightly, I will put it on later, so you can lose less. After hearing this, the boss laughed and was very happy. Jiang Yanan and Yuan saw Chen Kan's arrogance, and they were full of expectations. Chen Kan finally moved. He aimed at a hard paper block with the words 200 yuan. According to the kinetic energy obtained from his formula, he pushed forward, and the wheel ring rolled. In the end, nothing was it. There was a booing around, and the boss smiled even more. Dong Qingfeng, as expected. After Chen Kan put 6 circles on it, he still didn't hit anything, so he gave the boss 30 yuan. Jiang Junlong next to him was tempted, and bought 10 circles to try. After Jiang Ning noticed Jiang Junlong, he used his spiritual sense to find his cousin and his wife 100 meters away. It seemed that they were out playing together, but then they separated. Jiang Junlong's skills were not bad. He hit a 20 sign, and there was applause from the surroundings. The boss's attitude was okay, and he didn't lose. When Jiang Junlong was hooping, he saw his cousin nearby, and he immediately waved his hand. Jiang Ning and his 2 little followers went to greet him. Jiang Junlong had 2 hoops left, and he gave one to him. Brother, you come and play. The boss saw this scene, his face changed, and he didn't say anything. Jiang Junlong continued the last tire lap. Shen Qinj came to the night market today. She was dressed very beautifully, with a blue-gray-white Korean-style floral shirt, and light gray-white leg lace-up jeans on the bottom. The hem of the shirt was tucked into her waist, neat and clean. There were 2 bright white hairpins in her hair, full of youthful girlishness. Shen Qinj noticed Zhu Yuantang first, but then ignored him. Then she looked at another girl. Shen Qinj's expression was fixed, and she was amazed. The girl was wearing a rustic green and white vertical striped long skirt. If it was on another girl, it would definitely be a minus point, but when she wore it, she actually had a sense of transcendence. She made this skirt a success. The girl's face was cold, and she felt isolated in the noisy night market. Shen Qinj couldn't help but feel frustrated. In terms of appearance, she was ashamed of herself. She secretly guessed what the relationship between the girl and Jiang Ning was. Wasn't there only Zhu Yuantang before? Zhu Chuchu found that a girl was looking at her. She was used to this situation since she was a child. Not only that girl, but many pedestrians around her would cast their eyes on her from time to time. Zhu Chuchu was still not used to it. She didn't want to attract other people's attention because of her appearance. She held Tang Tang's hand a little awkwardly. Jiang Junlong's last circle was empty. Jiang Yanan sighed. The black-hearted boss made money again. She didn't want to watch it anymore. Brother, you try it. Jiang Junlong stepped aside. Jiang Ning touched the tire rim, looked at the hard shell cards on the ground, and the upside down basin. Come on. Jiang Yanan encouraged. No matter what, she hoped Jiang Ning would win. Yuan, who usually hated Jiang Ning for no reason, actually encouraged him. Jiang Ning pushed lightly, and the tire rim rolled, drew a straight line, and circled a 100 yuan card. Yuan shouted excitedly, I got it, 100 yuan. Jiang Yanan was also excited. Zhu Yuantang pinched Chachu's hand, and said proudly, Jiang Ning is awesome, right? Zhu Chachu was a little amused. Looking at Tang Tang's appearance, if you didn't know, you would think she was awesome. It's pretty impressive. I won on the first try. Jiang Junlong shouted, boss, give me 100 yuan. As a result, the boss's face was not very good. He raised the pile of rings in his hand and said, no, it doesn't count, if it's not yours. Jiang Junlong was unhappy and said unhappily, what do you mean? Why didn't you say it just now? The short and strong boss took 2 steps forward and smiled creepily, what do you want to do? He looked like he would dare to fight, if anyone dared to disobey. Tang Jing said privately, the boss is not tall, but his tone is quite arrogant. Kao-kun said very understandingly, don't look at the boss's short stature, but this kind of short and strong thick waist and thick neck are the most powerful in fighting. You punch him, and he won't say a word. Indeed. Meng Xian used to be very popular in elementary school. Although he turned over a new leaf later, he is not unfamiliar with fighting. Seeing that the conflict was about to break out, Jiang Ning held his cousin down. It's okay, I'll buy some for fun. Jiang Junlong was not afraid of the boss. Because of his cousin, he didn't do it. Boss, can you sell me the circle? Jiang Ning asked in a friendly manner. The stall owner said fearlessly, sure, how much do you want? He just thought he was lucky the last time. He would not be that lucky the next time. Jiang Ning, less, just 5. He paid 25 yuan. Tang Jing sneered, do you really think you are good? Cuiu glanced at him, and Tang Jing looked down on him, as if he was looking at a pile of garbage. Zhu Yuantang expected the result. The boss is too wicked. Wait for Jiang Ning to teach him a lesson. Jiang Ning threw the tire ring, and the ring still rolled in a straight line, and hit the 100 yuan paper square. The onlookers nearby immediately applauded. Cuiu looked at Tang Jing proudly. Great. He did not expect Jiang Ning to be so good at catching rings. Cuiu had participated in many temple fairs before, but he always lost money. Tang Jing was slapped in the face and looked unhappy. Hearing the shouts from all around, the boss impatiently said, be quiet, stop making noise. Jiang Junlong, another one. Jiang Ning threw out the second tire ring, which rolled slowly to the side of a 50 yuan paper block, and then the tire tilted, and slowly hit it. There was another round of applause from the outside, and the whole place was filled with applause. Jiang Ning came again, this time with a 200 yuan paper block. Meng Jiui took the lead and shouted, wow, so strong. He made a lot of money in one wave. The boss stood in the middle of the venue, carrying a few tires, turned his head, and stared at Jiang Ning gloomily, for 1 second or 2 seconds. Seeing this, Cuiu said, the boss can't afford to play with it. Deng Qingfeng shook his head. This kind of boss is like this. He is pleasant when making money, but he is sullen when losing money, and he will never achieve much in his life. Deng Qingfeng has always looked down on small vendors with no quality. He does have the capital to look down on them. His family is in the city. His grandfather and parents are civil servants, not to mention all kinds of relatives who have taken root in the local area. If he gets serious, Deng Qingfeng's family has the ability to close his stall. The boss stared at him for a few seconds before turning back. Zhu Chachu felt a chill in her palms and thought the boss was scary. Then, she thought of the last time she moved, when Jiang Ning taught someone a lesson. The heaviness in her heart was lifted, and she suddenly felt relieved. She looked down at Tang Tong, thoughtful. Jiang Ning threw out another circle. The boss was patrolling the stall. He deliberately swung over, blocking the tire circle in front of him, and scooped it up. Jiang Yanan pointed out that something was wrong. Boss, you blocked it. You should return the circle. Jiang Junlong, can't you afford to play? The short and strong boss said, once you get rid of the circle, it no longer belongs to you. How can you return it? Tell me how to return it. Come on, tell me how to return it. He yelled the last few words, which scared Jiang Yanan. Yuan couldn't stand it. Can you be nicer? The boss looked at her with disdain, then looked at Jiang Ning. That's your temper. You can play around if you want. Zhu Yuantang was unhappy. She poked Jiang Ning. Well, wait a little longer, it's almost over. Jiang Ning was not annoyed, there was only one circle left. He didn't use his right hand, but his left hand. Jiang Ning aimed at the 500 hard shell cardboard in the center of the booth. This card is very large, and it needs to be completely circled by the tiring to count. Moreover, it is in the center, surrounded by various basins, and it is very difficult to hit it. Jiang Ning pressed the tiring. Wait. After that, he took out his mobile phone, squeezed to the edge, and turned on the video mode to prevent the boss from cheating. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jiang Ning swung the wheel with his left hand, rolled out an arc, climbed over other hard cards, rolled into the center, and then gently hit the 500 hard cardboard. Zhu Yuantang shook Jiang Ning. We won. Jiang Ning. Boss, pay the bill, pay the bill. The stall owner's face was extremely ugly. He had lost so much money that he suddenly had the urge to refuse to pay. Jiang Ning showed his mobile phone. Boss, pay the bill. The boss shouted. It's not that you don't want to pay. Why are you in such a hurry? Ma Shichen patted Cuiyu and Meng Jiui, and the three of them stood up together and stood next to Jiang Ning. Do you want to cheat? The short and strong boss, seeing this Lanoop, moved his lips. He was not afraid of one or two young people, but the key was that there were 5. So he paid the money honestly. Before leaving, Cuiyu pointed at Tangjing and said, little sister, does your face hurt? Tangjing, you didn't do it? Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang passed by her without turning back, and said, I did it. Tangjing stood there, fuming, wishing she could grab Jiang Ning and ask, what's so great about you doing it? What's so great about it? It was late at night, the stars were dim, and the bustling Hangxing street was shining brightly. Zhu Yuantang counted on her fingers, and told the two of them, 100 plus 50 plus 200 plus 500, minus the cost of 25, we made 825 yuan. She shook Jiang Ning's arm, and said in a crisp voice, I didn't spend a penny visiting the temple fair today, and I made money. Zhu Chuchu's mouth curled up slightly, indicating a happy mood. Jiang Ning said generously, there is a grilled fish stall in front, please eat grilled fish. They strolled to the end of Hangxing Street. After they had money, Zhu Yuantang took Zhu Chuchu to buy lemonade. Jiang Ning was waiting by the roadside. A man in a black t-shirt approached stealthily under the dim light of a street lamp pole more than 10 meters away. He was carrying a black leather bag and came to Jiang Ning, saying in a thief-like voice, brother, do you want a mobile phone? He pressed the home button, and a cutscene played, and the exquisite iOS system icon fell on the desktop. He swiped left and right, the animation was smooth, and then clicked on the software, which started up very quickly. How new is the iPhone 5? It's just that it came from the wrong place. I'm in a hurry to sell it. I'm selling you a mobile phone worth thousands of yuan for 600? After hearing this, Jiang Ning smiled, and took out his mobile phone and said, sorry, I have an iPhone 5S. Soon, Zhu Yuantang came back. She was surprised. Who was it just now? Jiang Ning said, scammer. Zhu Yuantang looked alert. Jiang Ning, you haven't been cheated. Zhu Chuchu was helpless. Is there any need to ask? He was definitely not cheated. Chapter 400 Bargaining and Switching. Jiang Ning originally wanted to warn them to be careful of similar scams, but after thinking about it, he gave up. Zhu Yuantang looks stupid, but he is actually very smart. Besides, with Aunt Gu's education, Tang Tang rarely takes advantage. As for Zhu Chuchu, let alone 600 yuan, she can think about spending 6 yuan for a long time. Let's go, it's time to eat. The stall owner had planned to default on the debt before, but later Ma Shicheng and others stepped up. After Jiang Ning got the bonus, he originally planned to treat a few people to dinner, but Ma Shicheng declined. Brother Ma, why didn't you go just now? Jiang Ning made more than 800. Cuiyu was depressed. Ma Shicheng asked back, if we don't show up, will the boss pay in the end? Cuiyu subconsciously wanted to say no, but then he thought of Jiang Ning's strength. When the word came to his lips, he reacted, if you don't pay, the boss will definitely be beaten. That's terrible. Besides, didn't you see Jiang Ning bringing 2 girls? Ma Shicheng said. Cuiyu understood immediately. Indeed, we can't disturb Brother Ning. Ma Shicheng patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, he will definitely come back in the future. During the conversation, the few people continued to move forward. Cuiu bought a few cups of mung bean paste and shared them with Ma Shicheng and the others. Following the night market, Cuiu and Meng Jiui were attracted by the hot girls dancing on the stage. Ma Shicheng aimed at the 2 yuan store in the distance. When he was halfway there, a man in a baseball cap approached stealthily. The man said mysteriously, "Brother, do you want to buy a mobile phone? The latest iPhone 5S, fingerprint unlock." He slid the screen to demonstrate. "Hurry up, a mobile phone worth thousands of yuan. I will sell it to you for 800. The mobile phone dealer had been slapped in the face by Jiang Ning before. He went back and became more and more angry. He asked his accomplice to get a 5S and continued to deceive. Ma Shicheng saw something wrong at a glance. It was similar to a routine. He had seen cases on Siba. So Ma Shicheng angrily accused, "You are unpatriotic. How can you use an iPhone?" The mobile phone dealer was stunned. "Why is it unpatriotic to use an iPhone?" Ma Shicheng sternly rebuked, "It is because of people like you that all the money is earned by foreigners, so we are backward." The dealer finally understood. Damn bad luck, meta idiot. He cursed inwardly and turned away. Ma Shicheng thought for a moment, turned on the screen of his mobile phone, and announced in the class group, "If there are classmates who come to the small temple fair, pay attention to the mobile phone dealers. They sell mobile phones cheaply, but they are actually scammers." The news immediately blew up many classmates. "Chen Xiaoyu, I'm in Hangsing Street. Where is the scammer?" "Ma Shicheng, at the south end of the street. Just pay attention." "Zhang Kai, selling mobile phones cheaply? What mobile phone? Don't care what mobile phone it is, you can't beat the scammer anyway," Ma Shicheng said. After receiving the reply, Zhang Kai felt that he was looked down upon. "Will I be cheated? Haha. I'm on Hangsing Street. Can you tell me where the scammer is?" Ma Shicheng gave up helping others. "Just walk around more. They may take the initiative to find you." At this time, Zhang Kai and Yan Xianpeng were shopping. He was working part-time to make money on weekends, and Yan Xianpeng stayed behind, under the pretext of investigating the market. Since Shenzhou developed the mobile phone rental business, the mobile hawker on campus has been inherited by Yan Xianpeng. "Xianpeng, I heard from the group that there are people selling mobile phones at a low price. Do you plan to get one?" It was really too tiring to carry cement. He just wanted to go back to sleep after work in the afternoon. If Yan Xianpeng hadn't promised to invite him to the night market to eat, Zhang Kai would never come out. "Let's go and see." The two looked for opportunities to make money together. Yan Xianpeng, who was 1.9 meters tall and as strong as a black bear, stared and patrolled both sides of the road. The mobile phone dealer in a baseball cap saw the two of them at a glance. He looked at the man's burly figure and then thought about his two accomplices. The mobile phone dealer didn't dare to take a step. Zhang Kai walked around 5 or 6 times, but he couldn't find anyone selling mobile phones. "Damn it, I still don't believe it." He and Yan Xianpeng continued to walk around. Chen Xiaoyu and her sister didn't mind the heat. They held hands, wearing the same clothes and the same cute faces. Anyone who saw them would often take a few more glances. Chen Xiaoyu walked to a small handicraft stall. The stall owner was a very young woman, only a few years older than them. There were all kinds of small accessories and toys. Chen Xiaoyu aimed at a row of flat strips, which were various bookmarks. Jiang Ning liked to read books. They went to Nanxi before and brought bookmarks for Jiang Ning. When they came back, Chen Xiaoyu said, "Sister, Jiang Ning often gives us food. It's time to repay him." Chen Xiking touched the jade coin on her wrist. "Yes, buy him too." So the two girls picked bookmarks. One was made of wood in the shape of a pippa with blue tassels. The other was made of red wood with ancient words and black tassels. "Have you chosen?" asked the female stall owner. "Well, these two are it." The sisters nodded together. Seeing that the twins were so beautiful, the young female stall owner smiled and said, "A total of 16 yuan." Chen Xiaoyu thought it was still too expensive, so she asked tentatively, "How about 15? The female stall owner thought for 2 seconds and said, 15 is fine. The two sisters chose the bookmarks and stood up to stroll. "Sister, let me tell you, Jiang Ning brought a kind of grapes before, which are very delicious." Chen Xiking, "It's very delicious. Why didn't you call me?" Chen Xiao's heart skipped a beat. It's bad. She actually said this out loud. She quickly made up. Last time there were too few grapes. I only got a little bit, and it was not easy to call you. However, Chen Xiking and her sister were together day and night, and she knew her very well. When she saw her sister's expression, she immediately had seeds of doubt in her heart. She planned to ask Bai Yuxia when she got home. At the Candide horse stall not far away, a tall figure stood out like a crane among chickens, and his long white legs were dazzling under the light. Chen Xiao recognized people by their legs. Isn't that Tang Fu from our dining table? Chen Xiking remembered her back. Yes, it's her. Chen Xiao brought her sister to find Tang Fu. Chen Xiking was very happy. Although Tang Fu was very tall, the two sisters felt that they were looking down on her in front of her. It was not for anything else, but because of her supreme superiority in intelligence. As long as they were with Tang Fu, the two sisters felt that they were wise. Tang Fu, Chen Xiao called. Tang Fu was holding the newly bought fruit candied horse skewers. She was very happy to see an acquaintance in the crowded night market. She immediately invited, "Would you like to join us?" Chen Xiao agreed immediately. The original twin formation had an extremely tall girl. Chen Xiao was more than 10 centimeters shorter than her. Tang Fu, can you grow to 1.8 meters in the future? Chen Xiking asked. I'm already 1.8 meters. Tang Fu was proud. She was only 16 years old. She went to the hospital for a checkup last month. The epiphyseal line had not closed, and she could continue to grow taller. Chen Xiao was secretly surprised. There were few boys in her class who were 1.8 meters tall. They were too tall. After walking together for a few minutes, Tang Fu bought a skipping rope. The two sisters stopped in front of a shoe stall. When they bought things, they always bought the same thing or a couple's pair. Chen Xiking chose a pair of sandals, and her sister shouted to buy them. How much? The auntie who sold shoes said, 18 a pair. What about buying 2 pairs? Chen Xiao asked. 2 pairs are 36, and I'll give you a discount of 1 yuan, 35. Chen Xiao didn't believe this price. She knew that she could bargain when buying things at the night market, so she negotiated with the auntie. Auntie, can you sell it for 30? The auntie shook her head. No, you're cutting me by 6 yuan. How can that work? Chen Xiking said, we only have 30 yuan left. If we can't buy it for 30, we really can't afford it. She said it sincerely, as if it were true. The auntie had eaten more ice than the little girl had eaten salt, and knew what the other party was thinking. Not having money was just an excuse. But it seemed that 30 was really the other party's bottom price, and her attitude was a little relaxed. 6 yuan is too much. Auntie please, I will introduce my friends to buy from you in the future. Chen Xiao joined the bargaining battlefield. Auntie's attitude became more and more relaxed, and the two sisters felt stable. It seemed that a deal was about to be concluded. Tang Fu, who was eating candied horse next to her, suddenly remembered that she bought Aureus in the store and forgot to bring money, and Jiang Ning paid for her. What is the saying? When you see injustice on the road, draw your sword to help. Tang Fu's mind flashed, and she immediately said, are you short of 5 yuan? It's okay, I can lend it to you. South of Hongxing Street, the aroma was lingering, and many guests were eating at open-air tables. Spicy hot pot, fried skewers, beer, rice wine, and all kinds of delicacies. Zhu Chuchu took Tang Tong and followed Jiang Ning in front. Zhu Yuantang occasionally said something delicious and guided Jiang Ning to eat this or that. As for Zhu Chuchu, she didn't express her opinion. When she goes out, if she is with someone, she prefers to be in a passive position. Zhu Chuchu is strong inside and still a traditional girl at heart. Zhu Yuantang stopped in front of the ice cream truck. She wanted to buy some for Chuchu, but Chuchu declined. While waiting for the ice cream to be made, Zhu Chuchu's skirt was gently rubbed. She looked down and saw that it was a little boy, about 4 or 5 years old, holding an ice cream cone. Zhu Chuchu's green skirt was stained with a coin-sized stain, which seemed to be rubbed by the ice cream in the boy's hand. The little boy apologized quickly. Sister, I'm sorry, I was too anxious. He apologized with an annoyed look on his face. It was all his fault. Zhu Chuchu took out a piece of paper, wiped the stain, and said softly, it's okay, you should be more careful next time. A well-dressed young woman came behind and apologized. "I'm sorry," Zhu Chuchu said again. "It's okay." After that, she continued to wait for ice cream. At this time, the young woman bought 2 more ice cream cones. When the ice cream was ready, she smiled at Chuchu. "For you." Zhu Chuchu was stunned and waved her hand to refuse. But the young woman insisted on giving it to them, so Zhu Chuchu had to accept it. The young woman left with her son. Zhu Yuantang bit the ice cream. "Chuchu, eat it quickly, it will melt soon." Zhu Chuchu opened her little mouth and took a bite. It was very sweet. "Do you want blackfish or forktail catfish?" At the entrance of the grilled fish restaurant, Jiang Ning looked at the fresh fish in the glass water tank. Zhu Yuantang was more direct. "Which one is better?" The boss said. "Forktail catfish is more tender, with fewer bones, suitable for girls." Jiang Ning made the decision. Forktail catfish. The boss took out a forktail catfish with a net bag and weighed it on the scale. £2 and 50 pence. "Okay." Jiang Ning nodded. "What kind of spicy?" "Medium spicy." Jiang Ning also ordered a portion of ice wine and some barbecue. This restaurant is quite large and there are many foods in the store. They came to the outdoor table outside. In this kind of weather, it is not bad to eat outside. There are several tables of guests sitting around, and some people are playing finger guessing games. Noisy city fireworks. Jiang Ning cast a spell, slightly reducing the volume, and his ears were much quieter. When Zhu Chuchu sat down, some guests at nearby tables cast astonished glances at her. Her appearance always attracts attention, no matter where she is. "Chuchu, have you ever eaten catfish?" "No." The boss said it has fewer bones than blackfish. Zhu Yuantang put 2 tissues on the table, put his little arm on it, and supported his chin. "Jiang Ning, did you ever get a fish bone stuck in your throat when you were a kid?" "Yes, but it wasn't serious," Jiang Ning said. Zhu Yuantang turned to Chuchu and said, "Do you remember when someone in our village got a fish bone stuck in their throat when we were kids?" "Yes." Zhu Chuchu couldn't help laughing when she thought of that scene. Zhu Yuantang smiled and said, "Jiang Ning, you must not get stuck by a fish bone, otherwise it will be very serious." Jiang Ning said, "It's not serious, we can go to the hospital and get it removed." Zhu Yuantang, "It was very serious when we were young. One day, a child in our village got stuck by a fish bone, but he couldn't go to the hospital because the adults thought it was troublesome to go to the hospital." Jiang Ning agreed. In the past, when someone in the village got sick, as long as it was not really serious, they were often too lazy to go to the hospital, and at most went to the small clinic in the village for treatment. Later, the child was stuck by a fish bone and cried loudly. The parents had no choice but to use the ancestral method. Zhu Yuantang said, gesturing with his hands. His father went to the ditch to catch ducks, asked the child to open his mouth, held the duck upside down, and poured duck saliva into the child's throat. Zhu Chuchu whispered, "Duck saliva." The child cried and screamed, and after a while, the fish bone disappeared. She laughed happily. Jiang Ning had heard of this folk remedy before, but she didn't expect that someone would actually try it. "Can duck saliva dissolve fish bones?" Jiang Ning asked. Zhu Chuchu said, "Theoretically, it is possible, but it requires duck saliva to contact the fish bone for a long time." Zhu Yuantang was surprised. "How long did it take that time?" Zhu Chuchu added, "Maybe the child was stimulated and swallowed the fish bone." The night market was dimly lit. Shan Zhao was wearing a black t-shirt and black shorts, walking on Hang Xing Street. There was no pattern on his clothes, which highlighted his simplicity, and his old face looked even more honest. When the man in the duckbill cap saw this boy, he immediately locked onto him. He was honest and simple, and he thought he was easy to cheat. This order must be a big hit. The duckbill cap tightened his bag and approached him stealthily. "Brother, do you want to buy a mobile phone? The new 5S, how new do you think it is?" He demonstrated it as usual. He lowered his voice. "I just got it, and I'm in a hurry to sell it. Look, it's unlocked." Shan Zhao looked like he was interested. "How much?" The man in the duckbill cap was so excited when he heard him ask for the price. He had stared at a few people in front of him, but they either thought his mobile phone was rubbish or accused him of being unpatriotic. Now that he met a normal person, he actually felt sad. However, His professional qualities made him continue to cheat. 800 for one price. Shanziro, too expensive. Aren't you in a hurry to sell it? Give me 200. The man in the baseball cap swiped the screen. Look how smooth it is. The screen is all original, and the fingerprints are still intact. If I'm not in a hurry to sell it, how can I sell it to you for 800? Here, check it out. The man in the baseball cap handed over the phone generously. The two bargained for a while and finally decided to sell it for 350. The baseball cap didn't raise the price again. Enough. It's a no-cost deal anyway. Wait a minute, I'll change the SIM card. The baseball cap turned off the phone and used the card pin to penetrate the card slot. Shanziro took the opportunity to take out the money. The baseball cap glanced at the other person inadvertently, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. After taking out the card, he took the money and handed the 5S to Shanziro, as if nothing had happened. Brother, happy cooperation. The baseball cap left in a flash. Shanziro was still playing with his phone. The man in the baseball cap blended into the crowd and winked at his accomplice, and the other two quickly left Hong Sing Street. In a corner, the man in the baseball cap pulled out some money. Haha, I got 350. The other two sturdy men praised. Not bad. Your craft is amazing. Haha, how can you not do the craft of making a living? The man in the baseball cap slid the 5S, and the elegant animation of iOS flashed. What he just gave to others was a model phone. While changing the card, he directly switched it. He held up the 5S, smugly. Listen to me in the future. Use the 5S, otherwise people will look down on you. As he said that, he was going to take out his previous iPhone 5, but when he touched his pocket, it was empty. The man in the baseball cap was stunned for a moment. Shit, where's my iPhone 5? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.